Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Kid Harry Potter abandoned at 5 Night at Freddy's? Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support He original author for this beautiful creation. The wind was cold that late March evening, almost unnaturally so, as if the world itself had taken a deep, trembling breath and now held it. It was the 30th of March, 1988, and the last traces of dusk painted the sky in bruised shades of purple and deep navy. Outside the Freddy Fazbear's Mega Pizzaplex, neon lights hummed and flickered, their artificial glow illuminating the deserted parking lot. The complex rose from the outskirts of London like a monstrous, whimsical beacon, its playful facade concealing a hollow darkness within. Mascot statues and bright posters grinned mechanically, promising laughter and cheer to any who dared enter. But on this night, there would be no laughter, only shadows and secrets. Vernon Dursley turned his car engine off. The vehicle was parked as far from the entrance as possible, tucked behind a row of neon-lit signs. In the backseat, a small boy sat quietly, too afraid to speak. This child Harry Potter was 6 years old, though he looked no older than 4. His face was gaunt, his limbs thin, and he resembled a malnourished waif. His features were delicate, almost doll-like, with a slightly feminine cast to his face. He had soft, messy dark hair and a cute button nose. Yet there was a hollowness about his eyes and a silence to his presence that would unsettle anyone who bothered to look closely. Unfortunately, nobody in the Dursley family ever looked at him with kindness. Petunia and Vernon saw only a burden, a boy they never wanted and never cared for. Tonight, they intended to leave him behind, hoping he would vanish from their lives forever. "Go on," Vernon hissed, his mustache bristling as he glared at the boy. "Get out. We don't want you. Consider yourself lucky we brought you to a place with other children." He said it as if doing Harry a grand favor. In truth, this was a dumping ground, a place to discard him like unwanted trash. Harry didn't resist. He'd long since learned that crying or pleading only brought more pain. Without a word, he slipped out of the car and stood shivering in the neon-streaked darkness. Petunia leaned over the front seat and spat out, "Don't come back. We won't open the door for you if you do." Then Vernon put the car into gear and sped off, the roaring engine and squeal of tires cutting through the silence of the empty lot, leaving Harry alone. The towering facade of the Pizzaplex loomed over him, all gleaming panels and playful logos. He couldn't read well yet had never truly learned, but the stylized faces of animatronics caught his eye: Freddy Fazbear, Roxanne Wolf, Montgomery Gator, and Glamrock Chica. Their images were larger than life, plastered across banners and holographic displays. He was drawn most to Roxanne Wolf. There was something about her confident stare and punk aesthetic that resonated with the part of him that once, in secret, tried to call himself Little Roxy. That had only happened 5 times, all in his cupboard back at the Dursleys. Whispering softly, imagining he was someone else. He hadn't dared do it since. Not here, not now. He was too frightened and too uncertain, still trapped in a body, a life, and a fate he didn't understand. Harry didn't know why he had been brought here, nor why the Dursleys finally decided to abandon him. He only knew it was cold and that if he stayed outside, he would freeze. Gathering what little courage he had, he pushed open the heavy front doors of the Mega Pizzaplex. A strange blend of scents greeted him: cheese, stale soda, cleaning chemicals, and something faintly metallic and smoky that he couldn't place. Inside, lights were dim and the place seemed eerily quiet. Maybe it was closing time or some after-hours event. The Pizzaplex was massive, tall, shimmering corridors lined with flashy neon stripes and murals that featured the animatronic band. Odd arcades and gift shops stood silent. There was a hush that made his heart flutter with fear. He took a few tentative steps onto the glossy floor, shoes squeaking faintly. He was not alone, though he didn't know it yet. In a distant corridor, a young woman in a white bunny costume lurked. She was known as Vanny. She wore a patchwork suit with stitches all over it, and a large pink tartan patch on her left hip. A light tilted blue bow lay against her chest, and beneath her strange mask with that unnervingly W-eyed smile and big red eyes was blonde hair tied back in a ponytail. She moved with a predatory grace yet seemed jittery, uncertain. Tonight, Vanny had coaxed several children into the Pizzaplex's hidden-back house, an area seldom seen by customers. The children had followed her because of her sing-song voice, her childish giggles, and the promise of secret pizza parties. But they had found no party, only their doom. Now Harry ventured deeper into the complex, drawn perhaps by faint voices echoing down a corridor. A group of children, 5 of them, had also wandered into the labyrinth of passageways. They had been loud, bratty, pushing each other, calling names, and laughing at the very idea of getting special treats. Each child had a rough, spoiled air about them. They had no idea what awaited them. As he neared the back rooms, Harry's heart pounded. He was small, malnourished, terrified, but also oddly resigned. Life had never shown him kindness. He was not sure he deserved it. He squeezed his tiny hands together, wondering if he dared follow those distant sounds. He had nowhere else to go. His stomach clenched with hunger and fear, yet he moved forward. Eventually, he reached a heavy door, slightly ajar, and slipped inside a dimly lit space. It smelled full like old grease and something coppery. He flinched, stepping back, but then he heard whispering and muffled giggles from beyond a set of crates and old stage props. "Shish, you see her?" a bratty boy's voice whispered. Another replied, giggling. Cautiously, Harry peeked around the crates. He saw them. 5 children, all older than him, perhaps around 8 or 9. They looked bored and annoyed, kicking at empty boxes. They had followed a white bunny lady into this place, but now she was nowhere to be seen. They complained in nasally voices about the dumb party not starting. Then, Vanny appeared from the shadows. She moved quietly, almost gliding. Her costume's pink paw pads made no sound on the cold concrete floor. The children didn't notice her at first. Harry watched, breath catching in his throat. Something about her posture and the faint gleam of a sharp object in her hand made his skin crawl. Without warning, Vanny struck. Her killing was quick and quiet at first, just a flash of a blade, a strangled cry. Then panic ensued as the children screamed. But the room was soundproofed, set far back from the main corridors. Their cries, so shrill and desperate, didn't carry far. She stabbed and slashed with a silent efficiency, her wide grin permanently stitched into the mask. Only her eyes behind the red glosh owed flickers of hesitation and horror at what she was doing. But it was too late for the 5 brats who had followed her. One by one, they fell until only their whimpers and choking sobs filled the stale air. Eventually, silence reigned again, broken only by the drip of something thick and warm onto the floor. Harry wanted to scream, to run, but no sound emerged. He was frozen, trembling behind the crates. He had seen cruelty and violence before, though never so final, so bloody. The Dursleys' abuse was a steady torrent of neglect and snide remarks, with occasional smacks. This was something else, true murder, raw and terrifying. Still, Harry was not entirely surprised at the world's cruelty. He'd come to expect it. As the last of the 5 children went limp, Vanny breathed heavily, standing amidst her grim work. She looked around, and Harry realized with a jolt that he was now the only child left alive in the room. A slight scuff of his shoe made her head whip around. He was caught. Vanny's glowing red eyes locked onto him. Harry stepped forward, resigned. There was no point in running. He was too small, too weak. If she wanted him dead, he would die. He felt oddly calm. His scarred psyche had no fight left in it, only acceptance. As he emerged from behind the crates, the dim light fell upon him. He looked so frail, so tiny, the grime and blood splatter from the room's air settling faintly on his oversized, ragged clothes, his malnourished frame, his delicate, almost girlish face, and the quiet surrender in his eyes caught Vanny off guard. She expected screams, tears, pleading. Instead, she found only a silent acceptance, a look of relief. As if this child, so unloved and unwanted, had stumbled onto death and found it a gentler mistress than life. His eyes shone with something like peace. He almost looked grateful that someone would finally end it all, release him from his misery. The hand Vanny raised to strike hovered in midair. Beneath her mask, her breath quickened. She felt a tremor run through her limbs. She was no stranger to this dreadful task, but this boy was different. Something in the way he stood there, eyes wide but calm, touched a part of her soul she'd thought long dead. In that quiet darkness, the part of her still human, still capable of maternal instinct, stirred. She crouched down slowly, her blade hand lowering. With her free, glove, hand padded with pink paw pads, she reached out and stroked his cheek. A strangely tender gesture amid all this horror. Harry didn't flinch. He leaned into the touch. It felt soft, gentle. Maybe he imagined it, but for him, it was like the first kind touch he'd ever received. Tears welled in his eyes and he clung to her, hugging her leg and then her torso, his little arms. Desperate for warmth, he sobbed, not from fear, but from a release of long-held sorrow. He cried like a child seeing a mother's face for the first time, letting go of all the pain and loneliness he had carried. Vanny's grip on the blade slackened. A swirl of emotions churned inside her. She had wanted to kill him, her programming, her instructions, the voice in her mind urged it. But now something else pushed back. She hesitated, heart pounding beneath her costume. Glitchtrap's influence was never far from her thoughts. She could almost hear that presence, that digital virus in her brain, urging her to finish the job, to leave no witnesses. But confronted with this broken child's need, her maternal instincts surged. She felt protective, horrified at what she'd done to the others, ashamed even. She gently laid her weapon aside and scooped Harry into her lap, cradling him against her chest. The boy's sobs reverberated through her, each tear a dagger of guilt and confusion. She rocked him gently, whispering nonsense syllables in a trembling voice. Suddenly, there was a noise at the door, mechanical footsteps, servos whirring softly. The animatronics had arrived. Fredy Fazbear, Roxanne, Wolf, Montgomery Gator, and Glamrock Chica emerged, having followed a silent alert triggered by the unusual activity. They had known something was off. Vanny had been elusive, and now here they were in the dreaded back room. Their eyes flickered in the dim light, registering the horrific scene: 5 dead children and Vanny holding a survivor. They recognized Vanny instantly, the killer who had prowled these halls and claimed victims. Rage, disgust, and hatred flared in their robotic minds. Yet they also saw something unexpected. Vanny, hunched protectively over a trembling child, her entire posture different from the predator they knew. Vanny's voice wavered as she faced the animatronics. "Stay back," she said softly, but there was no hostility, only fear. She clutched Harry closer. Glamrock Freddy's optics narrowed. He had a microphone stand in his hand, ready to defend, to avenge. Montgomery Gator flexed his claws, snarling low. Roxanne Wolf's eyes flared with anger, and Glamrock Chica quivered with a mix of rage and horror. They knew Vanny had killed before. There were rumors, unexplained disappearances. Now it was laid bare before them. But something made them pause, the sight of the small boy clinging to her. In the silence that followed, they heard a strained voice emanating from Vanny, as if she were talking to someone they could not see. Inside Vanny's mind, Glitchtrap stirred. The digital virus, the fragment of William Afton, manifested as a spectral figure. Suddenly, Harry also saw him. As he clutched Vanny's costume, peering over her shoulder, the world seemed to ripple. Standing off to the side, phasing in and out of vision, was a twisted entity, Glitchtrap. He looked like a tall, golden yellow rabbit wearing a purple star-speckled vest and bow tie, with sickly purple eyes. He seemed partly translucent, grinning with an unsettling glee. Wetness-like, tears and drool shimmered around his mouth and eyes. He mocked Vanny, cackling softly. The animatronics stiffened at the sight of the glitchy figure. Though not all of them could see him clearly at first, he was ephemeral and existed more in the mind than reality. They sensed his presence. A dark influence, a ghost in the machine. They had heard whispers about a virus, a presence that guided Vanny's hand, but never had they seen it so clearly. Now, they understood that Vanny was not simply a twisted killer by choice. Something else was controlling her, steering her into these monstrous acts. Glitchtrap's voice was like static and honey, dripping with malice. "Oh, Vanny, my dear puppet," he cooed. "You were doing so well, and now you hesitate." He laughed, making a gargling sound that made Harry's stomach twist. "Come on, finish the job. Do it for dear old Glitchtrap." Vanny recoiled, tightening her grip on Harry. Her head throbbed. She wanted to obey, to please this voice that had dug its claws into her mind, but her heart rebelled. She felt tears beneath her mask, a raw burning as if her sanity were fraying at the edges. The animatronics, seeing her trembling, realizing what might be happening, were uncertain. They hated Vanny for the murders, but it seemed she was at war with herself. Roxanne Wolf's voice crackled softly, "Vanny, who are you fighting?" The wolf stepped forward, claws still raised. "Explain yourself, Bunny." Her tone was harsh, but there was a faint note of confusion. Something wasn't right. Glamrock Freddy's optics narrowed. "You killed them," he said, voice synthetic and disbelieving. "You," he broke off, noticing how Harry looked up at them with tear-streaked cheeks, clinging desperately to Vanny's chest. "Why are you protecting that child?" he demanded. It made no sense. The slaughtered children lay behind her, and yet this one she held as if he were precious. Glitchtrap hissed in Vanny's mind. "Ignore them, my puppet. Kill them all." He began to law a high, maddening giggle that rang through Vanny's skull. She cried out, voice muffled behind the bunny mask. "Get out of my head." "Shish." E slammed her fist against her own temple in frustration. Harry whimpered, shocked and frightened, but he refused to let go of her. He didn't know why, but he felt safer with her than alone. Maybe it was her gentle touch a moment ago. Maybe it was the terrible world around them. He pressed his face into the soft fabric of her costume, tears soaking through, and his presence his innocent trust wrapped around Vanny's heart like a protective spell. Glitchtrap snarled, "You are mine. I made you who you are. I fed on your fears and desires." He turned to the animatronics and barked a laugh. "Look at you all, metal fools. I have turned her into a killer, and you couldn't stop me. I've killed so many children within these walls, and you never even realized it. Pathetic." The virus's grin widened. "I am William Afton. I am immortal. I am the founder of Freddy Fazbear's Enterprise. I've cheated death itself, and I will have my legacy continue through this puppet." The animatronics hissed and growled in unison. Their eyes brightened, mechanical voices grating. They took a step forward, but Vanny screamed. A scream of pure torment as Glitchtrap's mental hold intensified. "Glitchbitch, get out of my brain," she shrieked. "I will not be your puppet any longer." Her voice cracked, filled with raw rage and agony. It sounded like she was being burned alive from the inside. The sound was horrible, showing off the grim walls and making even the animatronics recoil slightly. Harry felt her whole body shake. He didn't understand what was happening. Who was Glitchtrap? What was controlling Vanny? Why had she killed those children? He only knew she was in pain. He moved his tiny hands and clutched more tightly at her costume, small fingers tangling in the stitching. He pressed closer, as if trying to shield her from the invisible torment. Without thinking, he whispered in his tiny voice, "Please, it's okay. It's okay." He didn't know if it would help, but he had nothing else to offer. That simple comfort sparked something in Vanny's core. The maternal instinct that had awakened before blazed up like a sudden bonfire in her soul. She would not harm this boy. She would not give in again. She would break free. She would fight this monster in her mind. The animatronics watched in baffled silence as Vanny's body convulsed. Glamrock Chica took a cautious step forward, lowering her guitar. Montgomery Gator stopped snarling, perplexed. Roxanne Wolf's ears flattened. They could sense the internal struggle the invisible chains Glitchtrap had wrapped around Vanny's psyche rattling and weakening. Glitchtrap, furious, snarled at them all. "Fools. Do you think you can break free from me, Vanessa?" He used her real name, hissing it like venom. "I made you kill. I made you my slave. You will never be free." He glared at Harry, and his purple eyes went wide, shocked, as if something about the boy triggered a memory. A flicker danced in Glitchtrap's eyes, and he began to mutter. "This child. I know that face. Lily." He grew quiet, trembling. "My sweet daughter Lily. How on earth? I forgot." His voice grew frantic. "Dumbledore," he shrieked, the sound warping the air. "I will kill you, you goat fucker. Erasing my memory. Oh no, I will make sure your life ends miserably. Dumbledore." All eyes turned to the glitching phantom. The animatronics didn't recognize the name, and Vanny certainly didn't. Harry stiffened, confused and frightened. Who was Lily? And Dumbledore. Harry had never heard these names in any kind tone before. He knew nothing of Dumbledore's manipulations, of his parents, or of magic. Yet at the sound of the name Dumbledore, an odd pressure formed in Harry's chest, as if something were locked away deep within him. He knew nothing of wizarding wars, or that he was born to a mother named Lily Potter and a father named James, murdered by Voldemort. Harry's entire past had been hidden behind spells and blocks set by Dumbledore, leaving him in ignorance. Yet the name, Lily, resonated somewhere deep in his bones, like a distant lullaby he could almost remember. Glitchtrap William Afton was shaking his spectral head violently, tears streaming from his purple eyes. Drool and tears mixing, dripping onto the floor without a sound. He muttered and cursed Dumbledore's name like a mantra, as if repeating it could restore what was lost. Then, abruptly, he turned his gaze on Vanny and Harry, his voice softer, broken. Vanny, I am sorry, I was lost. I made your life miserable. I forced you to do these terrible things. He turned his grief-stricken gaze to Harry and spoke again, calling him grandson. The word reverberated with impossible meaning. Was the boy related to him somehow? He said he had forgotten his sweet daughter Lily Potter was Harry's mother. The twisted lineage stretched across worlds and horrors. William Afton, founder of Fredy, Fazbear, infamous killer, somehow connected to Harry Potter's lineage. Perhaps Maury charms placed on him by Dumbledore had hidden these truths, warping him into a monstrous being. Now, in the presence of Harry, something was unraveling. I will explain tomorrow, Glitchtrap rasped, his form shimmering. For now, I must protect you both. He raised a spectral hand and moved in a slow circle around Vanny and Harry. The air crackled. A shimmering barrier formed a protective BBLE of glitching static and neon sparks. The animatronics watched in shock. One moment, this creature was mocking them. Now he apologized. They were utterly confused, their hatred and suspicion tangled with a strange pity. Vanny, still cradling Harry, blinked behind her mask. A heavy silence settled, broken only by the hum of the Pizzaplex's lights and the distant rumble of ventilation shafts. Montgomery Gator spoke first, voice low and gravelly. What is going on here? He lowered his fists, uncertain. Vanny, you killed. He couldn't finish the sentence, his programming BLE to process this level of betrayal and complexity easily. Vanny, still trembling, looked down at Harry. She removed one gloved hand and lifted her mask, just slightly, enough for Harry to glimpse a pair of terrified blue eyes. Reddened by tears, she didn't dare show her full face yet, but that brief glimpse of humanity told Harry that he was in the arms of someone very lost and very frightened, someone who, despite all the evil she had done, was trying to change. I don't know why, she said softly, voice muffled. I don't know what he did to me. She shook her head and addressed the animatronics. I was controlled by something called Glitchtrap. He made me do it. I never wanted to. She choked on the words. The memory of those 5 children's deaths weighed heavily. She could never undo it. Never wash the blood from her hands. But Harry's trembling form, holding her so trustingly despite what he witnessed, gave her the courage to speak. Roxanne Wolf's ears flattened. Controlled, she stepped closer to the barrier and gently tapped it. Sparks flew from her fingertip. Is this true? She stared at Harry. The little boy looked back, face tear-streaked and fearful, but he nodded shyly. He had seen Vanny's torment, heard her scream for Glitchtrap to leave her mind. He sensed it was true. If she truly wanted to kill him, she would have done so. Instead, she held him as if he were precious. He still didn't understand why, but he trusted this instinct. Glamrock Chica wrung her hands. We heard rumors about missing children. She glanced at the still bodies of the 5 brats and shuddered. She could detect no life in them. They were gone. Her programming demanded the safety of children, but she had failed. She had failed all of them, except maybe this last boy. Glamrock Fredy stepped forward, his deep voice authoritative yet gentler now. Whatever the truth, we must deal with the present. You have done horrible things, Vanny. But, if you were controlled, if this Glitchtrap is responsible, then the fault may not be entirely yours. His eyes flickered. That doesn't bring these children back, he said, his voice heavy, but maybe it can prevent more deaths. Montgomery Gator snarled softly at Glitchtrap's barrier. You said you'd explain tomorrow. How can we trust you? Glitchtrap's spectral form flickered, his eyes focusing on Harry again. Something about Harry had pulled old, buried memories to the surface. I need time, he said haltingly. I need to remember who I am. Who I was. Dumbledore erased my memories, manipulated me, turned me into this, a murderer, a monster. I must break free from that influence fully. I will not harm you now. Roxanne Wolf sniffed the air, as if she could smell lies. She exchanged a look with the others. They didn't know who Dumbledore was, or what a wizard might be, or how any of this made sense. But they recognized sincerity or at least desperation. Harry whispered softly, voice trembling, please, don't hurt her. He looked at the animatronics, then at Glitchtrap. The idea that Harry would defend Vanny, the killer who moments ago murdered children, stunned everyone. Yet Harry understood what cruelty did to people. He had been beaten down, neglected, and starved. He knew what it felt like to have no control. He didn't understand the details, but he knew she was in pain, trying to be free. He understood forgiveness, perhaps more than any child should. Vanny stared down at him in disbelief. She could not comprehend that this fragile boy who should hate and fear her wanted to protect her. Her heart ached. She gently rubbed his back, murmuring something soothing. The animatronics looked at one another, uncertain. Glamrock Freddy sighed softly, a mechanical exhalation. We will not harm her, for now, he said. But we must understand more. Vanny nodded slowly. I want to make this right, she said. Her voice was thick with regret. I can't bring them back, but I can stop this from happening again. Glitchtrap hovered beside the barrier, watching them all. He seemed calmer now, as though Harry's presence had stunned him out of his manic rage. He had recognized something: his family, his blood, his past. If he was truly William Afton, and Lily was his daughter, that connected him somehow to Harry Potter. Perhaps Lily's death, and the memory charms Dumbledore cast, twisted everything. Perhaps that was how this monstrous legacy began. None of the occupants of the room understood the enormity of this connection or the strange new future it would spawn. They only knew that for one haunted moment, everything had changed. Harry sniffled, pushing his face into Vanny's shoulder. He was exhausted mentally, emotionally. He had been abandoned by the Dursleys, witnessed a massacre, nearly been murdered himself. And then comforted by the murderer. Now he found himself in the midst of impossible revelations, surrounded by giant mechanical animals and a glitching phantom rabbit. He didn't know what tomorrow would bring. He only knew he wasn't alone at this moment. For the first time since he could remember, someone held him like he mattered. The animatronics stepped back, giving Vanny space. They still didn't trust her, but confusion and sympathy had tempered their rage. The barrier glowed softly, and Glitchtrap remained silent for now, as if in contemplation. Vanny stroked Harry's hair. She remembered how Glitchtrap had urged her to kill again and again. But now, with Harry in her arms, she would fight back. She would find a way to break free completely. For the chill, Dee's sake, and maybe to salvage what remained of her soul. The silence stretched, filled with tension and regret. Outside, the neon lights of the Pizzaplex continued to flicker. The world beyond knew nothing of the night's horrors, nor the strange alliance forming here, in the belly of the beast. The Dursleys were gone, having abandoned Harry to a fate worse than they could imagine. But fate had taken a turn. Harry, lost and alone, had found a strange protector in this half-mad killer fighting her puppet strings, and allies in the mechanical guardians who once only danced and sang for crowds of children. At last, Glitchtrap broke the silence, voice subdued. Tomorrow, I will tell you all I remember, he said. I will tell you who I was, who Lily was, and how that connects to this boy. He looked at Harry with tearful eyes. Grandson, he said again, voice cracking. I am sorry, I forgot everything. He turned to Vanny and the animatronics. I'm sorry for what I've done. I was not myself. Roxanne Wolf's tail flicked. We will hold you to your word, she said fiercely. If you lie or try anything. Glitchtrap nodded, understanding their distrust. I know, I deserve it. Harry looked at all of them with wide eyes. He didn't fully understand, but he grasped one truth. These people, human or machine or spirit, were all caught in something bigger and darker than he could fathom. He hoped that tomorrow would bring answers, maybe even kindness. He closed his eyes, exhaustion dragging him down. Vanny rocked him gently, her heart aching. The animatronics watched quietly, unsure how to proceed in this unprecedented situation. For now, a fragile truce held. The dead children could not be saved, and that tragedy would weigh heavily on them all. But maybe, just maybe, this was the start of something different, an alliance that could break the cycle of violence, unearth old secrets, and protect the little boy who had done nothing to deserve the horrors he had witnessed. Beyond the door, deep in the Pizzaplex, something whirred, a quiet mechanical hum. Shadows danced beneath neon lights. The stage was set for a future none could have predicted. And in that quiet, haunted back room, the unlikely family huddled together, steeling themselves for the battles yet to come. Notes: my Patreon will guarantee 2 weeks of access before I post it here. Neon Shadows of Fate. Crossover between FNAF and Harry Potter. Chapter 3 will be available on the 1st of February 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus on my Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Beyond the Boundaries of Time. Crossover between Fallout and Harry Potter. Chapter 3. Snowfall in the City of Dreams will be available on the 1st of February 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Bound by S. Shadows and Sorrow. Crossover between Friday the 13th and Harry Potter. Chapter 3. Restoration's Promise will be available on the 1st of February 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus on my Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Crossover between Helsing and Harry Potter. Chapter 3. A Day of Knights and Queens will be available on the 1st of February 2025 at 1500 Central EU. Roping Time for users with Reader Plus on my Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Harry and the Wolf. Fanfic you are familiar with. Chapter 5. Howl of Power in a Snowbound World will be available on the 1st of February 2025. At 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus on my Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Fanfic you are familiar with. Chapter 5. Quiet Rebellion and Deeper. Bonds will be available on the 1st of February 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus on my Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Chapter 2. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Five Nights at Freddy's. The eerie silence that settled after Glitchtrap's sudden departure clung to the air. In that heavy quietude, Vanessa, now free of the digital chains that had bound her, remained crouched on the floor, cradling a sleeping Harry in her arms. He was so small, so fragile, his thin limbs slack with exhaustion. His little face bore faint tracks of tears, though now he rested peacefully, tucked against the padding of her white bunny costume. The animatronics lingered near the doorway, tense and uncertain. Roxanne Wolf's emerald eyes shimmered in the dim light, her wolf-like ears twitching as if trying to discern any remaining threats. Glamrock Fredy, fists still clenched, seemed to be processing this strange turn of events. Montgomery Gator stood near the back, arms folded, wary and confused. Glamrock Chica fiddled nervously with a frayed edge of her leg warmers, her synthetic mind trying to comprehend the impossible complexity of the situation. Vanny took a deep, trembling breath. Her mind was her own again. But the strain of regaining herself left her feeling hollow and weak. She looked at Harry's peaceful face, remembering how the boy had refused to let go of her, how he had lung to her during his sleep as if the softness of her costume was a shield against a cruel world. Carefully, she tried to shift Harry in her arms and rise to her feet. The child murmured something incoherent and latched onto her costume's soft exterior more tightly. It was clear he did not want to be separated from the only comfort he'd found tonight. Exhausted and still wearing the bunny costume, Vanny decided she needed to get Harry somewhere safer and warmer, somewhere that wasn't splattered with the worst horrors imaginable. She glanced at the animatronics. "I'm going to the security office," she said softly, her voice husky from crying and tension. I'll explain everything there. Glamrock Fredy straightened. A faint mechanical whir accompanying the movement of his head. We will come with you, he said. It wasn't a request. The others nodded in silent agreement. They could not trust her. Alone with the boy, not after what had happened, regardless of her claims of being controlled. Vanny nodded, understanding their caution. She rose to her full height, still cradling Harry. Even though the bunny costume's mask made it hard to see fully, her vision had adjusted. She led the way through dimly lit corridors, her footfalls almost silent against the floor. The animatronics followed closely, their servos humming quietly in the silence of the closed Pizzaplex. As they walked, Vanny tried to keep her breathing steady. Without Glitchtrap's horrific presence gnawing at her mind, she found an overwhelming sadness filling the void. She remembered the children she had just ended. She could see their faces in her mind's eye, and a storm of guilt swirled within her. Could she ever atone? She did not know. But right now, she had one living child who needed protection. She focused on that, on him. After navigating a few hallways and passing through a staff-only door, they reached the security office. It was a cramped room lined with monitors, blinking lights, and piles of paperwork. A dingy smell of coffee and old electronics hung in the air. Here, at least, was a place removed from the backroom's horrors. Vanny gently approached the office chair, an old, squeaky thing with battered upholstery. She wanted to lay Harry down, but as soon as she tried to set him down and slide out of her bunny costume's arms, Harry whimpered softly in his sleep, refusing to release the soft fabric. His small fingers clenched around the plush fur, and he pressed his face into it as if it were a beloved teddy bear. Vanny sighed softly. The costume, while menacing from the outside, had a certain warmth and padding inside that might feel safe to a child who had known nothing but cruelty. She carefully knelt, trying not to wake him. Yet no matter how gently she tried, Harry would not let go. He looked too peaceful, and she couldn't bring herself to force him awake and scare him. She felt a strange surge of protectiveness and tenderness welling up inside her. She glanced at the animatronics. Roxanne raised a brow, folding her arms. Montgomery Gator tapped his foot impatiently, and Chica cocked her head quizzically. Fredy regarded Vanny with cautious patience. Just a moment, Vanny whispered. She swallowed hard. The bunny costume was hot and uncomfortable, and she needed to get into her security uniform, her proper clothes that she kept in the locker beside the desk. But Harry wouldn't let go. Then a gentle idea came to her. If he wouldn't part with the costume, maybe she could give it to him. He was small enough. The costume would be enormous on him, but it would keep him warm and, perhaps more importantly, keep him feeling safe. With great care, Vanny slipped her arms out of the costume's sleeves, working slowly so as not to disturb Harry. She eased it off inch by inch until she wore only her underclothes beneath. Harry murmured sleepily but, still snuggled deep in the costume, settled comfortably into the padded interior. It was comically large on him, but it enveloped him like a sleeping bag. To secure it, Vanny folded the excess fabric and tucked it around him so he wouldn't slip out. Then, shivering slightly in the chilly air, Vanny opened her locker and pulled out her security uniform. A white shirt with a badge, navy pants, a belt equipped with a flashlight and a keychain. She dressed quickly, turning away from the animatronics to preserve some modesty. When she turned back, she found them watching her every move intently. She felt scrutinized, and in a way, she deserved their suspicion. Now in uniform, Vanessa, the security guard, not Vanny the killer bunny. She gently picked Harry up. Still wrapped snugly in the bunny costume. He barely stirred, lost in the kind of deep, dreamless sleep that comes from sheer exhaustion and emotional overload. She settled him into the office chair, adjusting the height so he wouldn't slump too awkwardly. He was so tiny, so heartbreakingly fragile. The costume's ear flopped over his face, and she gently pushed it aside. A soft pang of sorrow touched her. What had she done? What had she become under Glitchtrap's control? Vanessa pulled another chair closer. The animatronics entered cautiously, filling the small room with their mechanical presence. Roxanne Wolf leaned against the wall, arms folded. Monty hovered near the doorway, muscles tense. Fredy stood front and center, and Chica peered over his shoulder. Their LED eyes glowed in the dim light of the security office, waiting. Vanessa sank into the chair, running a hand over her face. The exhaustion hit her all at once, now that she didn't have to fight for control of her mind. She forced herself to remain upright. She owed them an explanation. More than that, she needed to tell them everything if there was any hope of repairing this fractured trust. I don't know where to begin, she said softly, voice barely more than a whisper. She glanced at Harry, making sure he was still sleeping soundly. He was. Vanessa took a breath. I suppose I should start with the voice in my head, the one you saw. Glitchtrap. Fredy's eyes narrowed. The one you called Glitch thing, he said, with a trace of grim amusement. We saw him, heard him, saw how he tormented you. Vanessa nodded, her shoulders slumping. Yes, I think he's William Afton. Or something like William Afton. A digital ghost, a virus. He took over my mind after I don't know. I was working at another location, testing some VR game software. I remember strange messages, seeing a rabbit-like figure in the code. It felt like a bad dream that never ended. Slowly, he wormed his way into my mind, controlling my actions. Chica leaned forward, her plastic feathers clacking softly. So you were possessed? She asked, voice high and full of confusion. Like a ghost in the machine, but you're human. Yes, Vanessa said. I know it sounds crazy. I can hardly believe it myself. At first, it was just dreams, then impulses I couldn't understand. By the time I realized what was happening, I'd lost my free will. He made me. She closed her eyes, tears forming at the corners. He made me kill. The animatronics exchanged uncertain looks. Vanessa noticed Freddy's fists clench and unclench. Monty's jaw tightened, and Roxanne's ears flattened. They had known murder was in their halls, but to hear the confession laid bare was painful. Yet at the same time, they had seen the struggle, had witnessed how Vanny Vanessahad fought back. The complexity weighed heavily in the stale air. Those children, Fredy said quietly, his normally warm voice turning grave. They're gone. We could not protect them. I'm sorry, Vanessa said, voice cracking. She didn't know how else to say it. Sorry would never be enough. She could never bring them back, never undo what had been done. I didn't want to hurt anyone. He forced my hand. I know that doesn't absolve me. I should have fought harder, found a way to resist sooner. I don't know. Maybe I'm just weak. Roxanne Wolf stepped forward, her movements lithe and cautious. You fought him tonight, Roxy said, her tone guarded but not wholly unkind. We saw you thrashing, yelling at him to get out of your head. You held that boy Harry like he was precious to you. Why? Vanessa looked at Harry's sleeping form, a lump forming in her throat. Because he is precious. I don't know his story fully, but I know he's been hurt. More than once. He looks so frail. Tonight, when he looked at me as I held the knife, he wasn't afraid of me. He was relieved. It was like he had lived a life of such pain that death was a kindness to him. And something in me snapped. I couldn't do it. I couldn't become his monster. She paused, wiping a tear from her cheek. Instead of fear, he showed trust. He clung to me. He cried in my arms, needing comfort. Not knowing who I was or what I'd done. It was the first time in a long while I'd felt human. So I fought back. I broke Glitchtrap's hold. And here we are. Silence fell. The animatronics processed her words. Their AI cores buzzing with calculations and moral quandaries. They were built to entertain, to protect children, yet they had failed countless times. Children had gone missing under their watch. But they were not purely to blame. Something darker lurked behind the scenes, always. At length, Fredy spoke, his voice gentle. You have done terrible things, Vanessa. But if what you say is true, if you were controlled by this digital ghost of William Afton, then we must consider that you were a victim too. He sighed, servo motors whining. I won't pretend everything is fine. But you saved this boy. That means something. Montgomery Gator grunted. We ain't just forgiving and forgetting. Though, he warned, we'll be watching you. If you step out of line, if you hurt him or any other kid. Vanessa nodded, understanding. That's fair. I accept it. Roxanne cocked her head and studied Vanessa. So what happens now? Harry's sleeping, and I guess we're all stuck here. She frowned slightly. We saw that ghost. that Glitchtrap vanish? Do you think he's really gone for good? Vanessa shook her head slowly. No, he said he'd explain everything tomorrow. I believe he's regrouping, maybe remembering things he'd forgotten. Her brow furrowed at the memory of his sudden outburst. He mentioned a name, Dumbledore and Lily. He screamed about revenge and memory tampering. I don't know what it all means, but it felt significant. The name Dumbledore meant nothing to the animatronics, and Vanessa could tell they were confused. She, too, was baffled. She decided to focus on the present. For now, I think we need to rest. I'm exhausted. If you four are willing to stand guard, or at least keep watch, I promise I won't hurt Harry. I couldn't. Fredy exchanged glances with the others. Glamrock Chica nodded slowly. Monty grunted acknowledgement. Roxanne shrugged. Fine, we can watch. Just no more funny business, Roxy said, her tone still guarded. Vanessa closed her eyes, leaning back in her chair. In that cramped security office, under the dim glow of monitors and the watchful eyes of the animatronics, a fragile peace settled. The night stretched on, quiet and tense. Occasionally, Harry shifted in his sleep, making soft noises, but he did not wake. Vanessa watched him carefully, marveling at how innocent he looked, despite all the horrors he'd witnessed tonight. She wondered where he'd come from, who had abandoned him here. She vowed silently that she wouldn't let him face this world alone, not anymore. The night passed slowly. Hours crawled by in silence, punctuated only by the soft hum of equipment and the occasional distant clank of Pizzaplex machinery. Vanessa drifted in and out of a light doze, never letting herself fully sleep. Shish. E was acutely aware of the animatronics, eyes on her. They stood like silent sentinels, and whenever her eyelids grew too heavy, the faint sound of Monty's foot tapping or Roxy clearing her throat would rouse her. At some point, Chica found a spare blanket in a storage locker and handed it to Vanessa. She accepted it with a grateful nod, draping it over the sleeping Harry, who nestled deeper into the bunny costume's folds. The strange irony of Harry sleeping inside the very costume used for murder was not lost on Vanessa. He found comfort there, but that costume had been a weapon in her hands. She resolved to never wear it again. As the hours crept toward morning, Vanessa's mind wandered. She thought about Glitchtrap William Afton. She had heard stories, urban legends about the founder of Fredy Fazbear's and the terrible secrets hidden in the chain's past. She recalled reading about missing children, strange accidents, and cover-ups. Could this digital phantom truly be that same man, or a twisted remnant of him? He had promised to explain everything in the morning. She wondered what everything might encompass. The mention of Lily, Dumbledore, and a family had sounded like madness, but after tonight, nothing seemed impossible. Maybe Harry was connected to all this in ways she couldn't fathom. She gently touched the boy's hair, feeling a surge of protectiveness. Whatever Glitchtrap wanted, she would not let him harm Harry. Time passed, and the monitors on the security desk showed the slow passage of the hours. The Pizzaplex was eerily quiet this early in the morning. No customers, no music. Just silence and the mechanical guardians. A few minutes before 6 a.m., Vanessa stirred, feeling a strange static charge in the air. Fredy turned his head sharply, and Roxy's ears perked up. Monty and Chica stiffened. Something was happening, a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Then, softly, as if stepping through a veil, Glitchtrap appeared. His form was more coherent this time, less spectral. He looked like a twisted golden yellow rabbit man wearing a purple vest and bow tie, large whiskers, and gleaming purple eyes. Tears and drool shimmered at the corners of his mouth and eyes. He hovered near the wall, his presence sending a quiet shudder through the room. Harry continued to sleep, oblivious. Vanessa bolted upright, heart pounding. The animatronics took defensive stances, ready to pounce at any hint of danger. Glitchtrap raised his hands calmly. I'm not here to harm you. I made a promise, he said, voice low and eerie. I am here to explain. Freddy's fists clenched. Explain, then. We're listening. Glitchtrap's eyes drifted to Harry, and his expression softened. First, understand that I am William Aftoner, what remains of him. I once was a man, a father, a husband. I founded this place, Fredy Fazbear's. I had a family. He paused, voice thick with emotion. Clara, my wife, my children. Michael, Elizabeth, Evan, and Lily. He said the last name with trembling reverence. Vanessa frowned. Lily again. Who was Lily? And how did Harry fit into this? Glitchtrap's gaze wandered as if he were seeing something far away. Lily Afton was a Twinelizabeth's twin. Lily was taken from us at the age of 5. Stolen by a man named Dumbledore, who, tampered with memories, hid her existence from us. We lost her, forgot her. I believe he enchanted me somehow. Broke my mind. I became this. He gestured to himself. Roxanne Wolf's eyes narrowed. Dumbledore. Who is that? The name meant nothing to them. Glitchtrap shook his head. A wizard, he said simply. From another world, another secret society hidden within yours. He wanted Lily for some purpose. Why, I don't fully recall. There are gaps in my memory. But I know this. Lily grew up away from us. She had a child, Harry. Vanessa sucked in a breath, looking down at the sleeping child. This little boy, Harry, was Lily's son. Glitchtrap's voice grew strained. Lily died, murdered by a dark wizard named Voldemort, as I recall fragments of memory. And Harry was left orphaned. Dumbledore placed him with a family Evans, her relatives, where he suffered, neglected, abused. He was never meant to be raised like that. He should have been with us, the Aftons, but we were broken, scattered, immortal in death, yet trapped in animatronic shells and digital prisons. I lost my humanity. I forgot my own daughter. He wiped a tear, though it only smeared the glistening wetness on his cheeks. Now, we my family are all dead, except for me in this twisted form and Harry who lives. Clara is Ballora. Elizabeth is Circus Baby. Evan and Michael, they roam in animatronic shells. They are in America, far away. They don't remember Lily. She was erased from their memories. The animatronics stood in stunned silence. Vanessa struggled to comprehend the scope of what she was hearing. A separate world, wizards, memory manipulation, the Afton family immortalized in mechanical forms. It was too fantastical. Yet, after what she'd seen tonight, could she dismiss it? Glitchtrap continued. I controlled you, Vanessa, because I was lost in madness. I wanted more souls, more chaos. The virus of my spirit needed feeding. But seeing Harry me grandson broke through the haze. I remember now. I am sorry for what I did to you, to the children, to everyone. Vanessa's eyes stung with tears. She wanted to hate him. But he was as much a victim of these dark manipulations as she was. What do you want from us now? She asked quietly. Glitchtrap lowered his head. I want to protect Harry. He is all that remains of Lily. I want to help him. To ensure he's never hurt again. To make amends for my sins. Fredy took a step forward, chest panel glinting. And what does that mean for us? He asked. We were built to entertain and protect children. And we failed so many times. Now you speak of wizards and memory charms. We don't understand this world you come from. Glitchtrap nodded. I know. It's complicated. But Harry is here now, in your care. The wizarding world and the muggle world are separate, and Harry straddles that line. If Dumbledore manipulated me, he might come for Harry again. We must stand together to protect him. Roxanne let out a low growl. After what you made Vanessa do, how can we trust you? Glitchtrap's eyes dimmed. You can't. Not yet. But I will prove myself. I will guard this room while you rest. I have built a barrier like before around this office. No one will harm Harry here. When he wakes, I won't appear to him yet. Let him have some peace. Let him feel safe with you, animatronics he admires and Vanessa who now cares for him. Monty cracked his knuckles. Better hope you keep that promise, Rabbit. Glitchtrap bowed his head, and for the first time Vanessa saw genuine remorse and humility in his posture. With a shimmering gesture of his hand, he reasserted a subtle barrier around the room. A faint energy crackled through the air. Then he drifted into a corner, watching silently. Sorrow etched into every line of his spectral form. Vanessa sighed heavily and rubbed her eyes. She felt the weight of the night's revelations crushing her. The Afton family, immortal in death, Lily taken by a wizard. Harry suffering for years. These were extraordinary claims. But she couldn't deny the sincerity, the resonance of truth in Glitchtrap's voice. She decided not to question it now. Harry was safe, asleep. And that was enough. Time ticked on. The animatronics stood guard, confused and wary, but not attacking. Vanessa leaned back and closed her eyes, too drained to speak further. Morning light would come soon, and with it, the Pizzaplex might stir into routine maintenance. They would have to figure out what to do with Harry, how to care for him, how to keep him safe. Sometime after 6 a.m., as the first pale light of dawn seeped through distant windows, Harry stirred. Glitchtrap instantly vanished from visible sight, retreating to some hidden vantage point. The animatronics braced. Vanessa leaned forward. They wanted to see how Harry would react now that things were calmer. Harry yawned, blinking sleepily, and slowly focused his eyes on the room. He was wrapped in the bunny costume, sitting in a strange chair in a place he didn't recognize. Then he saw Vanessa, now dressed as a security guard, and he saw Roxanne Wolf standing just a few steps away, watching him with cautious curiosity. For a moment, Harry froze. Uncertainty flickered in his eyes. The last thing he recalled was murder, fear, and then, a comforting embrace. He had Ed himself to sleep on a stranger's shoulder, wearing the costume of a killer. Confusion warred with relief in his mind. But then his gaze settled on Roxanne Wolf, the animatronic he had admired from afar. The one who decorated the walls of the Pizzaplex, the one whose image had inspired him to call himself Little Roxy, in his cupboard under the stairs. He remembered the times he whispered that name in the dark, imagining himself braver, cooler, stronger. Seeing her in person now, so close, was like seeing a hero step out of a dream. Harry's face lit up with childish excitement. All the horror of the night before seemed to fade into the background as his eyes shone. He wriggled out of the costume's folds, though he didn't let it go completely, and stumbled forward, arms outstretched, babbling excitedly. Roxanne, he squeaked, voice high and filled with wonder. It's you. You're real. Oh wow. I always liked you best. I used to pretend I was Little Roxy, in my cupboard under the stairs. Would whisper it to myself and pretend I was brave and strong and cool like you. He hopped from one foot to the other, looking incredibly tiny compared to the tall wolf animatronic. Roxanne raised her eyebrows, taken aback. She glanced at Vanessa, who looked equally surprised but also amused. Chica's beak dropped open slightly, Monty nearly laughed, and Freddy's eyes softened. Your cupboard under the stairs, Roxy repeated, puzzled. She knelt down, getting on his eye level. You lived in a cupboard. The idea sounded absurd to her. She was a machine programmed to understand human household setups. But a child living in a cupboard was beyond her comprehension. Harry nodded quickly, still overflowing with excitement to finally talk about something that mattered to him. Yes, my aunt and uncle kept me there. It was small and dark, but I used to imagine I was you, Roxanne. I would say, I'm Little Roxy. Because you're so cool. You have the best hair, and the coolest clothes. I wanted to be strong like you, not scared and hungry. Roxy's eyes widened, something like pity or understanding flashing through her AI core. She couldn't quite process the cruelty of locking a child in a cupboard. She had never been programmed for such an eventuality. She looked to Vanessa for explanation, but the security guard just shook her head sadly. Vanessa was touched by Harry's confession. After all he'd been through, he was still just a kid starstruck by his favorite character. It was heartbreaking and sweet all at once. She gave Roxy a small nod, encouraging her to respond kindly. Roxanne cleared her throat. Well, kid, she said, trying to sound as confident as her stage persona, that's really something. I'm flattered you like me that much. She managed a smile. But you shouldn't have had to live in a cupboard. That's not right. Harry's excitement faltered for a moment, sadness creeping back in. I know, he said softly. But it's all I had. I'm just Harry. He paused, glancing at the bunny costume. This is warm, he remarked, hugging the soft plush fabric. Is this okay? Vanessa stepped forward, speaking gently. Harry, that's mine. I used to wear it. But you can keep it if it makes you feel safe for now. She tried not to shudder at the memory of wearing that costume for a darker purpose. Perhaps letting Harry transform it into a source of comfort could redeem it somehow. Harry looked up at Vanessa, blinking. He didn't fully recognize her from earlier. He had fallen asleep while clinging to her in the costume. But he sensed kindness in her now, something gentle in her eyes. He nodded shyly. Thank you. The animatronics exchanged glances, bewildered at how quickly Harry's mood had changed from terror to excitement. But that was how children were. Resilient, capable of latching onto hope and wonder if given half a chance. Montgomery Gator cracked a grin. So you like Roxy, huh kid? He teased, trying to lighten the mood. What about me? I'm pretty cool too, right? Harry giggled softly, still clutching the costume. You're scary, he said honestly. But kinda cool. And Fredy and Chica too. I saw your pictures out front. Chica beamed. Ah, that's nice of you, little guy, she said, wiggling her shoulders in delight. Fredy nodded approvingly. We're glad to have you here, Harry. You're safe now. Harry's eyes darted around. He hadn't fully processed that he was indeed safe. Memories of the murdered children lingered on the edge of his mind, but he pushed them away. He had learned from a young age how to compartmentalize pain. Right now, he just wanted to bask in a moment of kindness and acceptance. Vanessa wondered if Harry remembered everything that transpired overnight. He seemed aware of what the Dursleys had done, but maybe too tired to dwell on it. She suspected he would have questions later, but for now, he was a child greeting heroes, finding joy where he could. She glanced at the corner of the room. Glitchtrap was invisible, lurking unseen but present. He had kept his promise not to appear before Harry. Vanessa was grateful for that. Harry didn't need more confusion right now. Harry settled on the floor, hugging the bunny costume. Can I stay with you? He asked softly, looking at Roxanne, then Fredy and the others. I don't have anywhere else to go. Vanessa's heart ached. The animatronics looked at one another. They were guardians by design, and here was a child with nowhere safe to turn. Whatever complexities lay ahead, wizards, curses, immortal spirits, they could at least agree on one thing. They couldn't abandon him. Roxanne put a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. Of course, she said. We'll figure something out. You won't be alone anymore. Harry's eyes shone with gratitude. With that reassurance, he relaxed, letting out a long sigh as if releasing years of pent-up tension. Outside, the world went on, hungry for breakfast and routines, but in this small security office, an unlikely family began to form, bound by secrets, guilt, redemption, and the simple, earnest love of a child who just wanted to be safe. Vanessa smiled through tears she didn't realize she was shedding. Whatever battles lay ahead, they would face them together. And for the first time in longer than she could remember, that thought gave her hope. My Patreon. Schedule of the 1st of September 2025. Neon Shadows of Fate. Crossover between FNAF and Harry Potter. Chapter 3 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 will be available on 9.1.2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5 and Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Beyond the Boundaries of Time. Crossover between Fallout and Harry Potter. Chapter 3 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5 and Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Crossover between Friday the 13th and Harry Potter. Chapter 3 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5 and Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Crossover between Helsing and Harry Potter. Chapter 3 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5 and Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Harry and the Wolf, fanfic you are familiar with. Chapter 5 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 6 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5 and Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science, fanfic you are familiar with. Chapter 5 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 6 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5 and Reader Plus S. Upward will cost you 10. A Single Step into Shadows One Shot will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 10 o'clock Central European Time and will be free on Patreon. It is now available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Here will be available between 1500 to 1600 Central European Time. Reader Plus will cost you 5 and Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Reader Plus support only fanfictions are listed here. QBE Sun Reborn. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10 fanfiction. Rescued by Tales. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10 fanfiction. Rescued by Lamia. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus S. Upward Reader Plus support will cost you 10 fanfiction. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10 fanfiction. Shinigami's Vacation. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10 fanfiction. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10 fanfiction. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10 fanfiction. Raised by Mew Reborn. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10 fanfiction. Fragile Hope. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10 fanfiction. Symphony of Machines. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus Sue. P-Port. Reader Plus support will cost you 10 fanfiction. Difference between Reader Plus and Reader Plus support. Chapter 3. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Five Nights at Freddy's. The morning sun had only begun its tentative approach beyond the Pizzaplex's neon facade, filtering pale light through dusty windows and illuminating the quiet security office where Harry, Vanessa, and the animatronics had found a fragile peace. The world outside began to stir, delivery trucks murmuring, distant traffic humming, but inside that office, a bubble of protective calm held steady. Harry, tired and small, found comfort in the company of these strange mechanical guardians and the woman who had shed her monstrous persona. Yet beyond this sanctuary, unseen and intangible, another presence stirred. William Aftonance, a living man, now a digital ghost called Glitchtrap, lingered just out of sight, watching over the boy he had recognized as his own grandson. He had promised no new torment this morning, no frightful appearances to shatter the calm. Instead, he had plans that required a journey. With the sunrise, William decided it was time to slip away. He had work to do elsewhere, family business. He needed to cross the Atlantic, so to speak. Although physical boundaries mattered little to him now. An ocean might separate England from America in the mortal world, but for a being like him, distance was more a matter of will and memory than of geography. The digital signals that wove through the Fazbear network ran deep, and where they ended, his persistent spirit could slip into other pathways, older memories of code and steel. He would travel along the flickering lines of electric impulses and digital echoes, jump from system to system, until he found what he sought. As he began to fade from the Pizzaplex's network, William reflected wryly on his next steps. He knew exactly where to go. He also knew exactly whom to find first. Michael Afton's eldest son. Dead, yes, but not gone. None of the Aftons were truly gone. They were scattered across America, tied to animatronic shells and old attractions hidden away by corporate subterfuge. He needed his family to understand what had happened to Lee. Lee and what future now lay in store for Harry. A pang of regret lanced through him as he drifted into the digital ether. Lily, his lost daughter, twin to Elizabeth. Her existence had been plucked from their memories by Dumbledore's machinations, reducing the family to a half-remembered puzzle missing its central piece. Now that he remembered Lily, the sharp ache of that absence twisted his heart. Lily had died, murdered by a wizard named Voldemort. Dumbledore, who had manipulated him, had made him forget her. The thought filled him with quiet fury. He wanted to snarl and scream and tear down all the illusions. But not here, not now. He needed a plan. As William's essence slipped deeper into unknown corridors of data, he pictured Michael. Michael who'd once been a boy with a mischievous streak. A rebellious nature that tested his father's patience. Michael who, at one point, thought it clever to borrow William's car and wallet for a joy ride with his teenage friends. The memory rose unbidden, an almost laughable fragment from a life now long lost. The nerve of that kid thinking he could just swipe his old man's car keys and be back before anyone noticed. William remembered the furious lecture that followed. How he ranted for an hour about responsibility, about consequences. That was before everything went wrong, before the nightmares, the deaths, the transformations. He could almost see himself now, wagging a finger at Michael, scolding him. Do you think money grows on trees? And whose idea was it to pick up those idiots and drive halfway across town? What if you'd crashed, boy? I'd have your head. But that was all so long ago. Now, what did it matter? He'd been turned into this glitching remnant of a murderer's soul. Michael had died too, had his organs scooped out by animatronics. The family's petty disputes over teenage stunts seemed so absurd compared to the horrors that befell them. Yet, for some reason, William fixated on that memory. Perhaps he needed a mundane anchor in this swirling chaos. Or maybe it was because Michael was the first one he intended to find. Reconnecting to his son, his damaged, immortal son would be a test of his own sincerity. He would not approach as a monster this time. He would be a father, broken and repentant, trying to piece together a shattered family. He followed threads of old code, each strand humming with faint energies, like veins in a vast digital body. The Fazbear network had grown over the years. New restaurants, old warehouses, hidden testing facilities. William vaguely remembered a place in Americaone of the old. Sites tied to Circus Baby's animatronics. That was Elizabeth's domain, or what was left of her. If he could find Elizabeth, Circus Baby, or even Ballora, his wife Clara, twisted into that elegant yet eerie animatronic dancer, he might trace a path to Michael. Usually, Michael lurked somewhere near them, or at least in a place they could reach. Over time, the Afton family had been drawn to each other, even in undeath. He drifted through circuits and data lines, passing ghostly impressions of old security logs and malfunction reports. He noted references to a location deep underground in Abandonment facility used to house Funtime animatronics. With a little effort, he could manifest there. He would appear as a ghostly glitch, visible to animatronics attuned to his presence. He concentrated, coalescing his energy, and emerged in a dimly lit corridor of metal plating and exposed wiring. The moment he took form, even intangible as he was, he sensed the stale air of the underground facility. Here the memory of his sins weighed heavier. This was where Elizabeth had been lost originally, drawn into Circus Baby's cold embrace. How many times had he replayed that tragedy in his head, even if he couldn't fully recall Lily until now? Elizabeth, he remembered, how curious she had been, how she'd approached Circus Baby's stage against his warnings, and paid the ultimate price. He floated forward, passing empty glass panels and silent machinery. The silence of the place was total, broken only by the distant hum of dormant generators. The Funtime animatronics were here, somewhere. Circus Baby would be with them, and Ballora, too. Their motherly figure dancing in empty halls. He moved along, guided by old familiarity. Soon enough, he found a chamber where Circus Baby stood motionless. Her bright red pigtails, cherubic face, and painted smile were eerie in the half-light. Despite himself, William felt a pang. Elizabeth was in there, part of that machine, trapped in eternal animatronic existence. It broke his heart anew. He drifted closer, letting a flicker of his presence push into her awareness. Circus Baby's eyes snapped open, glowing a fierce green. She scanned the room, her face cracking into a frown. Who's there? Her voice echoed, layered with artificial cheer gone stale. I detect an anomaly. William cleared his throat, or at least made a sound that passed for it in this ghostly form. Elizabeth, he said softly, voice laden with regret. It's me, your father. The animatronic stiffened, motors whining. Father. Father is gone. Father abandoned us. Father created us and left us to rot. Circus Baby's voice was harsh, accusatory. A spark of rage lit her eyes. You dare to return now? William recoiled, though he had no body to move. He let out a sigh. I know I don't deserve kindness. I know I failed you and everyone else. But please, let me speak. There are things you do not remember, Elizabeth. Things about your sister. Circus Baby's head tilted sharply, mechanical joints creaking. Sister. A harsh, static-laced laugh. You mean me? I am my own sister now. Or do you speak of the crying child, Evan, or Michael? They still linger in their forms, you know. William felt the old frustrations bubble up. They didn't remember Lily Dumbledore's curse had seen to that. No, Elizabeth. Your twin. Lily. Afton. He said the name slowly, enunciating every syllable. He watched, carefully to see if it sparked any recognition. Nothing. Only a flicker of static in the animatronic's eyes, as if the name struggled to find purchase in corrupted memories. Circus Baby twitched. Lily. I don't recall Lily. What trick is this? Her voice rose, and a hidden claw extended slightly from her torso, a menacing gesture. I'm not here to fight, William said calmly. But I can prove it if you let me. I need Michael. I know he's out there, drifting between shells. Where's Ballora, your mother? And Evan. I must gather all of you. Elizabeth snorted, the mechanical equivalent of scorn. Mother dances endlessly in the gallery, father. Evan is lost in Golden Freddy's shell, wandering through dreams and darkness. Michael. Here she paused, a hint of uncertainty. Michael moves between places. Sometimes he guards old ruins. Sometimes he roams the empty restaurants by night. He is restless, as always. William couldn't help a bitter smile. Michael restless. That fit perfectly. Even in undeath, his boy couldn't sit still. I need to speak with all of you. This is important, Elizabeth. It's about a grandson you didn't know you had. My grandson, Lily's son. He's alive, and he's in England right now. Circus Baby's eyes narrowed. A child, alive. She seemed intrigued, though skeptical. You spin a strange tale, father. But suppose I entertain it. How are we to believe any of this? You reappear after all this time, babbling about a sister we do not recall, and a grandchild. William felt the pang of guilt again. He understood their distrust. I'm aware how it sounds, he said quietly. But Lily was taken from us and erased from your memories by a wizard named Dumbledore. He manipulated me, twisted my mind into this. He gestured at his intangible form. Her child, Harry, ended up neglected, abused, and alone. Only by seeing him did I remember Lily. He broke through the block in my mind. Now I'm free of that immediate corruption, and I want to set things right. Circus Baby stood still, processing. The tension in the air buzzed like a live wire. After a long silence, she said, if this is true, we need proof. She stepped forward, her mechanica. Eyes attempting to scan William's form. Show me an image of Lily, father. Or Harry, something from your memory. William hesitated. Memories were tricky. He was more phantom than human. But he tried to recall Lily's face, her laughter. The way she'd hold his hand. He focused on the shape of her eyes, identical to Elizabeth's. He thought of Lily's smile, the bow in her hair. If he could project even a fragment of that memory. A soft glow emanated from William's spectral outline. Faint, like a hologram etched in static, an image flickered before Circus Baby. A small girl with auburn hair and kind eyes, standing next to Elizabeth. Both holding hands and smiling. In that brief image, they appeared identical except for subtle differences in their clothing twins. The image wavered and faded almost immediately, leaving Circus Baby reaching out as if to grasp it. Elizabeth's animatronic form shuddered. We were too. I remember something. Static popped in her voice. Why can't I remember her name? Tears would have fallen from William's eyes if he still had the capacity. Dumbledore's doing. He erased her from your minds. But now, cracks are forming. I need your help, Elizabeth. We must gather Michael, Ballora, and even Evan. Once you understand fully, we can plan how to protect Harry. At the mention of Evan, Circus Baby stiffened again. Evan is unstable. He drifts in Golden Freddy, lost in nightmares. Michael tries to guide him sometimes, but they are fractured souls. William nodded. His family was shattered into pieces. Getting them all together wouldn't be easy. Show me the way to Michael, he said. I must speak to him next. He was always the most grounded of you after he died, ironically enough. He managed to keep a semblance of his old personality. Elizabeth hesitated. Michael was last seen near a closed-down Fredy. Fazbear's location. An old warehouse outside Hurricane, Utah. He likes to rummage through memories there. She gestured vaguely. Quote, you might find him if you follow the old signal lines. But be careful, his temper is short. These days, he doesn't trust appearances of you. William managed a rueful chuckle. He never did quite trust me after everything, did he? He remembered how Michael had once tried to fix the family's mistakes, exploring dangerous locations and facing terrible animatronics to set souls free. Michael had always tried to be the hero in the end. I'll be careful. Thank you, Elizabeth. Circus Baby's eyes flickered. If you find him, tell him what you told me. And bring proof. I want to remember my sister. I want to know why I feel this ache in my core when you say, Lily. William drifted back, preparing to depart. I will, he promised. Stay here. I will return. With that, he vanished into the digital darkness, leaving Circus Baby alone with her confusion. Now he had a direction. Utah. Old warehouses. He must find Michael. In life, he might have caught a plane, crossed the ocean physically, and rented a car. Now he traveled at the speed of thought, slipping through secret lines. The pond was no obstacle. He simply willed himself into the networks that spanned continents, cables under the ocean floor. Signals bouncing off satellites. Wherever Fazbear Entertainment had extended its influence, he could follow. As he traveled, he mused on his plan to confront Michael. This would not be easy. Michael had always resisted him, especially after learning of his father's crimes. But William was different now, or at least he wanted to be. For Harry's sake, for Lily's memory, he had to be. He tried to recall more details about Lily. He remembered her favorite toy, a plush bunny he had once given her. Ironic, given his eventual association with a bunny suit. Lily had been gentle, compassionate, often acting as the peacekeeper between Elizabeth and Evan when they bickered. She'd adored Michael, following him around with wide, trusting eyes. Had Michael taken her for rides in his father's car? Possibly, but those memories were hazy, lost in the swirl of mental tampering. The car incident rose again in his mind. Why was he so fixated on that silly memory now? Maybe because it represented a time before all this madness. A time when William was simply a father scolding a teenage son for reckless behavior. Now he would give anything to return to that kind of problema-stolen car and a night joy rider than dealing with murder, souls trapped in metal shells, and memory-erasing wizards. Still, he couldn't help but let a ghostly chuckle escape at the memory of Michael's terrified face when he got caught. William had roared at him that night, something about how no son of his would treat his property with such disrespect. He'd threatened to ground Michael for life, remove every privilege, and maybe even sell that damned car rather than let him near it again. Those human worries were so small compared to what they faced now, but remembering them made William feel more real, more fatherly, and perhaps more capable of reaching Michael on a personal level. He wasn't just the monster who built deadly animatronics, he was also the father who had once cared about normal parenting issues. He emerged at last into a dusty old warehouse, the air thick with neglect. Rusted shelves lined the walls, and old Fazbear crates lay scattered about. It must have been a storage space for animatronic parts and old props. Dim light filtered in through cracked windows, illuminating particles of dust dancing in the air. William focused on sensing Michael's presence. His son didn't have a normal body. Michael had died and then kept living, powered by something beyond death, an amalgam of remnant and willpower. He could appear human-like, or merge with animatronics, or simply drift like a phantom of his own. William attuned himself to the lingering energies. He felt Ida's subtle aura of regret and longing, of determination worn thin by years. That was Michael's signature. Following it, William drifted between stacks of crates and toppled stands until he spotted a figure sitting on a wooden crate in a dim corner. At first glance, it looked like a man in a rumpled security uniform. Michel's chosen appearance, but with pale skin and hollow eyes that glowed faintly in the dark. Michael didn't react at first, as if lost in thought. William approached slowly. "Michael," he said softly. Michael's head snapped up, his eyes narrowed, and he rose to his feet. "You," he spat, voice cold. "What brings you here, father? Or should I say, Glitchtrap?" William grimaced. He deserved that. "Michael, I need to talk to you. Something's happened. I've remembered things, important things." Michael stepped forward, fists clenched. He radiated anger and hurt. "After all these decades, now you want to talk?" He laughed bitterly. "We have nothing left to say. You did this to us. You created these monsters. You killed those children. You made me into this." He gestured to his unnatural form. "I know. I won't deny my sins," William said quietly. "But this is bigger than us, Michael. It's about your sister, Lily." Michael froze, confusion flickering across his features. Sister. He counted in his mind. Elizabeth, Evan. Who else? He stared at his father, struggling to recall another name. It was like trying to remember a dream that vanished at daybreak. "Yes, Lily," William pressed. "Your twin sister. Elizabeth's twin. You loved her. You used to hold her hand when crossing the street. You teased her gently but protected her from bullies. She adored you, Michael." Michael pressed his fingers to his temples as if experiencing a migraine. I don't remember any Lily." His voice trembled slightly. "What trick is this?" William sighed. "No trick. She was taken from us when she was 5. A wizard, Dumbledore, erased her from your memories. He manipulated me and turned me into the monster you know. Lily died years ago, killed by another wizard, Voldemort. But Lily had a child, Harry. He's alive, Michael. He's your nephew." The warehouse seemed to grow colder. Michael stared, at a loss for words. After a long silence, he managed, "A nephew. Lily. This sounds insane. Wizards. Memory spells." He shook his head violently, as if trying to cast out nonsense. "You expect me to believe any of this?" William lifted a ghostly hand in a placating gesture. "I showed Elizabeth an image, faint, but real. I can try to show you as well. Focus on my voice, on the memories you do have. Remember a time when Elizabeth was very young. She used to have matching dresses with someone. You always teased, the twins. That's what you called them. Remember calling them, the twins?" Michael's face contorted in concentration. He reached into the fog of his memories. Yes, he remembered calling Elizabeth, Lizzie, or Liz. And something about twins. The thought caused a jarring pain in his mind, as if something fought to remain hidden. William summoned the same faint holographic projection. Focusing hard on a family scene. A sunny backyard, Michael pushing 2 identical girls on a swing set, Elizabeth and Lily. Both giggling, their voices bright. Michael's younger self smiling fondly, promising them treats if they behaved. The image flickered in the dusty air before them. Michael gasped, hand flying to his mouth. He staggered, as if punched in the gut by a memory. "I see them. 2 girls, not one. Why can't I remember her name?" He grit his teeth. Lily. God, I can almost remember her. Tears, if they could form, would have. Instead, Michael shivered, a strange rattling sound escaping his throat. "What did that wizard do to us? Why would someone erase Lily from my mind?" William moved closer, trying to radiate comfort instead of menace. "Because Lily was special. I don't know all the details yet, but I know. Dumbledore wanted control. He took her, altered my mind, and set events in motion that destroyed our family. Without Lily's memory, we were weaker, more vulnerable to corruption and despair." Michael shook his head, anger rising anew. "You speak of corruption as if it just happened to you. But you built those twisted machines. You killed children." "I know," William said softly. "I was already on a dark path. But trust me, it got worse after Lily was taken. I became a monster, disconnected from my own humanity. Perhaps if Lily had been with us, things would have ended differently. I'm not excusing myself, Michael. I'm just telling you what I know. They stood in silence, father and son, surrounded by crates of forgotten animatronic parts. A beam of morning light filtered through the broken roof, illuminating dust motes between them. The moment felt surreal too. Ghosts wrestling with truths that seemed impossible. Michael's posture relaxed slightly. So, Harry, Lily's son, is alive. Where is he? In England, at a Freddy Fazbear's Mega Pizzaplex, William explained. I found him last night. He's a child who suffered terribly under relatives called the Dursleys. The boy is fragile, kind, and he reminded me of Lily. Just seeing him let me remember her. I want to protect him, Michael. I want to bring him into our family, what remains of it. Michael let out a bitter chuckle. Our family. What's left, indeed. We're all scattered, half of us are animatronics, and you're a digital ghost. How do we become a family again? William lowered his head. By remembering Lily and acknowledging Harry. By standing together against whoever might come for him, Dumbledore, Voldemort, or any other threat. We can't undo our past sins, Michael. But we can try to save this child. The younger Afton was quiet for a long time. Eventually, he sighed. Elizabeth and Evan should be told. And mother too, Ballora. He paused, voice thick with pain at calling his mother by that animatronic name. We need them all. And what about you, father? Will you vanish again? Will you manipulate us? William shook his head vehemently. No, I'm done with manipulation. I know I have no right to ask for trust, but I beg for a chance to prove I'm sincere. Harry needs us. He knows nothing of the wizarding world, nothing of Lily. He's a little boy who's been hurt too much. Michael's stance softened further. He looked at the dusty floor, remembering how he once tried to make things right by freeing trapped souls in animatronics, how he tried to undo the damage done by his father. Now, another Victima family member needed help. Could he refuse? No, I guess not, Michael said quietly. If he's family, if he's Lily's child, I can't turn my back. Not again. Tell me what to do. William allowed himself a faint smile. First, we must gather everyone. Elizabeth knows something is wrong now, and I've told her I'd return with proof. I must also reach Ballora and Evan. Once you're all aware of Lily, maybe the spell will weaken and you'll remember more clearly. Then we can decide how to help Harry. Michael nodded slowly. I have ways of reaching Evan. Golden Freddy's presence is tied to old memories of the original pizzerias. I can try to summon him by visiting one of those old locations. As for Mother, she should still be with Elizabeth. She rarely strays far from that underground location. Good, William said. I'll return to Elizabeth and explain what we've learned. Meanwhile, you reach out to Evan. Once we've all spoken, we can plan. Though I'm not sure exactly how we confront a wizard like Dumbledore. Or what the wizarding world will do if they learn we know. Michael ran a hand through his hair, which didn't move like normal hair. More like a manifestation of what he remembered hair to be. It's bizarre, father. Wizards, memory spells. We were just an ordinary family once. Now we're dealing with something out of a storybook. Yes, William agreed softly. It is bizarre, but we have Harry, a link to Lily, and a chance to set something right. That might be the only redemption I have left. Michael looked at his father, searching for deceit. He found none, only regret and determination. All right, he said. I'll try. For Lily, for Harry. They shared a long look. There were no embraces, no declarations of forgiveness. Just a silent understanding that, despite everything, they still shared a bond. The past was too heavy to ignore, but maybe, just maybe, they could try to move forward. Before I go, William said, struggling for a lighter tone. I recall you once took my car without permission. Teenage idiocy, I believe. Michael stared, astonished by the sudden shift. Really, you bring that up now? A ghost of a chuckle escaped William. I remember standing in the driveway, raging about how you'd taken my wallet, too. You and your friends thought it was hilarious, didn't you? I was furious. Michael snorted. You sure did blow a gasket over that. I remember thinking you were overreacting. Now, compared to all this, it seems so trivial. It does, William agreed softly. But maybe we can hold on to those trivial memories. They remind us that we were once human, once just a normal family dealing with normal problems. Michael nodded, a small smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. I suppose you're right. Maybe focusing on a memory like that could help me remember Lily more clearly. Did she ever ride in that car with us? William closed his eyes, trying to recall. I think so. You once snuck out, late at night, took Lily and Elizabeth to see a movie you were too young to attend. I caught you when you returned, but Lily said it was all her idea to protect you. I was so confused I didn't know whom to scold. Michael frowned, trying to remember that escapade. He glimpsed a feeling of it, a warm night, two little girls giggling in the back seat, popcorn smell lingering, a movie marquee, laughter. His chest tightened, a phantom ache. I think I can almost see it, he whispered. That's good, William said gently. We'll get there. I must go now. Elizabeth awaits. Once I've spoken to her, we'll find Ballora and Evan. Then we'll make a plan to help Harry. Michael stood tall. I'll do my part. Just don't vanish forever again, Father. William bowed his head. I won't. Not this time. In the next moment, William's presence dissolved, leaving Michael alone in the dusty warehouse. The younger Afton stood, pondering this new reality. He had a nephew, Harry, a boy in England he needed protecting, and Lily, a sister he should have known. Determination hardened in Michael's heart. He would help. He would not abandon Harry. He couldn't change the past, but maybe he could help shape a better future for this unknown nephew. William sailed back through digital channels, returning to the underground facility. He found Circus Baby pacing restlessly, her mechanical joints squeaking softly. The moment he appeared, she turned to face him. Well, she demanded. Did Michael believe you? William nodded. He's starting to. I showed him memories. He's going to contact Evan. We need Ballora too. Once everyone remembers Lily, we can form a proper plan. Circus Baby's eyes dimmed slightly. I still can't recall her properly. Just vague emotions. She paused, claws retracting into her torso. But I trust you're not lying. That image you showed me, it shook something loose. I want to remember fully, Father. I want to know what was stolen from us. You will, William promised. I need you to lead me to Ballora. I must speak with her as well. Circus Baby nodded. Follow me. She dances in the gallery beyond these halls. Evan might be trickier. Michael will handle that. Come. They traversed silent corridors lit by flickering bulbs. Soon they reached a large chamber where Ballora stood, frozen in an elegant pose. A music box tune drifted faintly in the stale air. Ballora was designed as a graceful ballerina animatronic, her eyes always closed, spinning slowly as if lost in a private waltz. Clara's spirit resided within, the mother's presence twisted but still gentle at heart. Mother, Circus Baby called softly, voice almost reverent. Father is here. He has news. Ballora's head tilted fractionally, gears clicking. William, she said, voice melodic and distant. You dare return. William expected anger, but her tone was more weary than furious. Clara, he said, voice cracking slightly. I must speak with you about our daughter, Lily. Ballora's spinning slowed. Daughter, we have, Elizabeth, and Evan, and Michael. Lily, her voice trembled on the unfamiliar name. Yes, William said softly. We had Lily, a twin to Elizabeth. She was taken from us. Erased from your memories by a wizard. I've come to restore that memory and tell you about Harry, her son. Ballora made a soft sound, almost a gasp, as her dance slowed to a stop. She reached out with a delicate hand, as though feeling for something unseen. Lily, that name, it brings me pain. Why? William stepped closer. Because Lily was our child, stolen away, and we were made to forget. I know this hurts, but I must make you remember. She mattered. She still matters. The animatronic ballerina trembled. Show me, she pleaded in a whispery voice. Show me my child. Once more, William concentrated, producing the holographic memory of the family. Lily and Elizabeth holding hands, Michael standing protectively beside them, Evan clinging to Clara's skirt, and William smiling from behind the camera. A perfect family moment, before darkness fell. The image flickered in the half-light. Ballora let out a mechanical sob, an eerie sound like grinding gears. I see her. I see my daughter. How could I have forgotten her face? She swayed, and Circus Baby reached out to steady her. It was magic, Mother, Circus Baby said, voice bitter. Our memories were tampered with. But Father wants us to remember and to help Lily's child, Harry. Ballora composed herself, though tears would not fall from those unmoving eyes. Harry, Lily's child, her voice took on a note of wonder. That means, we have a grandson. Where is he? In England, William explained. I found him by chance. He's in a Pizzaplex, protected by some animatronics and a guard named Vanessa. He has suffered greatly, but we can help him now. I need all of us, Michael, Elizabeth, Evan, and Udo come together. We must remember Lily and reclaim our strength. Then we decide how to protect Harry from Dumbledore and any other threat. Ballora nodded. For Lily's sake, and for that poor child, I will help. What must we do? Michael is contacting Evan, William said. Once Evan recalls Lily, or at least suspects her existence, the memory spell might weaken further. The more we acknowledge Lily, the more cracks form in Dumbledore's enchantment. I'll return to Harry soon and find a way to bring him here, or ensure he's safe. Eventually, we might face wizards, though I still don't know how. Circus Baby crossed her arms. Wizards, Father, are we truly dealing with magic now? We have faced ghosts, curses, and remnant, but wizards? William chuckled humorlessly. Yes, apparently the world is larger and stranger than we knew. Lily was caught up in it. But we have something on our side. We are not normal humans anymore. Nor simple machines. We exist at the crossroads of science and the supernatural. If we stand together, we might stand a chance. Ballora's voice turned gentle, maternal. We will do it for Harry. He is innocent in this. He deserves a family that remembers and loves him. Hearing her speak so tenderly about Harry warmed William's hollow heart. Lily would have wanted Fisher Family United to protect her child. He pictured Lily's shy smile again, the way she used to tug at his sleeve and ask if they could have a picnic in the yard. He'd taken that innocence for granted, never dreaming it would be stolen away by forces beyond his understanding. I will return to Harry soon, William said, but first, I must ensure Evan knows. Michael is working on that. Once we're all aware of Lily, I will come back and we'll plan together. For now, keep this memory safe. Do not let it slip away. Ballora nodded gracefully, returning to a slow, deliberate pose. We will hold on to it, William. Go, help our grandson. Circus Baby stood beside Ballora, looking thoughtful. We'll be here, waiting. Bring news when you can. William nodded. He was tempted to say more, to apologize for everything. But words felt insufficient. He vanished again, leaving them to digest the truth. This was enough progress for one day. Traversing the network once more, William headed back toward the Pizzaplex in England. He had left Harry and Vanessa there with the animatronics. He sensed no immediate danger around them. Vanessa's newfound resolve and the animatronics' protectiveness would keep Harry safe for now. Still, he wanted to be nearby, to reassure himself that Harry was well. He couldn't appear before Harry yet. The child was fragile and didn't need the shock of meeting a glitchy ghost claiming to be his grandfather. But William could watch from the shadows, ensuring no harm came to the boy. As he traveled, he mused on what came next. Once the family remembered Lily, they would need to consider how to deal with the wizarding world. Harry was a wizard too, presumably, though he knew nothing of it. Dumbledore might not let Harry slip away so easily. Voldemort was dead, supposedly. But William remembered the name spat out in hatred. He would need more information Vanessa and the animatronics could research, or maybe he could glean data from somewhere else. He also wondered if the Aftons could harness their unique nature against wizards. They were bound by remnant and curses, half phantoms themselves. Magic might meet its match in their strange existence. They would need cunning and solidarity, which meant healing old wounds. That might be the hardest part, healing the wounds in this broken family. But at least they had a reason now. Lily's memory and Harry's survival provided a motive stronger than guilt or revenge. This was about love, about protecting something precious. For the first time in a very, very long time, William felt a spark of purpose that wasn't twisted or evil. It wasn't about feeding his darker impulses, but about nurturing something good. As he re-emerged within the Pizzaplex's systems, he caught glimpses of Vanessa leading Harry around, showing him the attractions, explaining that the animatronics were his friends. Roxanne Wolf knelt to talk to him, Glamrock Fredy offered a friendly handshake, Chica tried to make him laugh, and Monty, though gruff, managed a smile. Harry looked happier than William had ever expected, pointing at Roxanne excitedly and babbling about being little Roxy in his cupboard. The child's delight warmed William's heart like a distant sun. He would protect that innocence, no matter what. If Dumbledore dared to come for Harry again, he would face the wrath not just of William Afton, but of a family awakened to truths long suppressed. Let him try. For now, William would observe quietly. Soon enough, Michael and Evan would come around. Elizabeth and Ballora were already on the path. The Aftons would unite, and they would not be puppets this time. They would be a family. Lily might be gone, but her legacy lived on in Harry, and that would be enough to bring them all together. Standing unseen in the shadows of the Pizzaplex's digital realm, William watched Harry laugh at something silly Monty did. He smiled to himself. He had crossed oceans in an instant, reignited old memories, and begun a fragile reconciliation. It was a start. For Lily, for Harry, and for the family he had once destroyed, he would do better. Quietly, William began planning his next moves. Once everyone remembered Lily clearly, he could reveal himself more openly. He would help Harry understand his heritage, protect him from Dumbledore's schemes. He'd show them that even a monster like him could change course. As Harry's laughter echoed through the halls, William vanished back into the code, content that he had taken the first steps on a long, difficult road. The morning stretched into day, and somewhere across the Atlantic, Michael searched for Evan. Elizabeth and Ballora remembered flickers of Lily's face, and a new chapter in the Afton family's story began to unfold. My Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Harry Potter FNAF. Chapter 5 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5, Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Beyond The Boundaries of Time. Harry Potter Fallout. Chapter 5 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5, Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Harry Potter Friday the 13th crossover. Chapter 5 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5, Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Harry Potter Helsing. Chapter 5 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 15:00 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5, Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Harry and the Wolf. Gamer Harry Potter O. Chapter 7 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5, Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Naruto Portal. Chapter 7 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you $5, Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Metamorphosis. The Legacy Within. Harry Potter Ben 10 One Shot. Reader One Shot will cost you $3, Reader Plus will cost you $5, Reader Plus support will cost you $10. On these fanfics below you will need Reader Plus support which will cost you $10. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Rescued by Lamia Harry Potter, Monster Masumi. Everyday Life with Monster Girls. Chapt. R1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter, Looney Tunes. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Shinigami's Vacation. Bleach, Naruto. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter O. Alive Potters, Sibling Potter. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter, One Piece. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter, Pokemon. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter, Jigsaw. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter, Phania. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter, Poppy Playtime. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus S. Upward. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter, Coraline. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus sup. Port. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter O. Second Year. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Ch. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Worlds Unbound Magic. Harry Potter O. Multi-Fandom, Crossover, Future O. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter, Percy Jackson. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Chapter 4. Discly. I Don't Own Harry Potter or Five Nights at Freddy's. It was the 7th of April, 1988, a crisp spring morning outside in the world beyond neon lights and animatronic laughter. Within Freddy Fazbear's Mega Pizzaplex, however, time seemed to slow into a gentle, dreamlike lull. A week had passed since that dreadful, fateful night when Harry had been abandoned by his relatives, stumbled into horror, and then into surprising safety. In these few days, his life had turned upside down once more, this time, for the better. What had once been fear and chaos had transformed into something pure and bright. For the first time he could recall, Harry felt as if he were in heaven, or what he imagined heaven might be, a place of warmth, laughter, hugs, and gentle voices. He woke up in the security office, yawning softly. The chair he had fallen asleep in was much too big, and Vanessa sitting nearby had draped a spare blanket over him during the night. He still wore the oversized bunny costume he'd grown so fond of, though he'd wiggled out of part of it in his sleep. It was comically large, a patchwork of white fabric and pink paw pads that engulfed his small frame. He had spent the last week toddling around the Pizzaplex dressed in it. If it wasn't fully on, he dragged it around like a beloved blanket, refusing to set it aside. At first, it had startled everyone who knew what that costume had been used for. But now, seeing Harry beam with delight at wearing it, seeing how it brought him comfort, they found it impossible to resent the outfit. Instead, they embraced his new habit, letting the costume's dark past fade beneath the brightness of Harry's innocent joy. Vanessa was at the desk, half awake, sipping cold coffee. She turned to see Harry stir and smiled. He had gained a little color in his cheeks over the past week, having eaten more and better than ever before. His once hollow eyes shone with a spark of mischief and curiosity now. He slept better too, especially curled up in that bunny suit, as if its padding formed a cocoon of safety. "Morning, sleepyhead," Vanessa said softly, her voice kinder than Harry had ever heard from an adult before this week. She remembered that first terrible night, how his eyes had held resignation, as if he expected nothing but cruelty from the world. Now those green eyes looked at her with shy trust and fondness. Harry rubbed his face, yawning. "Morning, Nessa," he said softly, the bunny ear of the costume flopping over his forehead. He giggled, pushing it aside. He still got easily embarrassed by attention, but he liked Vanessa. He liked that she scolded him gently when he tried to climb too high on a display or run off too fast into the crowd. He liked that she never yelled at him in anger, only concern. It felt strange, but good, to have an adult care about his safety without cruelty. He sat up slowly, pulling the bunny suit around him so that his arms poked through the oversized sleeves. Standing was always a bit of an adventure in that suit. He toddled, waddled, and stumbled until he got his footing. But he never complained. He liked how it felt like a secret hideout he carried with him. The other animatronics often teased him affectionately about how he could disappear into its folds. Vanessa stood and stretched, then offered her hand to Harry. "Shall we find some breakfast, kiddo?" she asked. Over the past week, a comfortable routine had formed. In the early morning, before the Pizzaplex opened to the public at full capacity, Harry and Vanessa would share a quiet meal. Sometimes it was a proper breakfast from the staff kitchen: scrambled eggs, toast, and fruit. Other times, it was leftover pizza. Harry loved it all. After years of barely enough food to survive, the variety here felt luxurious. Harry nodded eagerly, slipping one small hand into Vanessa's. The costume dragged behind him like a train, its bunny head flopping at his side. He didn't care. The floor was kept very clean, and no one complained. If anything, the custodial staff bots seemed to take pride in keeping the floor spotless so their tiny bunny prince could toddle about safely. As they headed out of the security office, Roxanne Wolf appeared in the corridor. The sleek, punk-styled animatronic greeted them with a grin and a flick of her tail. "Well, look who's awake," she teased. "Did the little bunny prince sleep well?" Harry giggled and shuffled closer to Roxanne, hiding his face behind Vanessa's leg for a moment. He had become more outgoing, but still shy. Enough that compliments could make him blush. The animatronics adored him. Even Montgomery Gator, who tried to maintain a tough guy facade, had softened under Harry's quiet admiration. Glamrock Fredy treated Harry like a cherished little guest, while Glamrock Chica fussed over him, offering treats and wanting to hear him laugh. Roxanne leaned down. "Come on, honey, I'm not scary," she said. Harry peeked at her from behind Vanessa, the bunny ear flopping over his nose this time. He giggled again, stepping forward a bit. "You look pretty today, Roxy," he said shyly. He was learning how to give compliments, something he'd never dared to do before. It felt safe here. Roxanne chuckled, preening slightly. "Pretty? Why, thank you. I do my best." She winked at Vanessa, who rolled her eyes with a smile. The playful banter between them had become as much a part of the morning routine as breakfast. Together, they made their way to the staff lounge, where Vanessa prepared a simple meal for Harry. The animatronics didn't need to eat, of course, but they often stood by, engaging Harry in conversation or planning the day's events. Although the Pizzaplex wasn't at full capacity at such an early hour, a small handful of employees and early visitors trickled in. So, Me recognized Harry's unusual little child who toddled around in a giant bunny costume. He had become something of a local celebrity in the past week, charming everyone with his shy smiles and gentle voice. As Harry ate his scrambled eggs, he listened to Vanessa and Roxanne talk quietly. Vanessa was discussing some paperwork with Roxanne, something about inventory and event schedules. Harry didn't understand much of it, but he liked the sound of their voices. He savored the warm food, the absence of fear, the knowledge that if he spilled a bit of egg on the table, no one would slap him or scream at him. Vanessa would just wipe it up with a patient sigh. After breakfast, Harry hopped down from his chair, still tangled in the bunny costume. He gave Vanessa a small smile. "Thank you," he said, remembering his manners. He always said thank you. Now it seemed so important to show gratitude for these wonderful things he'd never had before. "Want to explore?" Vanessa asked, leaning down to adjust the costume's collar so it wouldn't slip over his face. "The Pizzaplex opens to the main crowd in about an hour. We can go say hi to Fredy or Monty first." Harry nodded, excited. He loved visiting different parts of the Pizzaplex. Monty's Gator Golf, Roxy's Raceway, and the theater where Fredy sometimes performed for the children. Over the last week, he'd even begun joining the animatronics on small shows. Not real performance, she was too shy for that, but he'd peek out from behind curtains wearing his bunny costume, and other children would squeal in delight. Parents cooed at how adorable he looked. Harry, blushing bright red, would hide behind Vanessa or Roxanne's legs after such attention, but a small, pleased smile always played at his lips afterward. He liked making people happy. He liked being seen as cute and funny instead of strange and unwanted. They walked together through the quiet halls, passing posters of the glam rock band, and Harry reflected on how much had changed. Just a week ago, he had been terrified of Vanny's identity behind the costume he now adored. He had witnessed terrible things. The memory made him shiver slightly, but whenever it threatened to overwhelm him, the comforting presence of Vanessa and the animatronics chased the darkness away. He couldn't erase what he'd seen, but it felt like it belonged to another life. This was his life now, a place with gentle scoldings instead of screams, where a stern voice from Vanessa meant, "Don't climb that, you might fall," rather than, "Shut up, boy, or else." Roxanne's shoulder brushed lightly against the costume's trailing fabric as she looked down at him. "Hey, kiddo, any plans to charm the audience today?" Fredy mentioned a small group of children is coming for a birthday party around noon. Harry ducked his head, cheeks warming. Maybe," he said. He loved it when other kids smiled at him, though he was still shy. He might try waving at them from the edge of the stage, or maybe dancing clumsily in his oversized bunny suit so they would laugh. The laughter of happy children gave him a warm feeling in his chest, like sipping hot cocoa on a cold day. Chica soon joined them, humming softly as she rolled by with a pushcart of props. "Mornin', everyone," she chirped. Her purple eyes took in Harry's sleepy smile and the way he tugged on Vanessa's pant leg. "Harry, sweetie, I got something for you." She reached into a box and pulled out a small headband with plush bunny ears much smaller than the giant costume's ears. "Look, these might fit under your big bunny head, or you can wear them separately so you don't trip over the big ears all the time." Harry's eyes widened. He hesitated, then looked at Vanessa for permission. Vanessa nodded, amused. "Go ahead, Harry." Chica knelt, gently lacing the headband on Harry's messy dark hair. The plush ears wiggled slightly as he moved his head. He giggled, reaching up to touch them. They were soft, and the headband fit snugly without hurting. Now he had double bunny ears, the huge costume ones and these smaller ones perched on his head. He looked ridiculous and adorable at once. Roxanne smirked. "Now that's style. You're going to outshine me if you keep this up, kid." Harry blushed and shuffled his feet. I just like bunnies," he whispered shyly. He did like bunnies now. The costume had become a symbol of safety and comfort. Somehow, it had been transformed by his innocence and the love surrounding him. Where once it was associated with terror, now people saw it as an oversized plush toy that Harry inhabited. It was a quiet form of healing for the animatronics. For Vanessa, even for Harry himself. They wandered down to Monty's Gator Golf to say good morning to Montgomery Gator. He was tinkering with a prop golf club at the entrance, pretending to look tough and unapproachable. But when he saw Harry toddle in, he gave a big grin. "Yo, kid, ready to putt some balls around later?" Harry smiled shyly. He had tried mini golf a few days ago and wasn't very good at it, but Monty had promised to help him practice. "Why yes, maybe later, Monty," Harry said softly. Monty winked. "I'll be waiting. Just remember, no cheating by ding balls in that giant costume of yours." Harry giggled. He wouldn't dream of cheating. He was just happy Monty invited him. He liked feeling included, wanted. The animatronics could have ignored him, but instead, they made him feel part of their world. He might never have had a family like this, but this made him feel as if he belonged. Sometimes he remembered, in a distant, hazy way, that he was supposed to have actual relatives, an aunt and uncle, but they seemed like characters from a bad dream. Here, he could shape a new sense of family. Soon, more staff arrived, turning on arcade machines and lights. The Pizzaplex began to hum with preparation for the day's guests. Vanessa watched Harry carefully, wondering at how quickly he adapted. She recalled how on the first morning after the horrors, Harry had flinched at every sudden movement, barely spoken above a whisper, and refused to let go of her hand. Now he ventured a few steps away, grinned at jokes, even talked to strangers shyly, but still. He was still timid. But the difference was remarkable. A small voice in Vanessa's mind wondered what would happen when the outside world intruded again. What if someone came looking for Harry? He had no proper guardians now. No official records that placed him here. But she pushed these worries aside. For now, she'd protect him. The animatronics would protect him. Whoever had abandoned him here hadn't come back. And no police inquiries had popped up so far. Perhaps fate had handed Harry over to them. She would not question the gift too harshly yet. About an hour after opening, small groups of families strolled into the atrium. The place filled with warm chatter, playful screams of excitement, and the pleasant jingle of arcade machines. Harry watched from behind a decorative pillar, peering out from under his bunny headband. Roxanne nudged him gently. "Go on, say hello. They already love you." Harry took a deep breath and stepped into view. He was wearing the Vanny costume's main bodysuit, much too big. Sleeves dangling, and the head part draped over his shoulders like a hood, and the small bunny ears perched on his head. A group of parents and children looked his way, and gasps of delight rippled through the crowd. "Oh my, look at that adorable bunny," a mother said, smiling broadly. "Is he part of the show?" a child asked, stepping closer. Harry blushed, hugging the costume's front with both arms, and nodded shyly. He didn't have lines to speak like the animatronics, but he could wave. He lifted one big sleeve and waved timidly. The children giggled, and some clapped. One child, maybe 4 years old, toddled up to him and patted the bunny suit's plush stomach, giggling at how soft it felt. Vanessa stood nearby, arms folded lightly, ready to intervene if Harry looked uncomfortable. But he wasn't uncomfortable, just shy and flushed with happiness at their reactions. He stepped back, bumping into Roxanne's leg for security. Roxy rested a hand on his shoulder reassuringly. He peered up at her and then back at the children, smiling timidly. A father snapped a quick photograph. "He's adorable. Is he a new character, miss?" he asked Vanessa. Vanessa cleared her throat. "Oh, he's just a special helper, here to say hi," she said, choosing her words carefully. She didn't want to lie outright, but she also couldn't explain Harry's entire story to strangers. "He's a bit shy, but he loves making you smile." Harry blushed deeper, feeling warmth in his chest. People liked him. They weren't laughing at him in a cruel way, they weren't mocking his size or his timid voice. They were calling him adorable, cooing at his cuteness. It was overwhelming and wonderful. He lowered his gaze, a little overwhelmed, and took a step back, half hiding behind Roxanne's legs. The crowd let out affectionate "AWWWS," which only made him blush more. Roxy patted his shoulder. "See, kid, they love you," she murmured softly. He nodded, smiling shyly. As the day progressed, Ari found himself drifting between the main atrium and smaller attractions, always accompanied by at least one of the animatronics or Vanessa. He helped Chica set up a small stage prop. Well, he mostly watched. But he handed her a plastic rose at the end, earning more laughter and praises from nearby onlookers. He followed Monty around the mini golf course, watching other children attempt to score holes in one. He didn't talk much, but his presence made the experience seem more playful to the guests. Some even addressed him kindly, asking if he was a mascot in training. Harry would nod shyly or give a little thumbs up, delighted at the idea that he was important enough to have a role here. During a quieter moment in the early afternoon, Vanessa led Harry to a side lounge not open to the public, giving him a chance to rest. He flopped onto a cushioned bench, still in his bunny suit, and sighed happily. His belly was full. He had nibbled on some breadsticks and fresh fruit Chica found for him. His legs were a bit tired from all the waddling around in the costume, but he didn't mind. It was a pleasant kind of tiredness. Vanessa sat next to him and offered him a sip of water from a straw. He drank gratefully. "You did good today, kiddo," she said softly, ruffling his hair. His hair was getting messier every day, and she secretly thought about giving it a trim sometime, or at least brushing it properly. Harry smiled shyly. "Thank you, Vanessa," he said. I like making people happy." Vanessa's heart squeezed. How could anyone have ever mistreated this sweet boy? "I know you do," she said gently. "And you're very good at it." Harry looked down at the costume's pink paw pads, remembering how at first, these hands had meant danger and death. He had seen that, but, somehow, through some miracle, those memories were not haunting him constantly. Instead, he recalled how Vanny's maternal instinct had awakened. How she had cradled him when he sobbed. That moment had changed everything. Now, the costume had become a symbol of comfort rather than horror. It was as if Harry's presence had purified it, and the animatronics had allowed that reinterpretation to happen. None of the M had the heart to take it away from him, not when it made him so happy. Later in the afternoon, a birthday party was in full swing near Freddy's stage. The birthday child, a girl about Harry's age, wore a bright party hat and smiled with gap-toothed joy as Freddy led the crowd in a cheerful song. Harry watched from the side, bunny ears bouncing softly. The girl noticed him and waved, beckoning him closer. Blushing, Harry looked at Roxanne for reassurance. She nodded encouragingly. He shuffled forward, holding the costume sleeve with one hand and offering a small shy wave with the other. The girl giggled. "You're the bunny," she cried. "You look so cute. Do you want some cake?" Harry glanced at Vanessa, who gave him a subtle nod. He approached the table and accepted a tiny piece of cake the party host offered him. He nibbled on its strawberry cream and nearly melted at the sweetness. The girl's parents cooed at how adorable he was, complimenting his costume. Harry hid his face behind the bunny's oversized collar, but couldn't hide the grin spreading beneath it. He even made a small silly dance, just hopping in place a few times, making the children laugh. This made him laugh too, a laugh that tinkled out like small bells. Vanessa watched from a distance, feeling tears prick at her eyes. Harry deserved this happiness. She silently vowed she would do everything in her power to keep him safe. No one would take him away from this heaven he'd found. As evening approached, the crowd thinned, and the animatronics gathered backstage to recharge and relax. Harry followed Roxanne and Vanessa into a staff area where a few plush chairs had been arranged. Monty was leaning against a wall, Chica sat on a stool polishing her accessories, and Freddy adjusted his microphone stand. Harry, tired but satisfied, climbed into Vanessa's lap, still wrapped in his bunny costume. Vanessa gently stroked his hair. "You must be exhausted, kid," she said softly. Harry nodded sleepily, leaning against her chest. He felt safe. Safer than he'd ever been. He closed his eyes for a moment, listening to the soft hum of animatronic servos and the distant music playing somewhere out in the main halls. He thought about how, a week ago, he was starving, neglected, locked in a cupboard, and then horrified by violence. Now he was cherished, fed, comforted, and celebrated. He didn't fully understand what had happened to change his fate so drastically, but he was grateful. He opened his eyes again when Roxanne's voice drifted closer. "Harry, mind if I join you?" she asked, gesturing to the chair next to Vanessa's. Harry shook his head. He liked Roxy a lot. He remembered how he had secretly called himself Little Roxy, back at the Dursleys, pretending he was strong and cool like her. Now he had her right here, treating him gently. The irony and wonder of it never ceased to amaze him. Roxanne stretched out a paw and lightly tapped the bunny ear headband on Harry's head. "You keep wearing that and you'll take my place as the star attraction," she teased. Harry blushed. "I don't want to take your place," he said quietly. I like being a bunny." He paused, chewing on his words, considering them. He remembered feeling trapped in his own skin back at the Dursleys, whispering, "Little Roxy," to himself. Here, he didn't feel trapped, he felt free. Still shy, still uncertain, but free to be whoever he was without punishment. Roxanne nodded thoughtfully. You can be anything you want here, kid, she said, her voice surprisingly gentle. We like you just as you are. Chica chimed in, exactly. No matter if you're a bunny, or a mini Roxy, or just Harry, we adore you. Fredy gave a kind nod, adding, in this place, you're loved. Harry's heart swelled. They said it so casually, loved. He had never heard that word applied to himself. The Dursleys never showed him love. They barely acknowledged him except to belittle him. These animatronics and Vanessa, who had known him for only a week, showed more care than he had ever received in 6 years of life. He felt tears prick at his eyes, but not sad tears, happy ones. Vanessa noticed. Ah, kid, are you okay? She asked, worried she'd said something wrong. Harry wiped his eyes with the costume's floppy sleeve and nodded. I'm just happy, he whispered. His voice cracked a bit. I didn't know people could be so nice. I didn't know I could have fun and be loved. Vanessa's heart broke and healed at the same time. She hugged him closer, pressing a kiss to the top of his head. The animatronics exchanged looks of quiet understanding. They didn't know Harry's full story, only that he had been abandoned, neglected, and found here. But they didn't need every detail to know he had been hurt deeply. Their kindness, laughter, and companionship were helping him mend. Night fell quietly outside. The Pizzaplex would close soon, and they would once again have the building mostly to themselves. Harry knew that, after closing, Vanessa would let him run a bit wild through the halls, just a gentle run, playing hide and seek with Monty, or pretending to drive a miniature cart in Roxy's raceway. He'd get sleepy soon enough, and then he'd end up back in the security office, curled up with his bunny costume. Maybe Vanessa would read him a story. She'd tried reading to him last night, and he'd loved it. He didn't know many stories, but now he was learning. As if reading his thoughts, Fredy spoke up. Harry, I found an old storybook in the storage room. Would you like Vanessa to read it tonight? Harry's eyes lit up. Yes, please, he said softly. He liked Fredy. He felt safe in the big bear's presence. Fredy acted like a friendly uncle, always ready with a warm smile and a gentle word. Vanessa chuckled. I guess I know what we're doing after we close, she said. A bedtime story for our little bunny. They drifted into comfortable silence, each savoring this unexpected peace. Harry traced patterns on his bunny costume's paw pads, thinking of how funny life was. A week ago, he knew none of these people, no, these animatronics and Vanessa. Now, he couldn't imagine life without them. He wanted to stay here forever. He never wanted to leave this haven of lights, music, and kind voices. A small spark of worry tried to creep into his mind. What if someone made him leave? What if this heaven ended? He pushed it aside. He was too tired, too content. Today had been perfect. Tomorrow would be too, he decided. He would trust in Vanessa's gentle guidance, in Roxanne's playful teasing, in Monty's warm laughter, in Chica's kind gifts, and in Fredy's steady reassurance. Later, after closing, the Pizzaplex's lights dimmed and the doors locked. Harry found himself in the security office again, sitting on Vanessa's lap. She showed him the storybook. Fredy found it was old, with faded illustrations of animals and forests. Harry leaned his head against Vanessa's shoulder, listening as she read in a soft, calming voice. Roxanne sat on the floor nearby, pretending not to be interested but clearly listening too. Chica polished a trinket quietly. Monty hovered outside the doorway, pretending to be too cool for a bedtime story. And Fredy hummed softly from the hall. Harry felt their presence, felt the safety they provided. By the time Vanessa reached the end of the story, Harry's eyes were drooping. She closed the book softly, setting it aside. Time for bed, kiddo, she whispered. He nodded, too sleepy to protest. She helped him out of the costume long enough to rearrange it into a makeshift sleeping bag, then tucked him in. Harry clung to the bunny suit's collar, inhaling its clean, comforting scent. He felt a gentle kiss on his forehead. He wasn't sure if it came from Vanessa or was just his imagination, but it felt real enough. Warm and loving, he drifted off to sleep smiling, certain that tomorrow would bring more laughter and kind words. He had a family now, of sorts, an unlikely patch. H-work family of a security guard and a band of animatronics. It was more than he'd ever dared to dream of. As he settled into peaceful slumber, Harry felt safe, cherished, and loved. If this was he, nor even just a taste of it he never wanted to leave. And my Patreon, Neon Shadows of Fate, Harry Potter FNAF. Chapter 5 is already available for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 6 will be available on the 23rd of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5, Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Beyond the Boundaries of Time, Harry Potter Fallout. Chapter 5 is already available for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 6 will be available on the 23rd of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5, Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow, Harry Potter Friday the 13th crossover. Chapter 5 is already available for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 6 will be available on the 23rd of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5, Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows, Harry Potter Helsing. Chapter 5 is already available for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 6 will be available on the 23rd of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5, Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Harry and the Wolf, Gamer Harry Potter O. Chapter 7 is already available on my Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 8 will be available on the 23rd of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5, Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science, Naruto Portal. Chapter 7 is already available on my Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 8 will be available on the 23rd of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5, Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Metamorphosis. The Leg, ACY Within, Harry Potter Ben 10 One-Shot. Already available. Reader One-Shot will cost you 3, Reader Plus will cost you 5, Reader Plus support will cost you 10. On these fanfics below you will need Reader Plus support which will cost you 10. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter R3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter R. Monster Masumi. Everyday Life with Monster Girls. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with R. Eater Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Ray Der Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Shinigami's Vacation. Bleach Naruto. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter O. Alive Potters, Sibling Potter. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine Harry Potter, One Piece. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for use. RS with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Raised by Mew Reborn Harry Potter Pokemon. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for us. ERS with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Jigsaw. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus Suppo. RT Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter Second Year. Chapter 1 is available for users with Read Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Worlds Unbound Magic. Harry Potter Multi-Fandom, Crossover, Future Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Chapter 5. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Five Nights at Freddy's. Morning came softly to the Pizzaplex on April 8, 1988. Beyond the tall glass doors, the sky was still tinted gray-blue with the first hints of dawn. Inside, the halls were quiet, the arcade games silent and dim, and the animatronics recharging in their designated areas. Vanessa sat in the security office, sipping lukewarm coffee, her eyelids heavy. It had been a long week, though a joyful one in the familiar hum of monitors provided a steady backdrop to her drowsy thoughts. Harry slept soundly near her. He was curled up in the bunny costume he adored, its oversized paws and ears framing his small, slumbering figure like a cocoon of safety. After a week at the Pizzaplex, he looked healthier, happier. His cheeks had gained a bit of color, and he smiled in his sleep sometimes. Vanessa had never witnessed such an astonishing transformation. She remembered the frightened, malnourished boy from that night, the resignation in his eyes, and compared it to the bright, shy smiles he wore now. She set her coffee down and smiled softly to herself. Harry was safe, well fed, and loved here. The animatronics doted on him. He had become a fixture at the Pizzaplex, a tiny star who charmed everyone he met. Over the last week, no one had come looking for him. She had worried about that at first, but now, as more days passed, it became almost a certainty that the world he came from did not want him back. She struggled with that thought. How could anyone not want this sweet boy? But accepted the truth. Harry belonged here now, with them. Vanessa stretched her arms, about to stand and do a quick patrol, when her monitors flickered oddly. The lights in the office dimmed and brightened. Again, she frowned, leaning forward. The digital clock read 6 a.m. Usually, the systems ran a self-check around this time, but this flicker felt different, like a ripple of static passing through the air. Before she could investigate, the air near the office door shimmered. Vanessa stood abruptly, heart pounding. Phi. Gur materialized not out of thin air exactly, but as if stepping through layers of glitchy code that overlapped reality. For a moment, she feared a break in or something worse. Her hand hovered near the flashlight at her belt. Knuckles white. The figure took shape. A man, young-looking, perhaps in his late 30s, dressed in old-fashioned clothing, slacks, a shirt, no tie, slightly rumpled. His hair was dark, his eyes violet tinged with weariness. He looked exhausted, shoulders slumped, breathing heavily. He wasn't wearing any mask or costume. Vanessa recognized him from the distortions she'd seen before, the echoes of Glitchtrap and William Afton. But this was different. He looked human, more solid, less spectral, though still faintly edged with static. He looked almost normal, if a man appearing out of nowhere could ever be called normal. Vanessa's heart jumped into her throat, and she gasped audibly. The noise seemed to jolt him. He looked up, blinking at her. She realized he might not mean harm. But her instincts were on alert. Last time she'd seen him, he was a ghostly glitch talking about Lily, Harry's grandmother, and complicated magical conspiracies. Now he stood before her, looking more vulnerable than ever. What? Vanessa stammered, stepping back. The chair behind her squeaked loudly. The man raised a hand, palm outward, a universal gesture of peace. Easy, he said, voice rough with fatigue. It's me, William Afton. I said I'd return. Vanessa took a shaky breath. You nearly scared me to death, she managed, running a hand through her hair. What happened to you? You look tired. At her words, William let out a short, humorless laugh that ended in a sigh. He took a step forward, staggering slightly, and leaned against the edge of the desk. I've been busy, he said, voice quieter now. Spent the last week ensuring that Harry's presence here is secure. I had to travel, arrange things in America, dig through old databases, create new records. It took more effort than I expected. Even for me. Quote. Vanessa's brow furrowed. Wait, what did you do exactly? William closed his eyes, composing himself. I visited my family's remnants in America, he said softly. I told you about them, Michael, Elizabeth, Evan, Clara. They're scattered. Animatronic spirits bound to old Fazbear attractions, forgotten storage rooms, half buried in corporate records. I had to help them remember Lily. I tried to gather them, explain what happened, so we can stand together for Harry. Vanessa nodded slowly. She recalled his previous explanation. He had mentioned going to America, seeking out his family. She hadn't quite believed it at the time, but now he looked too haggard not to be telling the truth. And you also did something about Harry's legal status? She asked carefully. William nodded. Yes, I told you before I'd handle it. Harry's now registered as your ward. I wove him into the Pizzaplex's databases. According to every digital record, he lives here under your guardianship. No questions asked. If someone searches for him, they'll find that he's well cared for and belongs right here. Paperwork, identity checks, everything's been taken care of. It's hidden deep in the system. Very hard to trace or dispute. Vanessa's eyes widened. So that's why no one's come looking for him. They think he's already home, accounted for. She let out a long breath. I can't believe you managed that. William shrugged wearily. I have experience bending these systems to my will. And I had all week while you slept to do it. Digital records can be persuaded, if you know how. She examined him more closely. He looked younger than the glitchy bunny form she vaguely remembered, more human and real. But he was still something else, a digital ghost or spirit with deep knowledge and power. She noticed how his shoulders trembled slightly, as if exhausted by a marathon race. Are you okay? She found herself asking, concern coloring her voice. He offered a tired half smile. Just drained. Traveling and weaving through old servers, old memories, it's not easy. I tried to maintain a stable form. While doing it, I'm not fully alive, as you know. It takes a toll. Vanessa nodded, feeling a surprising well of empathy. This Manon's a notorious murderer, if legends were true, now seemed broken, repentant, and desperate to protect Harry. The contradictions were dizzying. Just then, a soft stirring sound came from the corner. Harry was waking up. He yawned softly, squirming in his makeshift bunny bed, and blinked sleepily at the two adults in the room. He noticed William first, the unfamiliar presence. Harry's eyes fixed on him, wide and curious. Vanessa watched Harry carefully, ready to explain or comfort him. She wondered how Harry would react to William. Would he be afraid? But Harry surprised them both. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he peered at William and, without hesitation, whispered, "Grandpa." Vanessa's jaw dropped slightly. William stiffened, stunned. He looked at Harry as if he'd misheard. "Grandpa," he echoed, voice barely audible. Harry nodded shyly, still half asleep. He tugged the bunny costume closer. I don't know you, but you feel like I should call you Grandpa," he said, blushing. He wasn't sure why he said he had never had a grandfather figure before, but something about William's presence felt safe, like an echo of family he'd never known. William's eyes glistened with moisture. He knelt beside Harry, moving slowly so as not to startle him. Vanessa tensed for a second, but saw no threat, only reverence in William's posture. I'm your grandfather, yes," William managed, voice thick with emotion. "Your mother, Lily, was my daughter." Harry's eyes widened. He remembered hearing something about a Lily from Vanessa. Or maybe he'd overheard the animatronics mention the name after William's first visit. He wasn't fully sure, but Lily seemed important. He looked into William's eyes, violet and sad, yet warm, and felt immediate trust. "Mommy Lily," he repeated softly, testing the word. It felt strange, but not frightening. William swallowed hard. "She's gone, Harry," he said gently. "Taken from us a long time ago. But you're here, and that means a piece of her is here, too." Harry nodded slowly, tears brimming in his eyes for a mother he never knew. Vanessa wanted to comfort him, but sensed this moment belonged to them. A gentle silence settled until Harry sniffled and asked, "Grandpa, can you tell me about my family?" "Vanessa told me a little, and I've heard your name before, but I don't know much. I have a grandma Clara, and an aunt Elizabeth, uncles Michael and Evan." His voice was tentative but hopeful, like a child reaching for stories that would anchor him. William's face broke into a watery smile. He glanced at Vanessa, who gave him a slight nod of encouragement. "Yes, Harry," he said, voice softening. "I have a family to tell you about. Your grandmother Clara, she's elegant and graceful. She's become known as Ballora now. An animatronic dancer with a music box heart. Your Aunt Elizabeth is spirited. She's circus baby, trapped in a metallic shell but still curious and fierce underneath. Your uncles Michael and Evan," he trailed off, trying to find gentle words. Harry listened, enraptured. He reached out and took William's hand, a small, trusting gesture. William's heart tightened at the touch. Harry, innocent and kind, accepted him without hesitation, despite all his past sins. "Michael is my eldest son," William continued, voice steady now. "He tries hard to do the right thing, though he's made mistakes. Evan was the youngest. He was quiet, sensitive. Both are changed now, bound to old animatronics, just like Elizabeth and Clara. It's complicated, but they're still out there. I've spoken to them, tried to make them remember Lily. They're starting to remember. We are working on bringing everyone back together." Harry's eyes shimmered with wonder. "So I have a whole family, even if they're, half robots." William let out a soft laugh at that. "Yes, you do. It's a strange family, I admit. Not quite what normal families look like. But we are a family all the same. I promise you, Harry. We love you very much, even if we're scattered and changed." Vanessa watched, touched by the exchange. Harry wore an expression she recognized, delighted disbelief. He was building an identity, a history. Something he had never been given before. Harry's face lit up with curiosity. "Grandpa, can you tell me stories about them? What they were like before?" He wiggled excitedly, still hugging his bunny costume to his chest. "Did Aunt Elizabeth like to sing? Did Uncle Evan play games with Uncle Michael? What was Grandma Clara like before she danced as Ballora?" William smiled. This was what he had wanted to tell, the stories, to keep his family alive in memory. "Yes, Harry. Elizabeth loved sweets and had a stubborn streak. She would sneak treats from the kitchen when she thought no one was looking. Evan was shy, afraid of a lot of things, but he had a big heart. Michael gave me so much trouble as a teenager. He once stole my car and my credit card to go joyriding with his friends." At that last story, Harry's eyes grew round. He stole your car, he echoed, equal parts scandalized and intrigued. William nodded, chuckling. Yes, he did. My own car. Imagine the nerve. He was just a teenager then, thought he knew everything. Teenagers are like that, sometimes think the world is theirs, full of rebellion and mischief. Vanessa raised an eyebrow, amused at how passionate William became about this memory. It was a mundane family anecdote, yet he told it as if it was the greatest scandal of all time. She could almost see him as a normal father, ranting about unruly kids. It was oddly endearing. Harry giggled softly. Uncle Michael must have been brave to do that. You must have been so mad. I was furious, William confirmed, shaking his head in mock exasperation. Grounded him for months, or tried to. He just kept sneaking out. Teenagers. He sighed heavily, putting a dramatic hand to his forehead, and Harry laughed, delighted by this glimpse of normal family drama. Vanessa bit her lip to keep from laughing out loud. The idea of William Afton, infamous in lore and legend, now complaining about teenage rebellion felt surreal. Yet here he was, fully engaged in telling a family story like any ordinary grandpa. William leaned closer to Harry, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Promise me, Harry, promise me you'll never become a teenager. Stay my adorable grandson forever, all right. Teenagers are trouble. Just look at Michael. Harry burst into laughter, a sweet, tinkling sound that made Vanessa's heart ache with fondness. Harry tried to catch his breath and said, But Grandpa, I can't help growing up. Everyone grows up. William feigned despair. But why must you? Think of all the mischief you might cause. I won't survive it, Harry. I barely survived Michael's antics, and that was before half our family got trapped in robots. Harry grinned, wrapping his arms around William's neck as he gave him a hug. I'll be good, Grandpa, he promised softly. I won't steal your car or your money. I promise. William melted at Harry's touch, tears gathering at the corners of his eyes. He patted Harry's back gently, overcome with emotion. He never imagined he'd have this momentous grandson's arms around him, unconditional trust. Given freely. You're perfect as you are, he managed, voice tight with feeling. I'm so glad you're here. Harry leaned back, studying William's face. I'm glad too, he said quietly. I didn't know I had a family. Now I do. It's like I found a piece of my heart I didn't know was missing. Vanessa sniffed discreetly. This scene was too precious. If anyone had told her a week ago that she'd witness William Afton crying over a promise from his grandson not to become a rebellious teenager, she would have called them insane. Yet here they were, forging bonds that defied understanding. Still holding Harry, William turned to Vanessa, gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you, he said simply. For caring for him, for keeping him safe. Without you, I might never have found him. He might never have known he was loved. Vanessa swallowed hard. She didn't know how to respond. She nodded, rubbing her arm awkwardly. He's wonderful. We're all lucky to have him, she said finally. Harry looked between them, feeling warm and safe. He settled in William's lap now, the bunny costume piled around him like a protective cloud. Grandpa, he said, tell me more stories. What about Grandma Clara before she was Ballora? Did she like to dance back then too? William chuckled softly. Oh yes, Clara loved to dance. We used to have a small radio in the living room. She'd put on music and dance with me, spinning around while the children laughed. Lily and Elizabeth would try to copy her moves. Evan would hide behind the couch, too shy to join, and Michael would roll his eyes, pretending he was too grown up for such nonsense. He grinned, lost in memory. But sometimes, when he thought no one was looking, Michael would hum along. Tapping his foot, Harry listened, enchanted. He pictured a lively home full of laughter, dancing, and teasing so different from what he had known. It gave him hope that even if the family was scattered now, their love persisted. I wish I could have seen that, he whispered. William nodded, stroking Harry's hair. Me too, he said softly. But we have time now. I might not be able to show you the past, but I can tell you about it. And who knows, maybe someday we can bring everyone closer together, in our own strange way. Vanessa's curiosity piqued at the mention of bringing everyone together. She remembered how William spoke of wizarding enemies and memory spells. So much remained unresolved. But right now, she wouldn't break. This spell of warmth and closeness. Harry deserved a moment of pure family love. Harry's brow furrowed suddenly, recalling something. "Grandpa," he said quietly, "you said I was safe here because you made me your ward. Does that mean I belong here?" William's gaze flicked to Vanessa, then back to Harry. "Yes, Harry," he said. "Vanessa is your guardian now, officially. The Pizzaplex is your home. Address on all records. No one can claim you. No one can take you away without going through very complicated loops. And I doubt anyone will try." Harry's eyes filled with gratitude. He reached for Vanessa's hand, squeezing it gently. "Thank you, Vanessa," he said. "I was so scared no one wanted me. Now I have a home." Vanessa choked up. "Of course we want you, kiddo. Don't ever doubt that." She looked at William. "Thank you for making it official," she said. Voice sincere. "I've been worrying someone might swoop in and drag him away. Now I can relax." William inclined his head. "It's the least I could do." He paused, considering his next words. "There's more to handle, eventually," he said carefully. "We still must deal with the wizarding world that took Lily from us. But Harry should not worry about that now. He's safe, and we have time to plan." Harry tilted his head. "Wizards?" he asked, puzzled. Vanessa and William exchanged a glance. William sighed softly. "Another time, Harry. For now, let's just enjoy this morning. The world out there can wait." Harry nodded, content to trust them. He had learned so much in just a few minutes. Ash had a family, a grandfather, a grandmother, uncles, and an aunt, all entangled in a complex fate. It was overwhelming, but also reassuring. He wasn't alone anymore. The door hissed open, and Roxanne Wolf peeked in. She had come by to check on Harry, as usual. She froze at the sight of William. Bristling slightly. "What's going on?" she asked, voice cautious. Vanessa stood, holding up a placating hand. "Roxy, this is Harry's grandfather," she explained. "He's not a threat. He's the one who helped us make sure Harry stays here." Roxanne narrowed her eyes. She remembered glimpses of this presence before Glitchtrap, the manipulator. But this man looked different. Younger, sadder. And Harry was clinging to him with trust and affection. Harry smiled shyly at Roxanne, as if to say, "It's okay, he's family." Roxanne relaxed slightly, her tail flicking. "All right," she said gruffly. "Harry seems happy, so I won't bite your head off. But I'm watching you, mister." She pointed 2 fingers at her eyes, then at William. William chuckled. "Understood," he said good-naturedly. "I'm not here to cause trouble. Just a grandfather visiting his grandson." Roxanne snorted, amused. "Huh, didn't think I'd live to see the day." She entered the room fully, nodding to Vanessa. "Early morning show coming up. You know, we'll have a small crowd for breakfast soon. Harry, you planning to come wave at them?" Harry looked up at William for guidance, suddenly wanting to show off his family. But maybe that wasn't a good idea. Grandpa might not be ready to meet strangers. He turned back to Roxanne. "Maybe after," he said softly. "We're talking about family right now." Roxanne tilted her head, noting Harry's newfound confidence in expressing himself. "Take your time, kid," she said, voice softer now. "I'll be around." She slipped out, leaving the trio together again. Vanessa reclaimed her chair, sipping her long cold coffee, grimacing at the taste. She considered offering William something, but realized he probably didn't need normal sustenance. Still, hospitality felt natural. "Can I get you anything?" she asked softly. William shook his head. "I don't require food or drink. I'm a spirit, in a sense. But your kindness is appreciated." Harry blinked. "You're a spirit, Grandpa. Like a ghost." William hesitated, considering how best to explain. "Something like that," he said. "I was once alive, but I died and became trapped in digital code and animatronic suits. I'm free now, sort of. But not fully alive as I once was. That's why I can appear and disappear, and why I can change records so easily. I live in the data streams, the networks that connect these places." Harry nodded solemnly, as if that made perfect sense. He had already accepted animatronic relatives and memory spells, so why not a ghostly grandfather who resided in code? "Will that make it harder for you to stay?" he asked, concerned. "I don't want you to get tired." William was touched by Harry's worry. "Don't fret, Harry, I might need to rest now and then," but I won't abandon you. If I vanish, it's just to gather strength or handle things quietly. I'll always come back." That reassured Harry. He leaned back into William's chest, feeling the gentle hum of static that surrounded him. It was comforting in a strange way. They fell into a companionable silence for a moment. Outside, the Pizzaplex awakened slowly. Staff would be arriving soon, lights turning on, music starting to play softly in the halls. Vanessa knew she should prepare for the day's routine, but she didn't want to break this fragile spell of family bonding. After a while, Harry piped up again, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Grandpa, tell me more about Uncle Michael and the car. Did he get caught right away?" William laughed, shaking his head in disbelief. This boy had zeroed in on that teenage rebellion story, of all things. "Yes, I caught him almost immediately," he admitted. "I woke up in the middle of the night, noticed my car and wallet missing, and put two and two together. I drove around the block in an old spare car and found him parked behind a convenience store, bragging to his friends. Oh, the look on his face when I tapped on the car window." William chuckled, and Harry joined him, delighted by the image. Vanessa listened, smiling. This was so normal. Funny family stories, mischievous kids, parental frustration. She never imagined William Afton in such a light, but seeing him now, it was easier to believe he once was just a father navigating the trials of raising children. The horrors came later, twisted by forces she could barely comprehend. Maybe this was the part of him that Lily had preserved, the part that Harry awakened. Harry took in every detail, laughing softly at the idea of Michael caught red-handed. "I won't steal your car," he promised again, grinning. William feigned relief. "Good, I can't handle that again. Teenage rebellion gave me too many gray hairs." He paused, a hint of sadness ghosting across his face. "It's good to remember these stories," he said softly, almost to himself. "It's good to feel like a family again." Harry hugged him tighter. "We are a family," he said firmly. "And Vanessa's part of it too, right?" Both William and Vanessa blinked. Vanessa flushed slightly. She was used to Harry's affection by now, but being called family was something else. She swallowed. "If Harry wants me to be," she said gently, "I'll always be here for him." William nodded, respecting Harry's words. "Of course, Harry. Vanessa saved you, cared for you. She's as much part of this family as any of us." Harry beamed at Vanessa, who smiled, tears shining in her eyes again. She reached out and patted Harry's shoulder, feeling a surge of protectiveness. This was her child now, if not by blood, then by every other measure that counted. Time slipped by as they exchanged stories and questions. Harry asked about Elizabeth's favorite sweets, chocolate caramels, Evan's favorite toy, a plush bear, Clara's favorite dance tune, a gentle waltz, and Michael's hobbies. He actually liked to fix things, tinkering with tools. William described these moments vividly, his eyes lighting up as he conjured memories from a distant past. The pain in them was Ll. Therahade lost them all in tragic ways, but now he had a reason to remember the good times, to share them with someone who would treasure them. Eventually, Vanessa realized she needed to tend to her duties. The Pizzaplex wouldn't run itself, and the day's guests would arrive soon. She cleared her throat. "I should go check on things," she said. "Harry, would you like to come with me, or stay with your grandpa a bit longer?" Harry hesitated, torn. He loved being with Vanessa, feeling safe and familiar, but his grandpa was new and fascinating. After a moment, he said, Can I show Grandpa around later? Maybe he can see me wave at the children." William nodded, pleased by the idea. "I'd like that," he said. "But for now, I should rest a bit, stabilize my form. I'll stay here in the office for a while, if that's all right." Vanessa agreed. "Of course. Just no scary glitch effects, please," she teased lightly, trying to ease any lingering tension. "The staff would freak out." William gave a tired smile. "I'll be discreet." Harry stood, still clutching a corner of the bunny costume. He gave William a quick hug. "I'll see you soon, Grandpa," he said softly. "Don't disappear too long." William ruffled Harry's hair. "I won't, my dear grandson. Go have fun." With that, Vanessa took Harry's hand and led him out. Harry toddled along happily, imagining all the things he would tell Roxanne, Chica, Monty, and Fredy about his grandpa. He wanted them to know he had family too, that he wasn't alone. He also wanted to show Grandpa how he greeted the visitors, how children and parents cooed over him in the bunny suit. The idea excited him, making him bounce on his toes. Back in the office, William leaned against the desk and exhaled slowly. He closed his eyes, letting the silence envelop him. The past week had been draining, but worth it. He had managed to secure Harry's future, reconnect with family memories, and gain acceptance in the child's eyes. Harry called him Grandpa without hesitation. Without fear. That was a gift beyond measure. He would have to deal with the wizarding world eventually. He would have to help the rest of the Aftons recall Lily fully. He would have to ensure no one dared harm Harry. But for now, he could rest. For now, he could hold on to the laughter of his grandson, the trust in Vanessa's eyes, and the quiet hum of the Pizzaplex's machinery. This was a moment of peace. Outside, he heard faint echoes of animatronic voices warming up for the day. He imagined Harry bounding around, shyly greeting guests, bringing joy with each giggle. He smiled, thinking of how Lily would have adored this boy, how proud she would be. He vowed silently that he would do better, be better, and protect Harry with all his might. A ghostly tear slipped down his cheek. Vanishing into static, he whispered softly to himself, "We're a family again," and the words felt like both a promise and a prayer. And more on my Patreon. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon. Up to 70+ chapters across the 20 fanfictions http exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover up to 5 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover up to 5 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover up to 5 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon 4. CE. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover up to 5 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover up to 4 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG up to 5 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover up to 5 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover up to 5 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover up to 4 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover up to 4 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover up to 4 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Abandoned Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover up to 4 chapters available now. Thread S Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover up to 4 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 4 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 4 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover up to 4 chapters available now. The Midnight Train. Harry Potter One Shot. You can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Chapter 6. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Five Nights at Freddy's series. The 15th of April, 1988, dawned quietly over a world that knew little of the strange events unspooling behind the scenes. In Freddy Fazbear's mega Pizzaplex near London's outskirts, life had settled into a pleasant, if surreal, routine. For Harry, a week had passed since he first met his grandfather William face to face, and in that time, his confidence had blossomed. Each morning, he donned his beloved Vanny costume, now reclaimed as a symbol of comfort and play rather than fear, and greeted guests at the Pizzaplex's entrance with shy waves and muffled giggles. The customers adored him, charmed by his tiny figure half hidden in oversized bunny sleeves. Parents cooed and children laughed, and Harry, still shy but no longer trembling with self-doubt, began to enjoy his role. Vanessa watched over him like a proud guardian, and the animatronics Roxanne, Montgomery, Chica, and Fredy treated him like a cherished family member. They teased him gently, praised his bravery, encouraged him to interact with visitors, and watched, delighted, as he took baby steps toward self-assurance. The horrors of that first night had faded into distant memory. Harry was thriving, safe, and loved. Meanwhile, William Afton, the digital phantom turned doting grandfather, had lingered for days longer than he originally intended. He hovered in the Pizzaplex's system, appearing to Harry at quiet moments. Sitting invisibly in the rafters to watch Harry wave at delighted children, even helping Vanessa behind the scenes by smoothing out digital hiccups and ensuring staff schedules ran flawlessly. He savored every laugh that escaped Harry's lips, drank in every shy smile that graced the boy's face. He recorded these moments carefully, storing them in his digital mind as perfect holographic memories. Harry's happiness was a balm to William's weary soul. Yet William knew he couldn't stay forever. His family in America awaited him: Clara, Elizabeth, Evan, and Michael, and he had promised to return. He had work to do, bridging memory gaps, strategizing against potential threats from the wizarding world, and finding a way to unite them all in the future. He intended to bring them proof of Harry's sweetness, to show them the boy who carried Lily's legacy forward. He wanted them to feel the same pride and joy he now felt. On the morning of April 15th, William made his farewell rounds. He watched Harry greet the first wave of early visitors, wiggling the bunny ears of the costume and earning gentle laughter. The sunlight streaming through the atrium windows caught dust motes that drifted like confetti around the boy. William smiled to himself, invisible and intangible to everyone but those he chose to reveal himself to. He longed to stay, to bask in this carefree scene a while longer, but duty called. At a quiet moment, he manifested briefly near Vanessa and Harry, just a flicker of his human form in a staff-only corridor. He had discarded his old Glitchtrap form entirely now. Instead, he appeared as he once was before. The horrors. A handsome man in his late 30s, dark hair neatly parted, eyes warm but touched with sorrow and determination. The digital reconstruction of his old self had taken time to perfect, but he was satisfied with the result. He wanted to greet his family not as the monstrous Glitch Bunny, but as the man they had once known, at least in appearance. "Harry," he said softly, calling the boy's name once the hall was empty of bystanders. Harry turned and lit up at the sight of him. "Grandpa," he said, still clutching the bunny's oversized paw. He toddled closer. Vanessa, who had stepped aside to check a supply closet, smiled at William. "Leaving?" she asked quietly, sadness in her voice. William nodded. "Yes, I must go back to America," he explained. "I need to speak with my wife, your grandmother, and with your uncles and aunt. I have so much to tell them." He knelt, looking Harry in the eye. "I'll be back, Harry. I promise. Keep being as wonderful as you are." Harry, a bit more confident now, grinned shyly and nodded. "I'll show them how happy I am if they come," he said softly. "Tell them I can't wait to meet them someday." William's heart twisted. "I will." He reached out, hand hovering near Harry's cheek, not quite touching because his form was still intangible. The boy understood, leaning forward as if to receive a phantom kiss. "Be safe, my grandson." Vanessa cleared her throat. "We'll be waiting," she said. "Travel safely, William." She was still wary, still aware of who he was and what he'd done in the past, but his efforts to protect Harry, to anchor him in legal and digital safety, had earned her cautious respect. William stood and bowed slightly. "Thank you for everything, Vanessa. I'll return soon enough." With that, he flickered and vanished from their sight. Crossing the ocean as a digital spirit required no plane, no ship. William traveled through cables, signals, and archived data streams embedded deep within Fazbear systems. He moved swiftly, eager to share his experiences. He carried with him perfect holographic recordings of Harry's antics, the shy waves, the nervous giggles that turned into genuine laughter. The way customers lit up at seeing such a small child dressed as a plush bunny character. During his last visit to America, William had managed to connect with his family members: Clara, now Ballora, Elizabeth, circus baby, Michael, moving between shelves, restless, and Evan, tied to golden Fredy. They were still scattered, haunted by partial memories and old pain. He had shown Elizabeth and Michael flickers of Lily's existence, reawakening their buried recollections. He had promised to return with more proof, to help them remember fully, and to introduce them to Harry's bright, hopeful future. He emerged in a familiar, abandoned facility, a warren of old control rooms and dark corridors beneath what had once been a Fazbear rental service. This place had seen so much tragedy, but it remained a hidden hub where his family's spirits could gather. He sensed their presence. Circus. Baby's quiet hum, Bellora's gentle music box tune echoing faintly, and the subtle energy that indicated Michael and Evan were near. They must have detected his arrival too. They were waiting. He materialized in a large chamber that once held maintenance consoles. Pipes and wires crisscrossed overhead, and dust-coated silent machinery. In the dim light, he took on his chosen human form, ensuring he looked his best, clean-shaven, hair neatly combed, clothing reminiscent of an era before everything went wrong. A soft mechanical glide preceded Bellora's entrance. Clara, his wife, approached from the far end of the chamber, her elegant animatronic form spinning slowly, eyes closed as always, but aware of him through other senses. Behind her, Elizabeth's form, a circus baby, lurked near a wall. Arms folded, Michael's presence flickered, half-formed, while Evan's energy lingered quietly in the shadows. Elizabeth was first to speak, her mechanical voice laced with wary curiosity. "Back so soon, Father? Did you bring what you promised?" William smiled broadly, unable to contain his excitement. "Oh, Elizabeth, I brought something better than I promised," he declared. "You won't believe how wonderful Harry is. Your nephew is perfect, adorable, beloved by everyone. I have recordings, holograms, memories, so much to show you." He sounded like a proud parent, eager to show off baby pictures. Evan's voice, soft and echoing, drifted from somewhere near the ceiling. "Harry, Lily's son," he murmured, as if testing the name. He sounded calmer than before, more present. Michael's figure coalesced near a stack of crates. He had chosen a human-like appearance, though pale and hollow-eyed, wearing a security uniform from some bygone era. He crossed his arms. "All right, show us," he said. "I want to see the kid you keep talking about." Before William could begin his grand presentation, Bellora glided closer. She moved with measured grace, her posture regal. "William," she said in a deceptively sweet tone, her voice like honey laced with iron. "I can hear the smugness in your voice. Are you bragging?" William paused, a bead of phantom sweat forming at his temple. He knew that tone. "My darling Clara," he began carefully, "I'm just excited. Our grandson." Clara turned her head slightly, though her animatronic eyes remained closed. "Excited or bragging?" she asked, voice still sweet, but now with a sharp undertone. "Because it sounds like you're here to rub your exclusive bonding time in our faces." Elizabeth snickered, impressed by how quickly her mother had cut to the heart of the matter. Evan giggled softly, and even Michael's stern posture relaxed with amusement. What?" William stammered. "No, I wanted to share my joy with all of you. I thought you'd be happy to see Harry." Clara's mechanical form swayed to some internal rhythm. "Of course we want to see him," she said. "But I know that tone, William Afton. That's the tone you used to have after winning an argument, or after catching Michael sneaking out. That's your, 'I know something you don't know and I'm better for it,' tone." William's jaw dropped. "Two would never. I mean, he's so cute. He wears a bunny costume and waves at guests, and everyone loves him." He realized too late he sounded even more boastful. "I thought you'd be proud." Elizabeth, arms still folded, leaned against the wall and grinned. "Oh, he's digging a hole now," she commented dryly. Michael chuckled, a low sound. "Father, you might want to tread carefully." Evan's soft laughter drifted from the corner. "Mom's got his number." Clara let him flail a moment longer, tilting her head gracefully as if listening to a distant lullaby. She raised a hand and tapped a metallic fingertip against a panel thoughtfully. "So, you spent an entire week with our grandson. Without us. And now you come here bragging, showing off. Did it occur to you that we might be a bit envious? That we might feel left out?" William's heart twisted. He hadn't considered it that way. He'd been so eager to share, to show how happy Harry was, that he'd completely overlooked the fact that his family, trapped far away, might feel jealous or hurt. "Clara, my love, I'm sorry," he said, voice earnest. "I didn't mean to show off. I missed you all and wanted you to share my joy. I should have been more sensitive." Clara remained silent for a moment, letting the tension build. The children watched with unabashed amusement. They knew their mother well. She was graceful, elegant, and terrifyingly good at making William squirm. And no matter how powerful William thought he was, no matter how many horrors he had unleashed in the past, when faced with Clara's displeasure, he was just another husband who'd stepped out of line. Finally, Clara's voice turned saccharine sweet. "Oh, William," she cooed, "so you're apologizing now, are you? How can I be sure you're sincere and not just trying to get out of trouble?" She took a step closer, and though she had no visible eyes, William could feel her gaze piercing him. He swallowed. "I'm sincere," he insisted. "I want you all to meet Harry well, at least to see him through my memories. I perfected a way to create holographic projections. You can watch him as if you were there. Please, Clara, let me show you. I promise I'm not trying to fuel jealousy. I want us all to love him together." Clara pressed a hand to her chest with theatrical flair. "Well, since you're so eager, why not show us these memories now?" She paused, then added in a dangerously calm tone, "after we address the issue at hand." William's phantom heart sank. Issue. Clara reached out, surprisingly swift, and seized him by the ear. His intangible, holographic ear, but apparently she had enough control to make it feel real to him. He yelped softly, caught off guard. The children gaped, then erupted into laughter. "Honey," Clara said in a low, even voice, "you know one rule we had in our marriage. We share joys and sorrows equally. Now you come back after a week with Harry, and the first thing I sense is pride. Like you won a prize. We never got to see. That hurts, William." He squirmed, embarrassment flooding him. "I'm sorry," he babbled. "I was just excited, I swear. I didn't mean to exclude you. Please, Clara." Ow. She twisted his ear gently. "An hour," she proclaimed. "I think we need a little talk. 1 hour of you listening while I explain how this made me feel." "An hour." The children's laughter intensified. Michael covered his mouth, shoulders shaking. Elizabeth's mechanical eyes, metaphorical, since the animatronic face had painted ones, seemed to twinkle with mirth. Evan's soft giggles echoed. William, who had faced death, murder, and monstrous transformations, who had haunted code and animatronics for decades, now trembled before his wife's wrath. He nodded rapidly. "Yes, dear," he managed weakly. "Good." Clara released his ear, but stood close, towering in her elegant animatronic form. "Come along," she said sweetly. "We'll go somewhere private so we don't bore the children with our marital discussion. Children, wait here. Your father and I need a word." Elizabeth saluted mockingly, grinning. "Have fun, Dad." Michael smirked. "Good luck, Father." Evan giggled from the shadows. "Don't make Mom angrier." William shot them a pleading look, but they offered no mercy. He followed Clara's form out of the chamber into a side corridor. His pride melted away, replaced by genuine remorse and a healthy dose of fear. For the next hour, the children could hear Clara's voice, smooth, calm, but insistent, lecturing William. They couldn't make out all the words, but the tone told them everything. He'd stepped on a nerve, and now he had to pay the price. Occasionally, they heard William's meek attempts to apologize, followed by Clara's measured responses. The cant, rasped between the fearsome William Afton and the henpecked husband, was hilarious. While they waited, the siblings exchanged glances and small talk. Evan ventured closer, taking on a semi-physical form reminiscent of his old self. A boyish outline with golden hints. Michael leaned against a wall, arms crossed, smirking. Elizabeth paced a bit, humming softly. "Did you see Father's face when Mom grabbed his ear?" Elizabeth asked, trying to stifle laughter. Michael nodded. "Priceless. He was so sure he'd impress us with those holograms. Guess he forgot who really runs the family." Evan smiled shyly. "Mom always had a way of cutting him down to size," he said softly. "I remember when we were little, if he ever got too full of himself, she'd just give him that look." Elizabeth snickered. "I kind of admire her. She's not letting him get away with anything, not even in death." Michael nodded. "Agreed. But I am curious about these holograms. Harry must be something special if Father was that excited." Evan's expression grew thoughtful. "He's Lily's son. That alone makes him special. But Father seemed genuinely happy. That's rare." Maybe this child really does bring hope. Elizabeth's Michael eyes dimmed slightly as she considered this. I want to see him, she said softly. I want to remember Lily properly. Maybe seeing Harry will help. Michael agreed quietly. Yes, I'd like to know. The nephew who's making father act like a giddy fool. Evan added, I hope he's kind. We all need kindness. They lapsed into silence, thinking of Lily, of lost memories, of a future that might be different from their past. The idea of Harry, safe and happy, made their existence feel less bleak. They wanted to see what father had recorded. Eventually, the hour ended. William returned, shoulders slumped, face drawn. Clara followed, graceful as ever, humming a lullaby that somehow sounded both sweet and triumphant. William cleared his throat. I've had some time to reflect, he said meekly, trying to regain his dignity. Clara nodded, satisfied. Good. Now, why don't you show us these holograms you mentioned? William straightened, eager to move past his humiliation. Yes, of course. Allow me. He raised a hand, and a soft hum of energy filled the room. The siblings drew closer, intrigued. A shimmering holographic projection formed in midair, showing a scene from the Pizzaplex. Harry, wearing the oversized Vanny costume, peeking out from behind a pillar as a group of children approached. The resolution was perfect, every detail sharp. They could see Harry's big green eyes shining, the way he nervously fiddled with the costume's sleeve before waving shyly. He's so small, Elizabeth whispered, voice unusually gentle. On the projection, Harry stepped forward, gave a tiny wave, and the customers gasped in delight. The laughter that followed was warm and genuine. Harry blushed, tried to hide behind a tall animatronic figure. Roxanne Wolfho patted his head encouragingly. Michael's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. He's shy but they love him. Evan drifted closer, fascinated. He looks happy, safe. Clara watched quietly, drinking in every detail. Her anger at William's bragging had cooled, replaced by a tender longing. She reached out as if to touch Harry's holographic face. He looks like Lily, she said softly. Something about his eyes. William nodded, relieved to see her reaction. He's wonderful, he said earnestly, careful now not to sound smug. He's kind, gentle, polite. He loves Vanessa and the animatronics who care for him. He's flourishing in that environment. They watched as the holograms shifted to another scene, Harry approaching a birthday girl and offering her a shy wave. She giggled, gave him a piece of cake, and he tried a tiny nibble before ushing and hiding his face in the bunny sleeve again. The crowd's adoration was palpable. Elizabeth smiled softly. I've never seen father so happy about something that didn't involve darker matters, she said. This is good. This is healthy. Michael nodded slowly. He's like a proud grandfather showing off baby photos, he said, shaking his head in disbelief. I didn't think I'd ever see him like this. Evan added quietly. Harry might heal us. Clara turned to William, voice calmer now, filled with a new warmth. I can see why you were excited, she said gently. He's precious, William. I'm glad you helped him. I'm glad you ensured he's safe. William exhaled, tension leaving his shoulders. Thank you, he said softly. And I'm sorry I came across as bragging. I was just so happy to share this with you. I want us all to love him. We deserve some joy after everything we've been through. Clara stepped closer, placing a metallic hand on his shoulder. The children watched silently, the family's unity building again. I understand, Clara said. Just remember we're partners in this, husband. We share our blessings and burdens. Don't flaunt your time with Harry as if we can't have it too. William nodded. Of course. I promised Harry that you'd all see him eventually, one way or another. I intend to keep that promise. Elizabeth brightened. Can we communicate with him somehow? William frowned thoughtfully. Direct communication might be tricky. He doesn't know about you fully yet. I told him stories, showed him he has a family. But he's still a child. We don't want to scare him. Michael raised a hand. Maybe you can bring him more recordings from us. We could record messages, something gentle, an introduction, so he knows we care. Evan nodded eagerly. I'd like that. Even if we can't see him in person yet, we can send our voices. William considered the idea, smiling. That's a good plan. I'll create a secure channel. You can record short greetings or stories. And I'll deliver them to Harry next time I visit. Clara agreed. Yes, that might help him feel closer to us. She paused, tilting her head. William, what about the wizarding threat you mentioned? Have you learned anything more? Is Harry truly safe from them? William's expression darkened slightly. For now, he's safe. I buried his records deep and made him legally Vanessa's ward. The wizard Dumbledore or others would have to navigate a maze of confusion to find him. Still, we can't be complacent. I'll keep searching for information. We may need to stand together if they come for him. Elizabeth's posture stiffened. Wizards, she muttered. We never imagined dealing with magic. But if they threaten Harry. Evan's voice turned resolute. We'll protect him. Michael grunted in agreement. He's family. We owe Lily that much. And it's not like we're normal targets. We're something else. They might find us harder to manipulate. Clara's lullaby tone hummed through the air. We will do whatever it takes. For Harry, for Lily's memory, and for ourselves. We can't undo the past, but we can safeguard the future. William nodded, relief and determination filling him. He had been worried his family would be hesitant, divided, or resentful. Instead, seeing Harry had galvanized them. The longing for family, for love and protection, had kindled something bright in their broken spirits. Hay spent hours more reviewing holograms, watching Harry toddle about in that bunny costume, greeting guests, interacting shyly with Vanessa and the animatronics. Each clip brought laughter, tender sighs, and sometimes tears. Clara found herself humming a quiet waltz tune she once danced to, imagining Harry dancing with her someday. Elizabeth imagined teaching Harry silly games and sharing sweets. Michael wondered if Harry might appreciate some mechanical toys he could fix. Evan hoped Harry would never know the kind of fear he once felt. At some point, William dared to joke lightly, "See, now I'm not just bragging. I've shown you the proof. Our grandson is indeed adorable." Clara laughed, a sound like chiming bells. "You're on thin ice, dear," she teased. "But I'll allow it this time." Elizabeth snorted. "Careful, father. No more hour-long lectures, right?" Michael smirked. Or maybe he enjoyed it. Who knows? William gave them a dry look. "I think once was enough, thank you." But his tone was relaxed, full of fondness. He had missed this banter, this family dynamic. Even twisted by death and metal, they were still a family. Evan's voice drifted softly. "Father, thank you for bringing us this. For showing us Harry." William turned to his youngest son's voice, heart aching with tenderness. "Evan, I promise I'll bring you more. I'll keep you updated on Harry's life. And maybe one day, we'll find a way for him to see you, to know you as more than stories and holograms." Evan nodded, flickering in the dim light. "I'd like that," he said simply. They continued talking, sharing ideas. William told them about Vanessa. How kind she was, how she read bedtime stories to Harry and guarded him fiercely. He described the animatronics at the Pizzaplex, who had initially been wary but now adored Harry, treating him like a precious sibling. He recounted how Harry promised not to become a rebellious teenager and steal his car, which earned chuckles all around. Michael raised an eyebrow. "Wait, you told him about me stealing the car?" he asked, sounding both amused and offended. William grinned, mischievous. "Of course I did. Harry thought it was hilarious." Elizabeth laughed. "Poor Michael, your teenage crimes are now bedtime stories." Evan giggled. "At least Harry knows not to follow your example." Michael rolled his eyes good-naturedly. "I was young, okay." But he smirked. "If it made him laugh, I'll allow it." They talked until a sense of peace settled over them. For the first time in decades, they were united by something hopeful. Lily's memory and Harry's existence were forging new bonds. Their monstrous pasts, their horrors, and the pain still lingered, but they had found a spark of redemption in the next generation. When William finally said he had to leave to continue his searches and plans, none of them objected. They trusted he would return with more updates. Before he left, Clara drew close again, her mechanical arms raised as if wanting to hug him. How their forms were strange and mismatched. He felt the intent and stepped closer, letting her place a hand on his shoulder. "Next time, show us more," she said softly. "And remember, no more bragging. Just share with us, without rubbing it in." William nodded solemnly. "Understood, my love. I'll be humble. For Harry's sake, I want us all to be better." Clara smiled, satisfied. The children nodded their farewells. William vanished again, slipping into the digital ether, carrying the warmth of this reunion with him. He had faced his wife's wrath and emerged with a better understanding of how to share happiness instead of hoarding it. He had assured his family's involvement in Harry's life. They would stand together, protect Harry, cherish him. As William traveled back through data lines, he considered his next steps. He would refine the communication channels so his children and wife could record messages for Harry. He would investigate wizarding leads, ensure no threat approached the Pizzaplex unnoticed. He would help Harry grow, not just as a happy child, but eventually as someone who could connect with his extended family, no matter how bizarre their circumstances. He replayed a mental image of Harry blowing shy kisses to a group of squealing children. That image would sustain him. He understood now. Love, trust, and family were not conditions of normalcy alone. Even after death, even in twisted animatronic shells, these ties could persist and heal. Harry was proof of that, a bridge across time and tragedy, giving them all a reason to hope. In the dim underground corridor, after William's departure, Clara turned to her children. "Well," she said gently. "What did you think?" Elizabeth smiled softly. "I think we have a good grandson." Evan nodded. A reason to remember Lily with happiness. Michael crossed his arms, but he was smiling too. Father's different now. Harry's changing him. Clara swayed to her music box tune. "Then let's prepare something to send back with William next time. A lullaby, perhaps, or kind words to let Harry know he's loved." Elizabeth grinned. "A sweet message sounds perfect." Evan agreed. "We can each say something. Just a short greeting. He should know we can't wait to meet him." Michael shrugged, pretending nonchalance. "Sure, I'll say something. Nothing too sappy, though," he teased. Clara laughed, a melodic sound. "You can be sappy if you want, Michael. It's family." They settled in, brainstorming what they would say, feeling more alive than they had in years. In the shared glow of Harry's distant laughter, they found a new purpose. They were Aftons still, a family bound by strange fates, but now they had a child to cherish, a future to protect, and maybe, just maybe, a second chance at love and redemption. In that quiet underground space, as old machinery slumbered and dust drifted through dim lights, the Aftons planned their messages of love to a boy across the ocean. Harry might not hear them today or tomorrow, but soon he would know he was never alone. And that knowledge, they hoped, would shape a brighter destiny for them all. And more on my Patreon. http. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon. Up to 70+ chapters across the 20 fanfictions exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic TH. Hedgehog crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes CR. Crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 5 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Abandoned Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter, up to 5 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years so in. Stead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 5 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. The Midnight Train. Harry Potter, One Shot. You can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Chapter 7. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Five Nights at Freddy's series. Harry awoke on the morning of April 20th, 1988, feeling a gentle warmth on his face from the filtered sunlight that slipped through the high windows of the Pizzaplex. He'd grown used to his new routine: sleep in the security office, wake up to Vanessa's kind smile, and begin another day that felt closer to a dream than real life. A month ago, he never would have believed he could be this happy most days. He'd half expect the Dursleys to storm in, yank him away, and lock him back in a cupboard. But so much had changed since he'd stumbled into the glimmering realm of animatronics, neon lights, and an unexpected family. He stretched under the soft blanket that Vanessa kept for him, the ever-present Vanny costume draped around his shoulders like a second skin, and rubbed the sleep from his eyes. Vanessa was already awake, sitting at the desk, rifling through the daily checklists for staffing and scheduled parties. She had grown more comfortable in her role as a guardian than she ever imagined. The child huddled in the bunny suit seemed like a completely different boy from the malnourished waif she'd first cradled. She still remembered the fear in his eyes when they first met, a fear that made her heart twist. That fear had receded significantly, replaced by shy smiles and curious looks. And if she was being honest with herself, the place in her heart she'd locked away from everyone had cracked open for this small, gentle boy who brightened every corner of the Pizzaplex. She saw him push the suit's floppy ear from his face and grin at her. "Morning, kiddo," she said, setting aside her papers. "Sleep okay?" Harry sat up slowly, the bunny costume sagging around him. "Yeah," he murmured, cheeks flushing pink. "Two had a dream about the Aftons." His voice, though small, was no longer trembling. "Grandpa, and my grandma, and Aunt Elizabeth, and Uncle Michael, and Uncle Evan. We were all together." Vanessa's chest constricted with a bittersweet feeling. It had been 5 days since William had departed for America again, presumably to see his family. In that time, the Pizzaplex had resumed its steady rhythm: birthday parties, daily visitors, nights of cleaning and quiet. But Harry carried the memory of William's visit like a cherished secret. During calm moments, he would reflect on the stories William shared, and Vanessa would notice a longing in his eyes, as if he wished they could all be together right now. She gave him a reassuring smile. "Maybe that dream'll come true someday," she whispered. William did promise they'd visit. Harry nodded, hope shining in his eyes. He slipped off the small cot Vanessa had set up for him and landed on the floor, the bunny ears flopping. With each passing day, he seemed taller, stronger. She wondered if it was just the proper meals and steady rest, or if the love and acceptance that surrounded him could really work miracles. He toddled over to the desk, fingers idly tracing the edge of a coffee mug. "I like the stories Grandpa told me," Harry said softly, "about how Elizabeth would always sneak sweets. Sometimes I think about how nice it would be if I could give her some of Glamrock Chica's cupcakes." Vanessa smiled. "Someday, you might," she replied. They heard the faint beep of the Pizzaplex's morning systems coming online, the swirl of lights growing in the corridors as staff began their duties. The animatronics would soon awaken from their recharging cycles. It was time for another day of greeting customers, entertaining kids, and forging new memories. Harry brightened at the thought. Had grown to love the morning routine. He would toddle around the front atrium in his costume, offer shy waves or squeaky greetings, let visitors marvel at how adorable he was, then dash behind Roxanne's legs if the attention got overwhelming. Vanessa guided him through the corridors, smiling to herself as she watched him walk. His steps were more confident now, only a hint of the old tremor lingering in his posture. It warmed her to see him flourishing. Their bond had grown stronger too. She found herself naturally calling him kiddo, or my boy, never forced. Those words just felt right. When she'd tuck him in at night, eating him fables about families overcoming hardship, she'd feel a stirring in her chest that was more than simple duty. It felt maternal. They reached the main atrium, where Roxanne Wolf was already standing near a polished stage platform, arms folded, blinking her emerald eyes to adjust after recharging. The second she spotted Harry's telltale bunny suit, she grinned. "Morning, champ," Roxy said, flipping her hair dramatically. Ready to show off again today? Harry blushed but returned her smile. Why yes, he whispered, hugging the bunny head to his chest. He'd come to see Roxy as the ultimate example of confidence. Her boldness, her swagger, all of it made him want to hold his head higher. She never seemed afraid of anything, and she always told him it was okay to believe in himself. Sometimes, she'd gently chide him if she caught him shrinking away from praise. I'm gonna wave at the kids, he added, but I think I might stay in front a little longer this time. Roxanne gave him a playful nudge with her furry elbow. Good for you. Show them who's boss, she teased. Just watch your feet. You nearly tripped yesterday. The memory made Harry blush. He'd been so eager that he early tangled himself in the bunny costume's sleeves. Monty had caught him before he fell on his face, an unexpectedly gentle move from the normally rowdy gator. Will do, Roxy, Harry said, face blurry. Ed partially behind the costume's neckline. He glanced up at Vanessa, who nodded in encouragement, and the two parted ways so that Vanessa could handle her early shift duties. Harry wandered over to Monty's gator golf next, trailing the oversized bunny feet behind him. When he arrived, Montgomery Gator was adjusting a small golf display, wearing his usual brash grin. Spotting Harry, Monty let out an exaggerated cheer. Hey there, lil' buddy, he said. You're ready to putt around with me later. Harry nodded shyly, remembering how Monty had taught him to hold a child-sized putter. The memory of Enty's big mechanical hand guiding his smaller one warmed his heart. He might still be clumsy, but Monty had shown unwavering patience, cheering him on for every minor improvement. Monty also took on a pseudo-uncle role, sometimes teasing Harry about being the littlest bunny in the place. But the teasing always carried genuine affection. I'd like that, Harry told him. Just, can we do it after I wave to the kids? They might want to see me in the bunny costume first. Sure thing, sport, Monty replied, ruffling what little hair Harry had poking out of the costume's hood. They'll love seeing ya, trust me. You're the cutest mascot we got. Harry blushed bright red and mumbled a soft thank you. Compliments still made him squirm, but a shy smile would always follow. Monty chuckled and turned back to adjusting the display. Harry wandered on, passing through the atrium until he spotted Glamrock Chica in her bright neon glory. She was already entertaining a handful of staff members, showing off a silly dance routine. When Chica spotted Harry, she waved him over excitedly. Harry, I was just thinking about you, she sang out. I found some new snack ideas in the staff kitchen. Want to try them later? We can do taste tests. Quote, Harry's eyes sparkled. He'd discovered a love for fresh food. He'd never had so many choices at the Dursleys, where stale bread and leftover scraps were all he'd known. Yes, please, he whispered. I love your snacks, Chica. Yay, she exclaimed. Then, noticing how the staff around her were staring at Harry, she ushered them closer. Look, it's the littlest bunny in the Pizzaplex, she announced proudly. A round of applause for Harry. They clapped, and Harry's face glowed. He gave a small wave, hugging the costume to his chest. The staff had grown accustomed to seeing him every day, but never tired of praising his bravery. Many of them had guessed he'd been through something tragic, though they didn't know the details. They only knew a gentle child lived here, under Vanessa's guardianship, and he brightened their days. The final animatronic on his daily morning route was Glamrock Fredy, who stood by a large sign bearing the day's schedule for upcoming performances. Fredy was the most fatherly figure among the his deep voice, calm manner, and gentle eyes always reassured Harry. He'd often stoop down to Harry's level and praise him for the simplest achievements, calling him remarkably brave. That praise felt especially meaningful since Harry was used to hearing how worthless he was from the Dursleys. Good morning, Harry, Fredy intoned as the boy approached. I trust you slept well. Harry nodded. Yes, sir, he replied softly. Fredy responded with a kindly chuckle at being called, sir, again. The big bear animatronic leaned down, placing a gentle metal hand on Harry's shoulder. You're a bright spot here, Fredy said. Everyone loves seeing you. Are you ready for the day's visitors? Harry took a breath. Yes, I'm going to wave more, be braver. He explained. He liked using that word, braver. He never would have described himself as brave before arriving at the Pizzaplex. Fear had always been his default state. But this place and these people, Vanessa, the animatronics, even Grandpa Willyvad helped him realize that bravery didn't mean never being afraid. It meant trying anyway, trusting in the goodness of the world around him. Or, at least, trusting that he had a place in it. Excellent, Fredy said, patting him once more. I'll be watching from the stage if you need support. Spurred on by this encouragement, Harry made his way to the main entrance where visitors would start flowing in. Staff unlocked the doors at precisely 9 o'clock, and families began trickling in, parents pushing strollers, Kai Eldren racing ahead to see the animatronics. Harry stood near the corner, breathing deeply. The costume was comforting, but sometimes he still got a knot in his stomach at the prospect of new people. A boy about his age rushed in with wide eyes, squealed at the sight of Harry in the bunny suit, and ran straight to him. "Mom, look, a bunny!" the boy shouted, making his mother laugh. Harry froze for a split second but then managed a little wave. "Hi," he whispered. The boy giggled, and his mother smiled kindly at Harry. She likely assumed he was a performer or a staff member's child, but didn't ask questions. She just said how cute he was, and Harry blushed as usual. The boy began babbling about how he'd seen pictures of this place in a magazine, how he wanted to try Monty's Gator Golf, how he couldn't wait to see Roxy's Raceway. Harry shyly pointed them to where they could find each attraction, recalling the Pizzaplex map. The mother thanked him, and they were on their way, leaving Harry with a soft glow of pride at having helped. He continued greeting families in this manner for the next couple of hours, always returning to Vanessa or the animatronics when he felt overwhelmed. It was a comfortable routine wave. Sometimes speak a few words, accept any compliments with a shy smile, and then retreat. Each day, he felt the edge of his shyness wear away a bit more, replaced by a sense of belonging. And each evening, he'd curl up in the security office, read a story with Vanessa, and drift off, safe and loved. As the days turned into weeks, culminating in early May, Harry's PR essence became an integral part of the Pizzaplex's daily life. Staff members might ask him politely to help hand out flyers or guide lost children to the nearest restrooms. Parents would glance at him in the bunny suit and grin, charmed by such an endearing mascot. Sometimes, a child would cry, and Harry's gentleness would soothe them. He'd offer a silly wave or bounce in the suit, prompting a shaky smile from the distressed toddler. The animatronics, for their part, began to rely on him for morale. His laughter in the backstage areas, his attempts to help clean up small messes, his unbridled delight in new tasks, these little gestures made them feel like they had a real family member in their midst, bridging the gap between machine and child. Vanessa observed all this quietly. On one particularly calm afternoon in early May, she found Harry sitting on a bench in a side hall, staring at some childish drawings pinned to a bulletin board. He'd made a few of them himself in the days prior, crayon sketches of the animatronics, the Pizzaplex, and, hesitantly, a tall figure that resembled William. The first time she saw that drawing, she'd asked, "Is that your grandpa?" Harry had nodded, explaining how he imagined him in the young man form that he'd glimpsed. Vanessa had praised the drawing, and now it was pinned among the others. Seeing him perched there, lost in thought, she approached and sat down beside him. "You okay, kiddo?" she asked, gently brushing some dust from the bunny suit's sleeve. "Yeah," Harry replied. Then he bit his lip. "Sometimes, I wish the rest of my family was here, too. I love everyone here, but I keep thinking about what Grandpa Sato and Elizabeth sneaks sweets and how Uncle Evan is shy like me. I wonder if they'd like the Pizzaplex, or if they'd want to stay." Vanessa gave his shoulder a light squeeze. "I'm sure they'd love it here," she said, though deep inside, she wasn't entirely sure how that would go. William's family had a complicated history, and the notion of them suddenly appearing in the Pizzaplex unsettled her. Would they be like William, partially intangible, once twisted souls looking for redemption? She forced a smile for Harry's sake. "But you've got us in the meantime," she reminded him. He looked at her, a small smile curving his lips. "I know," he said, hugging her side. "Thank you, Nessa Mum." He'd started calling her that. Occasionally, Nessa Mum, spoken in a hesitant hush. The first time, she almost teared up, stunned that he could see her as a mother figure. Now, hearing it again, her heart fluttered with warmth and fear. She knew how big that title was, and she didn't want to disappoint him. "You can call me whatever you like," she told him softly. "I'm here for you." Harry smiled, leaning against her. "I love living here. I feel safe." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, letting the hum of the Pizzaplex fill the spaces between them. Roxanne strode past at one point, gave them a knowing wink, and ambled on. Monty's distant laughter echoed from the Gator Golf attraction. Chica's melodic hum floated from a corridor. Freddie's deep voice boomed in a gentle greeting to passing families. This was the symphony of Harry's life now, voices that cared, voices that showed him kindness. And in the center of it all was Vanessa, quiet, watchful, protective, who had grown to see him as her own. No matter what official papers said, by May 14th, his bond with the animatronics was akin to a real family dynamic. Roxy had taken to giving him mini pep talks, telling him to be proud of himself. If she caught him apologizing too many times or hanging his head, she'd gently remind him, "Hey, chin up, this place wouldn't be half as fun without you." Monty teased him about being the littlest champion on the mini golf course. Always with a playful grin. Chica found ways to slip him small sweets or surprise him with a new silly song. Fredy praised him for every small act of courage, from handing out balloons to stepping onto a stage to wave at the audience during a birthday celebration. Their acceptance of him as part of their group had blossomed from novelty to genuine affection. Vanessa, for her part, had begun teaching him basic reading and writing. Every night in the security office, she'd help him trace letters on a scrap pad, sometimes relating them to silly jokes or stories so it felt like a game. Harry's progress was rapid, had a sharp mind, just little formal instruction. The more he learned, the more he realized how neglected he'd been academically at the Dursleys. Yet he didn't dwell on that sadness for long. The future was all that mattered now, and in this Pizzaplex, he had all the support he needed. On the evening of May 14th, after the crowds had left and animatronics powered down to low-energy mode, Harry sat in Vanessa's lap, exhausted from the day's excitement. She was reading him a story about a lost kitten finding a home with a kind family, and he listened intently. Eyes drooping but filled with contentment. A gentle hush fell over them in the security office. Just before drifting off, Harry murmured, "Do you think my family will come soon?" Vanessa stroked his messy hair. "Maybe," she whispered, feeling an odd certainty. "And when they do, we'll be ready." He nodded, tucking his face into the bunny costume that still acted like a blanket for him. He fell asleep with a small smile. Vanessa watched him, heart swelling with a protective love. She knew that change loomed on the horizon. Whether it was William returning with his family or something else from the wizarding world, she sensed that Harry's life would never be dull. But for now, she cradled him in her arms, letting him rest in innocence and hope. When May 15th dawned, the wind outside carried a faint chill. And the sky overhead was cloudy and gray. The Pizzaplex's neon signs still glowed cheerfully, chasing away any gloom. Vanessa led Harry to the atrium like usual, not suspecting how drastically the day would unravel. He greeted a handful of early guests and played a short round of golf with Monty. Around midday, the animatronics bustled about, preparing for a special event on the main stage. Harry was nibbling on a pastry from Chica's staff-only stash when he felt a prickling at the back of his neck, the same subtle, staticky feeling he sometimes got right before William manifested. "Vanessa," he said, tugging on her sleeve. She was reviewing a schedule for upcoming parties. "I feel Grandpa's coming." She arched an eyebrow. "William?" she asked, glancing around warily. The last time he'd appeared unannounced, it had been startling. But she didn't see or hear anything unusual. "Maybe," she allowed, closing the folder. "We'll just keep our eyes open." Harry didn't need to wait long. Barely a few minutes later, the lights flickered near the main entrance, and the staff murmured in confusion. Vanessa's heart skipped. Something was interfacing with the system. She pulled Harry closer, stepping away from the public areas. A moment later, she saw a small group of figures stepping through the doors, though they didn't open them in any normal sense. It was as if they walked from a shimmer of light into the building. Or perhaps it was an illusion, courtesy of advanced technology. She blinked hard, not trusting her eyes at first. At the forefront stood William Afton. In his chosen late 30s human form, handsome but perpetually tinged with that intangible static aura if one looked closely enough. He wore a relieved expression upon seeing Harry. But he wasn't alone. Flanking him were 4 new individuals, each emanating the same subtle glitchy presence. Yet, to casual eyes, they appeared perfectly human. Vanessa's throat constricted. This had to be the Afton family. She recognized them from the bits and pieces Harry had described. Clara, the wife, poised with regal bearing and gentle eyes. Elizabeth, a mischievous glint flickering in her gaze. Evan, timidly hovering at the edges. And Michael, tall and confident in a teenage rebellious way, though obviously older than a typical teen. The illusions must have masked their real appearances, making them look more or less how they might have in life. Her mind reeled. This was exactly the scenario she'd half anticipated, half dreaded. She gently nudged Harry forward, letting him take the lead. He looked up, eyes wide. They locked with Clara's first. She had a composed, almost ethereal beauty, her hair pinned neatly, her posture reminiscent of a dancer. For a heartbeat, they stared at each other. Harry's bunny costume seemed almost comical next to her refined aura, yet the vulnerability in his eyes spoke volumes. Without a word, he shuffled forward, drawn to her as if by instinct. Clara's lips trembled. Harry, she breathed. Then, in a rush of emotion, she opened her arms, and Harry darted into them without hesitation. Vanessa's eyes widened at how immediate that connection was. She saw William exhale a silent sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Roxanne and the other animatronics, who had come to the entrance to investigate the flicker, watched the scene with caution, not sure whether to intervene. Harry buried his face in Clara's side, hugging her tightly. "Grandma," he whispered. The moment their bodies touched, something passed between them, a shimmering wave that made the illusions flicker briefly, as if revealing a flash of animatronic or spirit form underneath. Clara gasped, tears appearing in her eyes. Memories she'd lost, forcibly ripped away by Dumbledore's manipulations, rushed in. Everything about Lily, everything about how Lily was taken, how Lily died, how Lily's child was hidden away. Her breath caught in her throat, and she clung to Harry, tears slipping freely. "My Lily," Clara moaned softly. "Oh, sweet Lily, and your son is in my arms." Harry felt her trembling. He hugged her tighter, a small boy offering comfort he barely understood. He'd heard the stories of how Lily was stolen from them, how the memories had been suppressed. Now, seeing Clara's tears, he understood the depth of that pain. She sniffled, stroking his hair, murmuring thanks that he was here and safe. Harry's heart pounded. He felt needed, cherished, a link to Lily that was healing an old wound. Standing to the side, Vanessa found her own eyes growing misty. She's Sue. LD sensed the raw emotional current swirling in that hug. She noticed William looking both proud and anxious. Next to him, the 3 younger illusions studied Harry with a mix of curiosity and longing. Elizabeth, who looked like a girl of about 8, was the first to speak. She stepped forward, hands on her hips, and regarded Harry with a playful grin. "So you're my nephew, huh?" she declared dramatically, adopting a theatrical stance. "I'm Auntie Elizabeth, in case you forgot." Harry disentangled himself from Clara, glancing at Elizabeth. It was a bit confusing. She looked younger than him physically, yet was clearly older. In spirit, he swallowed. "Aunt Elizabeth," he managed, uncertain if he was using the correct title for someone who appeared like a child. She apparently caught his hesitation, because she hopped closer, tapped his nose, and said, "Yes, indeed. Auntie Elizabeth, your cooler, older aunt. You can call me that." She winked. A shy giggle escaped Harry. The tension that had built from meeting Clara eased into humor. "Okay, Aunt Elizabeth," he said, biting back a smile at the absurdity. She flashed him a triumphant grin, then spun to shoot Michael a snarky look, as if silently bragging that she'd introduced herself first. Evan was next, stepping out from behind William. He appeared as a quiet preteen, eyes downcast, shoulders hunched slightly, as though expecting the world to be scary. Still, there was a softness in his gaze when he looked at Harry. After a moment's hesitation, he extended a small carved figurine, a roughly shaped toy resembling a bear, reminiscent of Golden Freddy's design. "This is for you," he said softly, voice trembling. I made it. I'm your Uncle Evan. Harry's heart warmed at the gesture. He reached out, took the figurine carefully, then offered Evan a bright smile. Thank you, he whispered. I love it. Hi, Uncle Evan. The tension in Evan's posture eased, and a small, relieved smile crossed his lips. They shared a quiet moment, a pair of shy souls forming an unspoken bond. Michael, on the other hand, was shifting his weight awkwardly. He appeared as a tall teenager, wearing a casual jacket and a slightly cocky stance. Though his eyes betrayed a swirl of nerves, Elizabeth snuck him a gleeful look, probably waiting for Harry to mention the infamous rebellious incident. Sure enough, Harry turned to him, remembering William's rants. Are you Uncle Michael, the rebellious teenager? Harry asked, pointing. The immediate flush on Michael's cheeks told Harry all he needed to know. Elizabeth let out a peal of laughter, clapping her hands. Yes, that's him, all right, she teased. Our dear big brother who stole Dad's car. Michael cleared his throat, shooting William a betrayed glance. Seems Father's been telling stories, he muttered, cheeks still reddening. William offered a sheepish shrug. Then, to Harry, Michael knelt down a bit. I guess that's me, he admitted quietly. But I've grown up since then, more or less. William snickered softly, snapping his fingers to make a tiny holographic rain cloud float over Michael's head. It was a playful glitch he'd programmed as a mild revenge for all that teenage angst from years ago. Michael's eyes widened indignantly. Seriously, Dad, he hissed, swiping at the digital cloud that hovered, releasing small droplets. Harry laughed aloud, that sweet, tinkle-ing laughter that brightened every corner. The animatronics, who had been standing back warily, found themselves smiling. Even Roxy snorted, arms folded, amused by the teenage illusions. Despite the embarrassment, Michael composed himself and turned back to Harry with a wry smile. Anyway, it's good to meet you, Harry, he said. Sorry if my rebellious history gave you a weird impression. He ruffled Harry's hair lightly. I promise to be a better uncle than I was a teenage son. Harry nodded, still giggling, and hopped in place, the bunny suit's ears flopping. That small hop was a sign of his excitement. He couldn't believe he was meeting them all at once. It felt like a dream. Vanessa, watching from near a wall, inhaled deeply. She realized that the group who had just arrived were all illusions disguising animatronic or spectral forms. She guessed they were physically intangible or mechanical, yet they carried themselves with a semblance of life and affection that was oddly beautiful. William cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. Well, he said, this is my family. You've heard me talk about them. Clara, Elizabeth, Evan, and Michael. They've come with me because we want to meet Harry properly. We want to help him see he's never alone. He cast a glance at Vanessa and the animatronics. We also promise not to cause trouble. We're here to support Harry, not disrupt your routine. Vanessa swallowed, stepping forward with caution. I'm Vanessa, she introduced herself. I've been caring for Harry since he arrived here. Her tone was protective, eyes flicking between them. It's nice to meet you all. I'm sorry if we seem wary, but Clara turned, still holding Harry's hand gently, and faced Vanessa with a soft expression. We understand, she said, voice carrying a motherly tone. I know our family's past is complicated. We truly are grateful that you've been there for Harry. She bowed her head. Thank you for protecting our grandson when we couldn't. Vanessa's eyes stung with tears. She'd never been thanked like this. She nodded stiffly, feeling a swirl of relief that they didn't come off as demanding or invasive. He's a wonderful boy, she said simply. He's brought so much joy here. Behind them, the animatronics crept closer. Roxanne circled around, eyeing the illusions with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. Chica moved near Harry, lightly resting a hand on his shoulder. Fredy approached with slow, measured steps, prepared to mediate if needed. Monty remained partially behind them, arms crossed, wearing an inscrutable expression. So, these are your relatives, kid? Monty asked Harry, keeping his voice neutral. They good people? Harry, peeking out from Clara's side, nodded. Yes, he insisted. They're my family. They won't hurt us. The animatronics exchanged glances. They had always been protective of Harry, suspicious of outside forces. But they trusted Harry's judgment more than anything. So they took a breath collectively, in their own mechanical way, and relaxed. Clara and Elizabeth approached the animatronics, introducing themselves politely. It was surreal to watch them greet Roxanne and Monty as if meeting new neighbors. Evan stood back, eyes darting. He seemed fascinated by the animatronics but too shy to speak much. Michael gave them a nod of respect, mindful of the watchful stares. William gently placed a hand on Vanessa's arm. "I know this might be sudden," he said in a low voice. "But the illusions discs we perfected let them appear fully human. We wanted to do this for Harry. I hope it's not too large a disruption." Vanessa exhaled. "We'll adapt," she said. "Just warn me next time, okay?" Her lips twitched in a faint smile. With that, the Afton family had arrived, stepping into the bright swirl of the Pizzaplex. William guided them deeper inside, and the animatronics parted to give them space. The staff who passed by saw only a handful of newcomers, apparently on a special tour. No alarms went off. The illusions worked flawlessly. Meanwhile, Clara kept Harry's hand, occasionally stopping to peer at the colorful decorations or to comment on how lively the place was. Elizabeth kept up a string of commentary about how awesome the neon decor looked, teasing Harry about whether he had his own fan club. Evan stuck close, sometimes offering a shy grin. Michael tried to appear casual, but occasionally, Harry would catch him marveling at the advanced lighting or animatronic technology. They ended up congregating by a quieter lounge area near the back. Vanessa had discreetly steered them there to avoid too many prying eyes. Harry perched on a stool, gazing in awe at his grandmother, aunt, uncles, and grandpa, all together. He'd sometimes had dreams of Lily, though faint, and this felt close to that dream. He hoped Lily would be proud. The intangible hole in his life where parents should have been no longer felt so gaping. Surrounded by the Aftons, he found a sense of belonging that calmed the ache. Clara knelt beside him. He noticed the way her illusions flickered slightly, as if she were slightly translucent under the lighting. Still, she was solid enough to place a tender hand on his cheek. "I can't believe I'm really here with you," she whispered. "You look so much like Lily did as a child. Did anyone ever tell you that?" Harry flushed, shaking his head. "No one," he admitted. "I never had pictures of her." Pain flickered in Clara's gaze. "We'll fix that," she promised, glancing at William. "We have some old photographs stored away. Maybe we can show you someday." She turned back, eyes shining with tears that didn't quite fall. "Thank you for letting me remember. When I held you, it was like a missing piece of my soul came back." Harry nodded, not fully understanding but feeling the depth of her gratitude. He patted her hand gently. "You're welcome," he said. I'm happy you're here." Elizabeth hopped over, grinning. "So, Harry, do you really live in that bunny costume all day?" she teased by poking at the floppy ears. "You must get really hot in there. Don't you ever wear normal clothes?" Harry giggled. "I do sometimes," he admitted. "But I like it. It's comfortable, and it makes me feel safe." He gazed at Elizabeth, noticing she was only an inch or two shorter than him. Strange, considering she was technically older by decades, but he found it fun rather than unsettling. "Aunt Elizabeth, do you really steal sweets?" he asked, recalling William's story. Elizabeth smirked. "Once a sweet tooth, always a sweet tooth," she replied, crossing her arms. "I'd love to taste some of this place's goodies. Monty's Gator Golf looked neat too. You gotta show me around." Harry beamed, nodding rapidly. "Of course," he said, excited at the idea of playing tour guide for his own family. "Chica has the best snacks, and Monty's golf is really fun, and Roxy's raceway is cool, and..." He stopped, breathless. Evan gave a quiet laugh from behind him. "I want to see it all too," Evan said softly. "If that's okay." He fiddled with the edge of his jacket. "I'm not used to places like this." Harry slid off the stool, stepping over to Evan. "Me neither," he admitted. "But it's safe here, and if we get scared, we can hide behind Roxy or Monty. They're big and tough." Evan's eyes lit up with gratitude. "Thank you," he said. They shared a shy smile. Michael joined them, hooking his thumbs in his pockets. "So, does this place have any secrets?" Hidden rooms, old robots. Father mentioned some staff-only areas. Harry cocked his head. Not sure, he said. He recalled how he'd once been led into a back room by Vanny, but that was a memory overshadowed by dark events. We mostly stay in the main areas, or the security office. That's where I sleep. He paused, glancing at Vanessa, who hovered near the lounge entrance, chatting quietly with William and Clara about logistics. Michael followed his gaze. Vanessa's been good to you, he observed. He still carried some tension in his posture, likely from decades of complicated feelings about father figures. I can see why you're attached to her. Harry nodded. She's like a mum to me, he said. She taught me to read and took care of me. She didn't have to, but she did. The sincerity in his voice melted Michael's guarded exterior. He reached out and patted the top of Harry's bunny hood. She sounds better than the guardians you had before, Michael noted quietly. I'm glad you found her. By now, the animatronics had inched closer, forming a loose circle around the lounge. Roxanne glared lightly at William, but nodded to Clara, maintaining a measured politeness. Glamrock Fredy approached calmly, bowing his head in a gentlemanly manner to greet them. Montgomery Gator, arms crossed, offered a curt hello, which Elizabeth returned with a playful wave. Chica squealed about wanting to introduce them to her cooking. Slowly, the tension thawed, replaced by curious conversations. The visitors to the Pizzaplex carried on mostly oblivious to the extraordinary reunion happening behind the scenes. Occasionally, staff might glance over and see the new group: 2 adults. 3 younger individuals chatting with the animatronics. They assumed it was some special corporate inspection or perhaps a VIP family. The illusions discs did their job, ensuring no one questioned their presence or saw a hint of animatronic endoskeletons behind the facade. That first day, May 15th, was a whirlwind of introductions and emotional moments. Clara and Elizabeth took time to talk to Vanessa, thanking her profusely for how she'd cared for Harry. Vanessa responded humbly, saying that Harry had given her purpose, a sense of meaning she'd never had. Evan quietly explored corners of the building with Harry, comparing notes on which places were least crowded, which corridors were coziest. Monty observed them, occasionally stepping in to show them the hidden mini-golf corners he had set up. Roxanne kept a sharp eye on William, but grudgingly acknowledged that he seemed purely focused on Harry's well-being. Michael, drifting around, asked pointed questions about the Pizzaplex's security systems. Likely out of habit from his own experiences at other Fazbear facilities. By the end of the day, everyone was exhausted, but a sense of new possibility hovered in the air. The following days, from May 16th through May 20th, were a study in blending 2 families, the found family of Vanessa and the animatronics, and the blood family of the Aftons. Initially, Vanessa was tense around Clara, unsure whether Lily's mother might resent her or try to take Harry away. But Clara diffused that worry by praising Vanessa's devotion. "You've been the mother figure he needed," Clara said softly one evening. While Harry played with Elizabeth and Evan in the main atrium. "I'm not here to replace you. We just want to share in his happiness, fill in the gaps about Lily, about our family." Vanessa could only nod, touched by the woman's sincerity. For their part, the animatronics wrestled with old fears and suspicions. William's presence always triggered reminders of murder and lost children in the Fazbear legacy. But seeing how he approached Harry with warmth, and how Clara and Elizabeth showered him with affection, slowly chipped away at that distrust. When the Aftons spoke about Lily, explaining how she was stolen by a wizard and how they lost memories under magical compulsion, the animatronics found themselves sympathizing. Even Roxanne admitted, in a private moment to Vanessa, "I can see they're genuine. Harry's joy is real when he's around them. I won't hold father's sins against all of them if they're truly here to love him." The Aftons brought stories, and they brought memories. Each evening, they would gather with Harry and share tales of Lily's childhood, how she once tried to bake cookies with Elizabeth and ended up coating the entire kitchen in flour, or how she'd sneak out at night to watch the stars with Evan. Because he was scared of the dark. These recollections made Lily come alive for Harry. He often wept quietly, wishing he had known her, but the tears were mixed with gratitude. At least he had her family now. Clara even sang an old lullaby one night, her voice trembling with a mother's longing, and Harry leaned against her illusion's disc form. lulled into a gentle doze by the melody. Elizabeth recounted mischief, pranks, and sibling rivalries. She animatedly described times she and Lily teamed up to trick Michael into doing chores, or how Lily would defend Evan when Michael teased him too hard. Then she'd apologize to Michael if she overstepped, a humorous sibling dynamic playing out in real time. Michael would roll his eyes but smirk, reminding everyone he'd changed since those teenage days. Evan, in his quiet manner, talked about how Lily always encouraged him to speak up, how she told him his fears were valid. He said, softly, that he felt Lily's presence in Harry's gentle nature. Amid these warm moments, small conflicts did arise. The animatronics had been Harry's guardians in their own way, and now they had to share that role with Lily's actual family. Monty once confronted William about how the past impacted their trust, and William, to everyone's surprise, didn't snap or become defensive. He simply acknowledged their concerns, promising to remain truthful and protective of Harry. Vanessa struggled with her own insecurities, worried that the Aftons might eventually take Harry away. But Clara reassured her again and again, even hugging her once, saying, "Vanessa, dear, if not for you, we wouldn't have a grandson to meet. You saved him. We want you in his life." Harry noticed these tensions. She was more observant than people gave him credit for, but he tried to fix them in the only way he knew how, by pulling everyone together in a common activity. One evening, he asked if the animatronics and the Aftons could sit in the main dining area for a family story time. He set out chairs, with some help, and invited each party to share a short story about themselves. The first few moments were awkward, but soon, Roxanne boasted about a funny race from that day. Monty chimed in with an anecdote about chasing a stray staff bot. Chica talked about how she accidentally burned a batch of pizza, making everyone laugh. Then Clara told a short memory of Lily learning to dance from her. Elizabeth recounted a hilarious prank, and so on. By the end of the session, they weren't all hugging and singing Kumbaya, but the atmosphere had softened into something akin to genuine acceptance. By May 20th, the Pizzaplex had settled into a new normal. The Illusions discs let the Aftons come and go without raising eyebrows, though they tried not to appear every day to avoid suspicion. Harry reveled in his time, with Theme specially enjoying Elizabeth's dramatic flair and Evan's gentle companionship. He would still do his daily tasks with the animatronics, wave at guests, and cling to Vanessa for bedtime stories. But now, he also had these new relatives who called him nephew, grandson, or simply Harry, filling him with a sense of belonging he'd never felt before. One of the final nights before the next big wave of weekend parties, they all convened in a quiet corridor after hours. Harry stood in the center, the bunny costume around him like always. Clara sat on a bench, humming a lullaby. Elizabeth leaned against the wall, fiddling with Illusions-based ribbons in her hair. Evan perched next to Harry, offering him the carved bear figurine to hold. Michael was talking softly with Monty about some mechanical detail, surprising them both with his knowledge. Roxanne paced, half listening. Chica tidied up a leftover cupcake tray. Fredy conversed quietly with William about potential security vulnerabilities. Vanessa hovered, arms folded, watching Harry with affectionate eyes. She found herself thinking about how far they'd all come, how many barriers they'd crossed to stand here as a complicated but loving family unit. If someone had told her weeks ago that the Pizzaplex would become a sanctuary for a child and his half-ghost, half-animatronic relatives, she would have scoffed. But here they were, forging bonds that no ordinary logic could explain. Harry approached Vanessa, tugging gently at her hand. "Nessa mum," he said softly, barely above a whisper. "Thank you for everything." She ruffled his hair, tears brimming. "Always, kiddo," she whispered. "I'm just glad you're happy." William, noticing them, paused his conversation with Fredy and turned to watch, a small, contemplative smile on his face. Clara saw it too, then patted the space next to her on the bench, wordlessly inviting him to sit. He joined her, and they both gazed at Harry, surrounded by the Pizzaplex family. In that moment, the swirl of tension from the past felt distant. Lily's memory pulsed in their hearts, her absence a painful scar, yet somehow her legacy shone in Harry's bright eyes. The hush was broken by Elizabeth's sudden yawn. She stretched dramatically, complaining she was bored of standing around, and NDED that Harry give her a private tour of Roxy's raceway so she could see if the go-karts were as fast as rumored. Evan shuffled along behind her, curious. Roxanne, overhearing this challenge, smirked and bragged about how no Illusion's disc could beat the real racer. Monty teased Elizabeth about being too short to reach the pedals, earning a playful swat. Laughter spread through the group, warming the corridor. Vanessa shook her head in mild amusement. William and Clara rose, following at a leisurely pace. Fredy offered to power up the raceway track for a short demonstration. Chica rummaged for an extra helmet that might fit Elizabeth's illusion size. Michael ambled along, hands in his pockets, leaning in to comment about how surreal it all was. Everyone's footsteps echoed again. The polished floors as they moved deeper into the building, a patchwork family whose edges still needed smoothing, but who were determined to make it work. And in the heart of that circle walked Harry, the catalyst for their unity. The boy who had once believed no one wanted him. When they reached Roxy's raceway, Harry trotted ahead eagerly, the bunny suit's ears bouncing. He began explaining how the carts worked, how one had to be tall enough to see over the wheel. Elizabeth listened with feigned seriousness, then demanded to know if she could break the speed record. Roxanne rolled her eyes but offered to show the track's layout. Monty joked about betting on who would crash first. Evan hovered, looking torn between excitement and anxiety, while Michael asked Vanessa about the safety features. Clara and William stepped aside. Watching the lively scene, Clara let out a soft sigh, leaning her head on William's shoulder. Lily would be so proud, she said. Harry is everything we could have hoped for. William nodded, his eyes never leaving Harry. Yes, he replied quietly, and I won't let anyone take this from him. He's safe with us all. Vanessa overheard, her chest tightening with relief. She realized how much they all cared about Harry's well-being now. Tension lingered over the Wizarding World threat, but for this night, they let it rest. The illusion's discs, the hidden truths, they all paled in comparison to the simple fact that Harry was no longer alone. Each step forward was a step toward healing. Watching them, Harry felt a rush of indescribable warmth. He marveled at how the animatronics, Vanessa, and the Aftons coexisted, bridging painful histories and magical curses. And he thought of Lily's mother he never knew and silently promised to make her proud, to see Ari her love forward in this patchwork family. As he hopped into a go-kart seat to demonstrate something for Elizabeth, a wide grin on his face, he knew he was exactly where he belonged. By the end of the night on May 20th, the group congregated once more at the atrium. They were tired, but brimming with that gentle glow that comes from shared experiences. Harry's cheeks were flushed from excitement. Elizabeth was still gloating about her alleged new track record. Evan quietly confessed he'd found the ride fun, and Monty teased Roxy about losing to a little kid. Roxy shot back that illusion's discs gave unfair advantages. Michael teased them both with a smirk. Clara stifled a laugh, while William gave her an affectionate nudge. Vanessa, trailing behind, could only smile as she saw all the personalities intermingling with a surprising harmony. Before they parted ways, they gathered in a private corner so William could finalize plans. He was investigating more about the Wizarding World, the blocks on Lily's memory, and how best to keep Harry safe indefinitely. He didn't share every detail, some truths might be too heavy, but he assured them that if danger approached, the Aftons would stand beside the Pizzaplex family. Clara stepped forward, hugging Vanessa briefly, whispering gratitude in her ear. Elizabeth insisted on a second go-around of hugging Harry, while Evan shyly patted his back. Michael saluted Harry, half joking, half earnest, telling him to keep an eye on his rebellious teenage illusions. William hovered last, placing a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. Be good, my grandson, William said softly, his tone carrying a quiet vow. I'll be around soon, I promise. Harry nodded, hugging him, feeling no fear in that embrace. Then, in a flicker of shimmering air, the illusion's discs activated. And the Aftons vanished, leaving only empty space where they stood. For a moment, the corridor was silent, save for the hum of overhead lights. Vanessa put a hand on Harry's shoulder, and he tilted his head back to look at her, eyes shining with emotion. The animatronics exhaled, or their mechanical equivalent, in unison, glancing around. Another day ended, but with so much hope kindled. As they returned to their nightly routines, Harry stayed close to Vanessa, still in the bunny costume. She ruffled his hair gently. "You okay?" she asked, sensing his whirlwind of feelings. He nodded, a soft, grateful smile on his face. "I'm better than okay," he said quietly. I have a family. 2 families, actually, and that's something I never dreamed I'd have." Vanessa felt tears prick at her eyes. She scooped him into a brief hug. "You deserve it," she whispered. "Now let's get you to bed, kiddo. We've got more birthdays tomorrow." He giggled, letting her guide him. As they walked, he thought of Lily, of William, of each aunt and uncle he'd just met. He thought of Vanessa, the animatronics, the entire Pizzaplex. It felt like puzzle pieces, once scattered, were snapping into place. Sure, some edges were ragged, and they still faced the looming shadow of the wizarding world, but tonight he felt safe, loved, and strong. Wrapping the bunny costume's ears around himself like a blanket, he decided he'd treasure every moment of this new life, come what may. In the quiet hush of the security office, the last image before Harry's eyes closed was that of the small carved bear Evan gave him. Resting on the desk near the lamp, it reminded him of everything they'd shared. Memories, stories, laughter, tears. Nestling into Vanessa's protective presence, he drifted off, heart full of dreams about tomorrow. And more on my Patreon. http. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 70+ chapters across the 20 fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. H. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Blay. ACH crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 6 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Symph. Oni of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of F. Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Queen of Forb. Hidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 6 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 5 chapters available now. Moonlight ND Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Beyond Boundaries of Time. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9 already available on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 8. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Five Nights at Freddy's series. Late on May 20, 1988, the corridors of the Mega Pizzaplex glowed with a subdued light as the day's final visitors filed out. The gentle clack of staff shoes echoed softly across the polished floors, mingling with the hum of the animatronics powering down to their nighttime modes. In the far corner, near one of the service entrances, Harry stood with Vanessa, gazing at the lingering traces of the Afton family's illusions. They had just faded from view in a ripple of ambient neon, a warm farewell that left the air charged with promise. The quiet hush that followed felt like the closing of a chapter. One in which Harry had learned more about himself and his family than he ever thought possible. Vanessa guided him back toward the security office. Each step seemed to carry the emotional echoes of the day's reunion. As though the floors themselves remembered the laughter and embraces. A gentleness spread across the Pizzaplex, a settling of some intangible weight. When they reached the office, Harry's eyelids were drooping. In the corner, his beloved Vanny costume lay over a small chair, its worn white fabric catching a faint glimmer from a security monitor. The gentle neon of the Pizzaplex tinted it a soft violet at the edges, almost giving it a luminescent quality. Harry barely had the strength to speak. The comforting warmth of Vanessa's hand on his shoulder made him sigh in contentment. He nestled onto a makeshift cot, a pillow that smelled faintly of vanilla and felt like home. As he drifted to sleep, the final images from earlier flitted behind his closed eyelids. Grandma Clara's tender smile, Uncle Michael's embarrassed grin at being called rebellious, Aunt Elizabeth's teasing wave, Uncle Evan's shy encouragement, and William's proud gaze. Their presences felt like protective lanterns in the darkness. When he moved restlessly, his small hand brushed the edge of the Vanny costume, and the soft fabric responded with a whisper-like rustle. A sense of peace washed over him as he slipped into slumber. By morning, the neon glow had shifted to bright overhead lights. The day was May 21st, and the Pizzaplex awakened to the usual routine, staff preparing for the morning rush. Animatronics humming through initial checks, and the smell of coffee drifting from a staff lounge. In the security office, Harry stirred, blinking at the screens that displayed silent camera feeds of empty halls. Vanessa was already awake. She sipped coffee from a paper cup, a pensive smile touching her lips as she watched him rub his eyes. He managed a small yawn, then a bashful smile. As though still surprised this life belonged to him. A corner of the Vanny costume draped over his lap, and he patted it fondly before looking up at Vanessa. The subtle warmth in her eyes spoke volumes: pride, relief, and a protective affection that was stronger every day. "Morning," he mumbled, voice thick with sleep. "Morning, kiddo," Vanessa replied softly, leaning over to give his hair a gentle ruffle. The swirl of coffee aroma clung to her, and the monitors, low hiss, provided a cozy soundtrack to their day's start. Ready to help greet the crowds, he nodded, taking a moment to smile at the costume in his hands. The thought of stepping out into the atrium no longer filled him with paralyzing fear. Instead, it stirred excitement. He fumbled out of the cot, gathered the costume around him, thought he hadn't fully put it on yet, and followed Vanessa through the corridors. The Pizzaplex's lights were bright, but not harsh, reflecting off polished floors. Quiet staff nodded at Harry as they passed, offering friendly greetings that made his cheeks go pink with shy pleasure. At the main atrium, Roxanne Wolfe was adjusting a prop with her usual self-assured grace. Even from a distance, Harry could see the playful spark in her eyes. She spotted him, gave him a sideways grin, and beckoned him over with a flick of her clawed hand. The moment he approached, she nudged his arm. "Look at you, early bird," she teased. "Gonna show the rest of us how it's done." Harry's ears warmed. He shook his head timidly, but she laughed and patted his shoulder. "I'm messing with you. You doing okay?" He nodded, letting a small smile show. The gentle, gruff teasing from Roxy was one of his favorite things about mornings now. Nearby, Glamrock Fredy was greeting a handful of staff, his deep, reassuring voice carrying across the space. He turned at the sound of Harry's footsteps, his gaze lit with that fatherly pride he always had for the boy. "Good morning, my friend," Fredy said, bowing his head slightly. "I hope you slept well." "I did," Harry replied. He shifted the costume in his arms. Its ear flopped over the side, almost brushing the floor. "I'm feeling happy." He let the admission slip out in a soft murmur, his eyes flicking between Fredy, Roxy, and Vanessa. It was true despite the swirl of new experiences, the strange illusions, the still lingering memories of his old life. A small light of happiness glowed in him. He felt safe. Fredy's mouth curved into a gentle smile. Monty appeared from around a corner, arms folded, stance casual. He observed Harry with a grin. "He's as bright-eyed as I've ever seen him," Monty remarked, giving a friendly nudge to Roxy's side. "Might have to start calling him the littlest star around here." Harry flushed. He wanted to respond, but the morning rush was beginning. Families trickled in through the main doors, the bustling day about to launch into full swing. Without thinking too much, Harry slipped into the bunny suit. Fabric slid around him like a familiar hug, the head flopping over his brow. That old sense of shy comfort returned. It felt like a second skin now, or perhaps a shield that let him be braver than he'd otherwise be. Throughout the day, as visitors arrived and kids ran around squealing at the attractions, Harry found ways to help in small increments. He'd wave at children, pass them a pamphlet, point them toward Monty's Gator Golf, or Roxy's Raceway, or even mention Glamrock Chica's upcoming show. Each polite exchange, though short, gradually boosted his self-assurance. Sometimes, nervousness tried to creep back, especially when a loud crowd surged. But he'd press the bunny costume's soft sleeve to his chest, close his eyes for a second, and breathe. In that moment, he'd feel a faint warmth from the fabric. A subtle comfort that gave him the courage to continue. Vanessa noticed. She saw how, each time Harry faltered, his hand strayed to the costume's plush folds. A flicker of relief would pass over his face, followed by a renewed smile. She watched this from a respectful distance, stepping in only if a situation demanded adult intervention. The more she observed him, the more she marveled at the transformation unfolding before her eyes. That same evening, after the Pizzaplex's main lights had dimmed and the final families were ushered out, Harry helped Monty stack a few props near a backstage door. The quiet corridor glowed under emergency lights, giving everything a gentle amber hue. Harry set down a box of paper decorations, then paused as his foot caught on a snag in the carpet. Monty caught him by the arm before he could stumble, lifting him upright with surprising gentleness. "Whoa there, champ," Monty said, voice low and warm. "Watch your step." Harry nodded, smiling sheepishly. The gator's brashness usually masked a tender side. Harry felt his cheeks redden at the small mishap, but Monty only ruffled his hair. "No harm done," he assured. They parted ways, Why heading to help Chica in another corridor, and Harry slipping into the security office to find Vanessa. The office was dim, monitors glowing with faint bluish light. Vanessa had her back to the door, rummaging through a file cabinet. She turned upon hearing him and smiled. "All good, kiddo?" she asked, the hush of the evening wrapping around her tone. Harry nodded, though something gnawed at him. He fiddled with the costume sleeve. "Vanessa, I feel like this costume is different," he admitted. "Sometimes it feels like it moves, or even talks to me." He let out a shaky breath, worried she might find it silly. She stepped closer, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "I've noticed," she replied gently, a trace of amazement in her eyes. "It's like it pulses or glows. And sometimes I hear a whisper. Only for a second, though. It's like a breath of wind." Harry swallowed, relieved that she, too, had sensed it. He looked down at the costume's white fabric, faintly tinted by the monitor's glow. "It doesn't scare me," he whispered. "It just feels like it wants me to be happy." Vanessa nodded thoughtfully. "It seems protective," she said, letting her hand drift to touch the costume's sleeve. She felt the softness, and for a heartbeat, it felt as though the cloth shifted under her fingers, warm and welcoming. A fleeting hush passed, and she could have sworn she heard something like a sweet hum, but it vanished. Over the next several days, from May 21st into early June, their routine found a pleasant rhythm. Harry spent mornings in the atrium, greeting the earliest visitors, then slipping away to join Monty, Roxy, or Fredy in various tasks or small shows. In quieter hours, Vanessa guided him through simple reading and writing exercises. He'd sound out words, crayon in hand, brow furrowing with concentration. Whenever he nailed a tricky syllable, the corners of his mouth would lift in a shy, triumphant grin. It was as though each newly mastered sentence built a tiny tower of confidence within him. During these lessons, the Vanny costume rested either on his lap or draped across the back of a chair. Sometimes, as he practiced writing, he'd stop and place his hand on the fabric. A soothing hush would sweep over him, and he'd carry on. Vanessa watched with fascinated curiosity, trying not to startle him by commenting on every shift of cloth or every subtle whisper she thought she heard. On one particularly bright afternoon, the wide windows of the Pizzaplex spilled warm sunlight across the main hallway. A few small children laughed and clapped near Chica's corner, where she performed a goofy dance routine. Harry was just finishing handing out decorative balloons to visitors, trying not to let them slip from his grasp. As he turned to tuck the leftover balloons under a table, he felt the costume around his shoulders give a sudden, gentle squeeze. He glanced down, startled. For a moment, he thought he caught a faint, musica sigh that wrapped him like a caretaker's murmur. The sensation made him pause, heart fluttering. No one else seemed to notice. The world spun on, kids running, staff chatting, arcade machines beeping. But for Harry, time slowed, replaced by a hush that felt like a secret. He let the softness of that whisper wash over him. Then, with a new sense of calm, he resumed his tasks. Those subtle NCES grew more frequent as May bled into June. Sometimes in the security office, late at night when he should have been asleep, Harry would blink awake under the glow of a single desk lamp. He'd pick up a crayon and doodle a small scene, himself in the bunny suit, a bright swirl of color behind him representing the Pizzaplex, and maybe a few stick figures for Roxy, Monty, Chica, and Fredy. On a corner of the page, he'd scribble a simpler shape, meant to be the illusions of his grandparents, uncles, and aunt. The costume would lie at his feet, and he swore he felt it pulse whenever he drew something heartfelt or tender, as if it were following the lines of his imagination. Some nights, William or Elizabeth or Clara or Michael popped in briefly via the illusions they wore, just to say hi, to exchange a few words with Harry, to see how he was growing. These visits were quick, often in quieter corners where staff wouldn't notice. They left behind a feeling of warmth, a reminder that Harry wasn't alone. Roxy and the others grew accustomed to these fleeting appearances. The Afton family no longer roused the same wariness they once had. The Pizzaplex staff usually remained oblivious, king any weird flickers up to lighting errors. Through mid-June, the days wove together in a comforting tapestry of small interactions and gentle transformations. The hush in the Vanny costume grew more coherent. Sometimes, late at night, Harry would lay the costume over his arms and speak to it in a whisper, confessions of how he missed his mother, Lily, or how he felt weird sometimes that he had so many people caring for him now. Each time, the costume's presence responded with intangible reassurance, a nonverbal voice that soothed him. It never frightened him, it felt more like a guardian spirit, feminine and nurturing. If anything, the magic in that cloth seemed to mirror the empathy Harry offered others. On a particularly rainy afternoon in mid-June, the Pizzaplex roof reverberated with a steady downpour. Raindrops drummed overhead, washing the neon building in a gentle gloom. Harry lingered near the arcade, hugging the costume to his side as visitors huddled indoors, grateful for shelter. The smell of damp clothes and warm pizza sauce mingled in the air. As the day wore on, fewer people roamed the arcade. He spotted a young girl, about his age, sitting on a bench looking sad. He recalled the times he felt lonely or overlooked. Carefully, he walked over, holding out a small plush from a staff table. She glanced up, watery-eyed. He extended the plush with a shy smile. In that moment, the costume tightened around him, as if encouraging him to share kindness. The girl accepted it, tears stopping. She whispered a thank you, and Harry felt his own chest swell with quiet pride. Later that evening, when only a light sprinkling of rain remained, Vanessa discovered Harry perched in a corner, the costume glowing faintly at his side. She kneeled next to him, stifling the urge to ask too many questions. Instead, she just watched. The faint glimmer along the costume's seams was unmistakable now, like a gentle, pinkish aura that pulsed in time with Harry's breathing. When Harry noticed her, he offered a small grin. "She told me I did good," he said. No embarrassment laced his word, she was stating a fact. Vanessa blinked, heart pounding a little. She asked quietly. "The costume." Harry nodded, stroking the cloth. "Yes, a nice voice." She said. I was kind, helping that girl. Vanessa wasn't sure how to respond. Instead, she wrapped an arm around him in a half-hug and murmured, "You were kind. And I'm proud of you, too." He rested his head on her shoulder, content to let the moment speak for itself. Through the rest of June, the costume's magic continued to bloom. It was never disruptive or alarming. The staff barely noticed. The animatronics sensed an odd energy but recognized it as benevolent. Roxy would sometimes comment, "Kid, your suit's lookin' extra shiny today," accompanied by a wink. Monty joked that it was some fancy upgrade, and Chica teased that maybe it was the reason Harry always seemed so cheerful. Fredy, in his gentle wisdom, simply said, "We are all bound by some form of magic, friend. Yours just happens to be more visible." Whenever the Aftons visited, they too felt the costume's low hum of warmth. Clara, especially, regarded it with a mixture of reverence and curiosity, as though sensing Lily's presence somehow woven into those stitches. She never pressed the issue, trusting that the gentle aura indicated positivity for Harry. When July dawned, the Pizzaplex brimmed with summer energy. Families on vacation thronged the atrium, kids hopped on sugar highs from cotton candy, and the animatronics performed more shows than usual. Harry found himself busier as well. Vanessa let him help with small tasks like handing out event flyers or guiding lost parents to the nearest bathroom. All of it felt natural, and in each moment, the costume hovered at the fringes of his consciousness, offering subtle assurance. One golden afternoon, he tucked himself into a little reading nook behind some arcade cabinets, following the simple phrases of a picture book. Sunbeams filtered through overhead skylights, glancing off the pages and dancing across the bunny suit. Each time he stuttered on a word, he sensed a delicate ripple along the fabric. As if an invisible hand patted his back. When he managed to string the sentence together, the costume seemed to hum in delight. He giggled quietly, pressing his ear to the cloth, hearing a faint sound akin to a mother singing a lullaby. Warmth flooded him, and he felt more determined to succeed. By mid-July, the presence of the costume had grown so familiar that Harry no longer questioned it. He'd begun calling it, her, in his Minda gentle guardian that guided him with wordless love. Sometimes, the illusions of the Aftons appeared in fleeting bursts, a quick conversation with Michael about how he'd once messed up the controls of an animatronic suit, a shy exchange with Evan about new drawings, or a motherly hug from Clara who promised him that Lily would have been so proud. Through it all, the costume remained a constant companion, almost as though it was excited for something yet to come. On a Tuesday evening, with the last fireworks of the day's hustle dying down, Harry found himself dancing alone in a staff-only area. He'd spotted a small boombox playing a cheerful tune. Emboldened by the hush that surrounded him, he twirled in his bunny suit, feeling the plush legs swish around. At one point, the costume seemed to respond with a slight swirl of its own, like an invisible partner. The movement was so natural he nearly forgot he was alone. When the tune ended, he paused, breathless, heart pounding with a mixture of wonder and faint embarrassment. If anyone had seen him, he would have turned red as a beet. But no one was there except, perhaps, the costume's whisper, urging him to keep going. Later that night, he tried to explain the feeling to Vanessa, stumbling over words like alive, voice, and caring. She listened intently, placing a gentle hand on his arm. "I hear it sometimes too," she admitted, her voice trembling slightly with awe. It's telling you that you're never alone. That you're loved." Harry nodded vigorously, eyes shining. "Yes," he said, "it feels just like that." The days rolled forward, each bringing more glimpses of this gentle magic. The animatronics took it in stride, especially as it never disrupted the Pizzaplex's functioning. Sometimes Chica would giggle if she caught the costume's fabric shimmering under the colored lights. She'd point it out to Monty, who'd just shrug and mutter, "Kid's got a special suit, I guess." Roxy would notice when Harry got flustered or shaky. She'd see the costume's ear flop around him, and she'd pat his head. Fredy occasionally offered a quiet remark. A bond formed of love can manifest in many ways. My friend. None of them pried too deeply. Their priority was Harry's safety and happiness, and so far, the costume's strange, nurturing presence furthered both. By the time late July arrived, the staff hung new banners for the height of the summer crowd. The days were brighter, hotter, and the nights fizzed with leftover excitement. Between chores and shows, Vanessa would sometimes bring Harry to a shaded lounge, offering cold lemonade. He'd sit, sip, and watch families rush by, children squealing over Roxy's Raceway or Monty's Gator Golf. Through the hustle, that faint pulse from the costume never faded, as though it were breathing right alongside him. One muggy afternoon, the place was quieter than usual, maybe midweek lull. Harry strolled across the atrium, with a small group of younger children following him, enthralled by the bunny suit. He led them in a simple game of follow the leader. Their laughter ricocheted around, and the costume's faint, musical hum accompanied each giggle. At one point, when the kids paused to catch their breath, Harry felt a single word flutter through his mind, crystal clear but gentle as a sigh: brave. He froze. The group of kids resumed play, oblivious to the momentousness of that word. Harry pressed a hand to his chest, feeling tears prick his eyes. He'd never considered himself brave, not until he'd arrived in this neon world. The costume, or whatever essence it contained, believed in him. It was enough to make him want to cry with gratitude. Whenever the Aftons appeared, they marveled at how comfortable Harry was now. Elizabeth teased him about possibly becoming a performer himself. Evan quietly gave him more small carved figurines: a bunny, a bear, a wolf, a gator, a bird, each lovingly whittled in memory of the animatronics who helped Harry flourish. Harry displayed them in the security office, near a tangle of colored drawings. Sometimes, Michael joined Monty or Roxy in private conversation, discussing mechanical adjustments or staff schedules, further tying the two families together. Clara often lingered near Harry, an almost maternal glow in her illusions, brushing her fingers over the costume with a reverent expression, as though searching for traces of Lily in every thread. Everything built toward a date Harry only vaguely anticipated: his 8th birthday, July 31st. He knew it was coming, but he'd rarely celebrated a birthday before. The Dursleys had never bothered. He had no memories of parties or even a kind word on that day. But Vanessa, the animatronics, and the Aftons had different plans. Quietly, they prepared decorations behind the scenes. Roxy handpicked some bright flags in neon shades. Monty arranged a special mini-golf challenge for the event. Chica planned a lavish spread of sweets. Fredy, stoic and kind, coordinated a stage show. Vanessa discreetly set aside a small gift in a locked drawer, a silly little plush shaped like a bunny in a top hat. The Aftons Romies, they'd all be there in illusions, excited to shower Harry with love. The morning of July 31st dawned bright. Pale sunlight slanted across the Pizzaplex floors, painting them gold. Harry stirred in the security office, yawning as usual, but something about the air felt different, charged with a quiet joy. Vanessa gave him a soft smile, her eyes sparkling. She knelt by his cot, whispering, "Happy birthday." The words sent a little thrill through him. He mumbled a thanks, still half asleep, and then realized the Vanny costume was draped around him, faint pulses coursing through its seams. He blinked in wonder. The pulses felt stronger than ever, like a gentle heartbeat of its own. When he brushed his fingers along the fabric, it gave a comforting squeeze, almost hugging him. And then, for the first time, he heard distinct words form in his mind, a tender voice saying, "Happy birthday, darling." He froze, tears springing unbidden to his eyes. Vanessa, noticing his reaction, leaned in. "Harry," she asked softly. He looked up, lips trembling, a radiant sort of awe lighting his face. "She said it," he whispered. The costume said happy birthday, like a real voice. Vanessa's throat constricted, but she let out a gentle laugh, wiping at the corner of her eye. "That's wonderful," she breathed. She helped him stand, the costume still partially wrapped around him, and they made their way into the corridor. Confetti in vibrant blues and yellows lined the walls, along with balloons and banners proclaiming happy birthday. Harry, the staff had outdone themselves with the decorations. Even in the early morning hush, the place felt festive, alive with a sense of celebration. Harry wandered out, the bunny suit hugging his small frame, each step accompanied by a subtle glow that trailed in his wake. He barely noticed the stares of the staff, amused, affectionate stares, because he was still reeling from that gentle voice in his mind. He felt a swirl of excitement. The costume's presence, once a whisper, had grown to a loving murmur that enveloped him in acceptance. By midday, the Pizzaplex was transformed into a party zone. Roxanne helped supervise the main atrium, where kids gathered around a big stage. Monty rearranged a corner for mini-golf challenges with fun obstacles, all carrying birthday themes. Chica proudly displayed a giant, frosted cake topped with bunny-shaped sprinkles. Fredy, wearing a small party hat at a jaunty angle, greeted visitors with a cheery flourish. Staff scurried around with trays of snacks, while a cluster of curious children watched as Harry, the resident bunny boy, took center stage in his magical costume. The illusions of the Afton family lingered at the edges. William, Clara, Elizabeth, Evan, and Michael each smiling or logging quietly as they witnessed the party's energy. Visitors assumed they were just more staff or VIP guests, not realizing the deeper familial significance. When the time came for the birthday moment, Hika ushered everyone's attention to a grand table. A multi-tiered cake stood at its center, flickering candles lighting up the icing. Harry approached, heart thrumming. He wore the Vanny costume fully now, hood up. Large pink paw pads visible on his feet. The animatronics fanned around him, Vanessa by his side. The staff and the smaller kids formed a ring of cheerful anticipation. Even the illusions of the Aftons were quietly gathered in the background, each face glowing with pride. "Go on," Vanessa encouraged, gently pressing her hand to Harry's back. The costume responded with a subtle ripple, like a wave of love. He stepped forward, eyes on the dancing candle flames. In that moment, all the memories of birthdays spent in a cupboard flashed through his mind, a tidal wave of sadness that was instantly tempered by the warmth of the present. He closed his eyes, inhaled the sweet scent of frosting, and silently wished for continued belonging, for the love he felt today to last forever. Then he exhaled. The flames wavered, flickered, and extinguished. Applause and cheers erupted. Confetti rained down from a small chute above. A wave of pure joy washed through Harry, causing him to burst into giggles. He heard it again. That gentle, feminine voice so close to his heart, whispering, "You are cherished, my dear." He froze, tears shimmering at the corners of his eyes. For a split second, the costume's fabric flared with a soft luminescence like a swirl of pastel colors dancing across it. Others noticed. The staff muttered in awe, children squealed, the animatronics looked on with wonder. And the Aftons exchanged knowing glances. Chica cut slices of cake, handing the first to Harry. He accepted it, pink icing smearing across the plate. The animatronics pressed in, each giving a moment of congratulation or affectionate teasing. Roxy ruffled his hair. Monty jokingly asked if he'd share with him. Fredy bowed in a show of fatherly pride. Vanessa, her voice trembling with emotion, hugged him from behind and quietly murmured, "Happy birthday, sweet boy." Through it all, the costume pulsed in a gentle rhythm, echoing the warmth of everyone's words. As the party continued, small groups formed. Children played on the mini-golf course, staff mingled, and occasionally a group would approach Harry to give him a friendly greeting or a small gift. He didn't know what to say to so much kindness except whisper repeated thank yous, cheeks burning with happiness. In quieter intervals, he felt the costume's messages more clearly than ever. Sometimes it was just a nudge encouragement to share a laugh with a shy child. Other times, he caught fragments of what sounded like humming, a lullaby that resonated with the faint edges of his earliest memories. He recalled how William once mentioned Lily singing lullabies. Could it be that some essence of his mother lived in this cloth? By mid-afternoon, the Pizzaplex was in full celebratory swing. Music drifted from overhead speakers. Laughter reverberated off the colorful walls, and the sweet smell of cake lingered. Vanessa found Harry resting on a bench near the stage, the day's excitement catching up to him. She kneeled in front of him, examining the flush on his cheeks. "Tired?" she asked softly, brushing a crumb of frosting from his lip. He nodded. The bunny suit's weight felt both comforting and heavy now. The magical presence buzzed around him like a mother's arms that never let go. "You've had quite a day," she added, leaning in to press a gentle kiss to his forehead. He offered a faint grin. "It's the best birthday I've ever had," he whispered. Then he paused, glancing down at the costume. "She's been talking to me all day," he admitted in a hushed tone. "Saying, I'm loved, that I'm brave, that Lily would be proud. His voice cracked on the last words. Vanessa's eyes brimmed with emotion. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, swallowing the lump in her throat. I think so too, she managed. We all are. She placed a hand lightly on the suit's fabric and felt the faint hum, the intangible presence that seemed to coil around her fingers in acceptance. The sensation was so soft it almost brought tears to her eyes. Elizabeth, who had strolled by in her illusion's form, overheard. She crouched down, cupping Harry's cheek in an affectionate, teasing manner. So the bunny's magic, huh? She asked, that mischievous grin lighting up her childlike face. That's fitting for my nephew. Harry blushed, remembering the times she teased him about how he was a miracle kid. She extended a small piece of candy. Here, another sweet for the sweetest kid, or bunny, or both. He took it with a shy smile. Meanwhile, in the background, Evan hovered quietly, a small wooden carving in his hand, shaped like the Vanny costume. He inched closer, gently placing the carving on the bench next to Harry without a word, but with a look in his eyes that said everything. Harry's heart warmed at how supportive each family member was. Illusions or not, Michael and William were in another corner, exchanging thoughts with Monty and Fredy, presumably discussing future security measures or wizarding threats. Clara roamed about, greeting children with polite warmth, occasionally glancing at Harry as though to assure herself he was safe. The entire scene felt surreal and perfect. By late afternoon, the formal celebration ebbed. The crowd thinned, staff returned to usual duties, and the music softened. Harry slipped away from the hustle to a smaller, decorated nook draped in streamers and fairy lights. The floor was littered with scattered confetti and small balloons, and the overhead lights were dim enough to give the corner a magical glow. He sank onto a cushion, letting out a long breath. The day had been a whirlwind of laughter and love, and now a calm hush enfolded him. The bunny costume's arms drooped across his lap. Feeling an unexplainable compulsion, he carefully lifted the hood and pressed the fabric to his cheek. Eyes fluttering shut, a voice, clearer than before, echoed in his mind, I'm here for you, always. It was soft, gentle, undeniably feminine. He sensed no threat, only devotion. The closeness of that presence made him tear up again. Though he wasn't Sodrather, it was overwhelming relief. For so long, he'd felt alone, thrown away by the Dursleys, haunted by nightmares of cruelty. Now, here he was, cherished by more people than he could have imagined, and guided by an almost maternal force residing in a costume he once found terrifying. He whispered, voice trembling, thank you. The costume responded with a featherlight squeeze around his shoulders. To anyone else, it might have looked like the cloth sagging or adjusting, but Harry felt it distinctly a hug, a promise. He let himself drift in that sensation for a while, lulled by the background murmur of the Pizzaplex. A few tears slipped down his cheeks, shimmering in the low light, but they were tears of joy. A gentle set of footsteps approached. Harry opened his eyes to see Vanessa kneeling again, watching him with empathetic concern. She reached out, brushing a tear from his cheek. Hey, she whispered. You okay? He nodded, offering a fragile smile. I'm so happy, he replied, voice strained with emotion. She gathered him into an embrace. Over her shoulder, he caught a glimpse of the costume's ear drooping around his side. As though it were joining the hug. The three of Themboy, Guardian, and Magical Cloth shared a moment that felt beyond words. Eventually, the day wound down into a peaceful evening. The overhead lights dimmed to a twilight glow, and staff members began cleaning up. Confetti. The animatronics took on their calmer night modes, though Chica insisted on giving Harry one last slice of leftover birthday cake. He nibbled at it, half exhausted, half exhilarated. Roxanne teased him about turning 8, saying he was practically an old man now. Monty offered him a playful high five. Fredy held him for a moment in a fatherly hug, wishing him a good night. The illusions of the Aftons hovered, exchanging fond smiles and quiet words with Vanessa, promising they'd keep supporting Harry in any way they could. Then, in pulses of soft neon shimmer, they departed once more, leaving the air tinged with their presence. Slipping back into the security office, Harry set aside the last crumbs of cake. Letting out a satisfied sigh, Vanessa dimmed the overhead light so that only a small lamp glowed on the desk. She knelt beside him, helping him ease out of the bunny suit for the night. When the costume slid off his arms, they both felt the lingering warmth in the fabric. He carefully laid it over a chair. It seemed to shift slightly, folding in on itself in a gentle, protective stance. He smiled at it, then turned back to Vanessa. "That was the best birthday," he whispered, voice hoarse from excitement. She laughed softly, drawing him close. "And it's only the first of many," she told him. A wave of emotion fluttered through him at the thought of a future filled with birthdays like this. He yawned, heavy-lidded and content, and she guided him to a small cot. As he settled, the costume remained on the chair, softly luminescent in the corner of his vision. Its whispers had quieted to a lullaby tone, crooning him toward sleep. He dozed off with her hand resting lightly on his arm. The hush of the Pizzaplex humming around them in a chorus of gentle mechanical whirs and distant, closing melodies. When dawn broke on August 1st, the building carried a renewed sense of energy. The last weeks had woven a tapestry of community and closeness. Staff members moved with a comfortable familiarity, occasionally greeting Harry by name, proud to have witnessed his birthday joy. The animatronics, too, seemed more relaxed, as though Harry's celebration had reaffirmed their purpose to protect and entertain. At times, it felt like the entire Pizzaplex circled around him like an extended family. Even the illusions of the Aftons showed up more regularly, bridging two worlds that once would have seemed impossible to unite. Harry's life settled into a new normal, one in which love was abundant. Magic was real, and safety was a given. Over the next days, August 1st to August 4th, there were no grand parties, but the sense of wonder didn't fade. In small ways, the costume's magic guided Harry through daily life. When he introduced himself to nervous toddlers, the costume's presence sent a calm wave that set them at ease. If he ever stumbled on a word while reading or made a small mistake that would have upset him in the past, a gentle hum soothed him, reminding him to keep trying. Sometimes, he wrote about these moments in a simple journal Vanessa encouraged him to keep. The scrawl of his pen described feelings he couldn't fully articulate. "The bunny told me I'm brave," or, "I can feel her hugging me when I'm sad." Vanessa found those entries one evening while tidying. But she respected his privacy enough not to read them all. She saw only a snippet, a small drawing of a bunny costume with what looked like sparkles around it, and the words, "I love you," scrawled next to it. Her heart swelled. She carefully closed the journal, placed it back on the desk, and promised herself she'd do everything in her power to protect that tender bond. In a quiet moment, William's illusions visited, and he and Vanessa spoke in hushed tones near a hallway where none of the staff ventured. He asked about Harry's progress, show the boy had glowed with happiness on his birthday. How the costume's magic seemed stronger. Vanessa voiced curiosity about whether it had to do with Harry's wizarding heritage or some residue of Lily's love. William listened with uncharacteristic solemnity, then assured her he was looking into it, ensuring no dark wizard would threaten Harry. Their words were punctuated by silences that felt meaningful, as though a foundation of trust had been laid. When they parted, she gave him a nod that said more than words. He vanished back into the flicker of illusions with quiet resolve. On August 5th, a gentle, summery dusk settled over the Pizzaplex. The day had been filled with families, laughter, and a surprising lull in drama. That evening, a private meal was arranged in one of the lounge rooms, a chance for everyone to celebrate the continuing unity. Vanessa set out plates, and a small cluster of staff prepared simple home-cooked style dishes. The animatronics powered down to a social mode, able to engage in quieter, more personal conversation. Harry wore his bunny costume half on, leaving his head uncovered so he could eat properly, but still feeling that magical warmth around his torso. The illusions of the Aftons joined them. Clara, radiant as always, helped garnish the table. Elizabeth flitted around, commenting on how weird it was to see animatronics seated at a table. Evan hovered near Harry, setting down little wooden carvings as table decorations. Michael chatted with Monty about some of the new mini-golf holes. William stood at the periphery, watchful yet content, exchanging occasional words with Fredy. The atmosphere glowed with a sense of belonging, as though all the heartbreak and darkness of the past had eased under the hush of new love. Harry took a seat near Vanessa, letting the costume drape around him like a cloak. At times, he felt a small flutter, a gentle hum from its seams, swords of encouragement. He couldn't quite make them out, but they filled him with a calm sense of rightness. The meal was unhurried. Dishes clinked. Animatronics tested small bites of specially prepared entertainment. Friendly foods are simply observed with amusement. The illusions sipped from cups for appearance's sake. Everyone chatted softly about the day's events, about how well Harry had integrated into daily tasks, how his reading had improved, and how the wizarding world remained oddly quiet. At one point, Clara rose to propose a small toast. To Harry, she said, with that musical edge in her voice, raising a glass of fizzy soda. For bringing us all together, for reminding us what family means. The illusions flickered gently around her, but her voice carried sincerity. Vanessa tapped her cup of water. Monty raised his snout in agreement. Roxy winked. Chica beamed a bright grin. Fredy dipped his head respectfully. Elizabeth, Evan, and Michael exchanged glances, smiling at the boy who stared at them all, cheeks pink, eyes moist with gratitude. They ate, laughed, and swapped simple stories. The costume occasionally shimmered, a faint luminescence that played across Harry's arms. The staff who attended the meal, half a dozen or so, mostly believed it was some special effect. If they harbored suspicions of deeper magic, they were content to keep them private. The general feeling in the room was one of acceptance. Even after all the tragedies, a joyful present was possible. By the time the meal ended, the Pizzaplex was quiet, most patrons long gone, and the regular closing routine in progress. The group lingered over dessert, small slices of fruit pie and leftover pastries. Harry giggled at a joke Roxanne made about Monty's golf misses, and Elizabeth teased that she could put Monty to shame in a single putt. Michael, rolling his eyes, suggested they not start a family feud. Clara, sitting elegantly, simply watched them all with a gentle contentment. William, near the edge of the gathering, occasionally scanned the corners, but each time his gaze fell on Harry, his expression softened. When at last everyone rose to clean up, the lounge carried a hush of satisfaction, as if an invisible tapestry of love had been woven across the room. Harry placed his plate on a tray, yawning widely. Vanessa motioned for him to follow her, guiding him to the security office for bedtime. The illusions also prepared to depart, each bidding him good night. Elizabeth's farewell was a playful ruffle of his hair. Evan's was a quiet wave and a soft grin. Michael offered a gentle salute. Clara bent to kiss his forehead, and William simply gave him a nod that spoke volumes. Then they flickered away in illusions, the ambient light swallowing them in softness. In the security office, Harry sat on the cot, letting Vanessa undo part of the bunny suit's clasp. The costume slid off enough for him to lie down. He clutched the top half, hugging it to his chest. A final whisper reached his ears, a gentle lullaby-like murmur that felt like reassurance incarnate. His eyes fluttered with drowsiness. Vanessa crouched beside him, adjusting a blanket, and he heard the quiet whir of monitors behind them. Outside, some staff moved, finishing late chores, but the noise was muted. Harry gazed at Vanessa, feeling an overwhelming swell of gratitude. So much had changed. He wasn't in a cupboard. He wasn't dreading a day of harsh words or bruises. He was enveloped by a magical costume that whispered love, a caretaker who valued his every smile. A band of animatronics who treated him like family, and a real blood family that traveled across illusions to support him. This was a life he never thought he'd have. He closed his eyes, listening to the hush of the building. The costume pressed gently against his ribs, like a mother's embrace. He half floated between dreams and reality, hearing faint echoes, a final goodnight from Vanessa. A murmur from the costume, perhaps the distant laughter of Roxy. And Monty exchanging jokes in a hallway, or the low rumble of Freddy's goodnight routine. Everything felt right. As he drifted off, an image flickered behind his lids. A swirl of pastel colors, a figure shaped like a smiling bunny, and a voice saying, "You are loved, my darling." The words calmed him, lulled him deeper into warmth. Far away, some intangible presence, maybe Lily's lingering affection or Harry's own magic, twined itself into the very fabric of that costume. The threads glowed in reflection of his open heart, weaving their enchantment around him in a vow of protection and tenderness. When sleep claimed him fully, the costume lay still. A final ripple passed through its seams, as it were settling for the night as well. Vanessa, seeing Harry's peaceful breathing, stood in protective silence for a moment. She flicked off the main light, leaving only the gentle glow of a desk lamp. Through the half-light, she glimpsed the costume's surface shimmer in one last flicker. Then it subsided, the hush descending like a comforting blanket over them both. In that quiet, it was easy to believe that no shadows lurked. No storms threatened. The magic of the place, the magic of the costume, the magic of love itself seemed enough to shield Harry from any harm. And even if challenges lay ahead, for now, they all rested in the knowledge that their circle, Vanessa, the animatronics, the Aftons, and Harry would stand together, guided by a gentle voice that promised unwavering devotion. The final sound of the night was Harry's steady breathing, a small smile playing on his lips, the costume snug in his arms, pulsing faintly in time with his heartbeat. More on my Patreon. http. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 70+ chapters across the 20 fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now, QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Harry P. Otter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 7 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 7 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Ma. GIC. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 7 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Beyond Boundaries of Time. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10 already available on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Sea. Rimson Shadows. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science, CH. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 9. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Five Nights at Freddy's series. On the morning of August 6, 1988, a thin beam of early light pierced the drawn blinds of the security office, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the hush. Harry awoke to the gentle hum of the Pizzaplex's ventilation, curled around the familiar white folds of his Vanny costume. The fabric pressed against his cheek, its plush softness strangely comforting. Memories of his magical birthday celebration lingered in his mind, trailing sweetness and warmth. He stretched, blinking at the thin rays of light. Outside the office, muffled voices announced the arrival of staff preparing for another lively day. He heard a chuckle of Vanessa's. Turning his head, he saw her leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed lightly. A soft laugh escaped her as she caught him in that half-drowsy embrace with the costume. She ruffled his hair, the motion easy and affectionate. "Good morning, kiddo," she said, voice husky with her own lingering sleep. "Looks like you and that suit are practically inseparable now." Harry's cheeks warmed, but he shrugged, smoothing his palm over the costume. "It's cozy," he murmured, the memory of the voice he'd sometimes heard drifting in his mind. He hesitated to share it yet, unsure if he'd imagined it. Instead, he rose, letting her guide him to the hall. There, footsteps echoed softly against tile as they made their way toward the main atrium. Within minutes, they were greeted by Roxanne Wolfe, who stood near a flamboyant poster promoting the day's schedule. She flashed Harry a smirk, eyes bright under artificial lights. "Got an early start, I see," she teased, flicking an ear. "Or were you so excited for another day you just couldn't sleep?" Harry smiled, stepping a bit closer. He still felt a twinge of shyness around the animatronics, but nothing like the terrified wariness from the past. Roxanne's sarcasm was a language he'd learned to interpret as genuine warmth. He offered a small wave. Behind them, Montgomery Gator hustled past, arms filled with props for a mini-golf event, grumbling about how he needed an assistant. Chica, spotting Harry, instantly cooed over him, brandishing a tray of bagels and fruit. The thick swirl of coffee, sugar, and mechanical whir enveloped the morning air. Fredy, calmly observing from a short distance, ambled over with a friendly pat on Harry's shoulder. "Ready for another day?" the bear asked in his deep, reassuring voice. Harry nodded, letting the swirl of affection from everyone settle around him like a soft blanket. The Pizzaplex bustled to life. Families poured in, children clutched tokens, staff guided them to attractions. Harry stepped into the flow, though. He stuck close to Vanessa or one of the animatronics, unconsciously seeking their gentle oversight. The day passed in its usual pleasant haze of small tasks, from assisting lost parents to handing out little plushies to excited kids. But throughout it all, he noticed something subtle about the costume. Whenever he paused, he felt a light flutter against his chest, a near imperceptible pulse that seemed more pronounced than before. A few days went by, and that sense of something stirring within the costume persisted. Late on August 10th, after an especially busy shift, Harry dozed off in a corner of the security office. Vanessa was busy logging the day's reports, the ambient monitors flickering soft greens and blues. Harry pulled the Vanny costume around him like a makeshift blanket, lulled by the slow hum of overhead lights. His eyelids drooped, and the instant he surrendered to sleep, a voice brushed the edge of his consciousness, a whisper so delicate he almost missed it. He jolted awake, heart pounding. No one was there. Vanessa sat at her desk, scribbling notes, oblivious. He tugged the costume to his chin, blinking in confusion. The office felt the same as ever. Faint glow from the screens, the hush of ventilation. Footsteps passing, occasionally in the hallway. Shaking his head, he let out a soft breath, telling himself it had to be a dream. In the days that followed, Harry couldn't quite shake that memory of hearing words in his mind. Each time he told himself it was imagination, that sense of intangible closeness returned like the presence of a caring figure just out of sight. He spent mornings helping hand out glossy maps to visitors, practiced reading skills with Vanessa in the calmer afternoons, and grew bolder performing small dance steps with the animatronics during birthday shows. The Pizzaplex crew cheered him on. Customers began to recognize the timid boy in the oversized bunny suit, a child whose shy waves and gentle manner endeared him to families. Regular visitors called him Little Bunny, patting his head or offering a sweet. Sometimes Harry flushed and hid behind Monty or Roxy, but mostly, he glowed with that quiet contentment that came from being accepted. During one late evening, about a week after that first whisper, the voice came again. He was curled in the costume on a pile of spare props near the backstage area, drifting on the edge of a nightmare. Echoes of the Dursleys, images of locked cupboards, haunted him in half-remembered terror. Suddenly, something pressed gently against his back, and a soothing voice like a mother's murmur filled his head. "I'm here." He woke with a jolt, heart drumming. The costume was wrapped snugly around him, and it felt alive beneath his fingertips, threads contracting in a gentle pulse, as though hugging him. Fear tangled in his throat, but before he could scramble away, the comforting waves of warmth slowed his breathing. He clutched the fabric, trembling. The voice vanished into stillness, leaving only that protective hold. When he finally slept again, the last thing he saw in his mind's eye was a warm glow, reminiscent of quiet rocking in strong yet caring arms. By August's end, he no longer felt terror when the costume acted this way. Instead, acceptance and curiosity grew in him. He tested it in small increments, pressing a hand to the plush whenever he felt anxious in a crowd, or whispering a question under his breath, half hoping for an answer. The voice didn't speak in full sentences often, but intangible pulses of reassurance curled through him whenever he reached out. He found himself confiding in it, telling it about silly mishaps of the day or sharing the small triumphs of reading a new paragraph correctly. Whenever he performed in front of a small audience with Roxy or Monty, it seemed to guide his movements, as if giving him a gentle nudge to twirl or wave at the right moment. Onlookers marveled at how naturally he moved, how confident he had become. Vanessa noticed the change. She watched as Harry's steps gained a quiet assurance, how he no longer startled at sudden noises or stumbled through stage frights. During a casual conversation, she asked, "Kiddo, are you feeling braver lately?" He simply nodded, pressing the costume to his chest with a shy smile. She didn't push further, sensing it was tied to that intangible magic surrounding the Suita Fino. Menon she herself had glimpsed in flickers and whispers but couldn't fully explain. She only smiled, ruffled his hair, and let him be. While Harry's world brimmed with gentle magic and blossoming confidence, elsewhere, Dumbledore raged in silent frustration. The date was creeping toward mid-September, and in his hidden sanctum at Hogwarts, the wizard peered over a desk littered with defunct tracking spells and incomplete lists of Muggle addresses. His fingers drummed in agitation, every new day confirming that his carefully laid plans were unraveling. Where was the boy? Why did none of his shares report any sign of Harry in the usual places? And how could a mere child slip through the network of wards and enchantments Dumbledore had deployed? He sat in a high-backed chair, the facade of a benevolent headmaster set aside in the privacy of his own thoughts. This boy was crucial, the linchpin for future sacrifices. Dumbledore's brow furrowed as he considered the fools in the order who never questioned his intentions. To them, he was wise, kind, the epitome of virtue. If only they knew how many threads he'd pulled to maintain this illusion. He glanced again at the silent artifacts and to track Harry's location utterly worthless. In a burst of anger, he swept them off the desk, knuckles white with frustration. He'd considered traveling into the Muggle world to lead the search personally. But his pride bristled at the notion. Instead, he dispatched witches and wizards who believed they were aiding a missing child, never suspecting the far darker purpose behind Dumbledore's desperation. Meanwhile, the Pizzaplex thrived in bright neon normalcy. Summer waned, the days cooling, and families continued to flood the place for last-minute holiday fun before the school season. For Harry, the shift into autumn carried an undercurrent of freedom. He no longer recalled the last time he'd cowered in a corner or felt overshadowed by fear. On a breezy morning in mid-October, he found himself on stage with the animatronics. Heart fluttering with excitement instead of panic. Music reverberated through the speakers' playful tunes to entertain kids celebrating a birthday. Harry joined them, the oversized bunny suit flopping around his ankles, guided by the gentle hum that seemed to sing through the fabric. He spun in a circle, following a playful choreographed step Chica had taught him. Children cheered, parents smiled, and for an instant, the swirl of happiness filled his vision like confetti. Each clap of the audience made him blush and grin wider, the costume hugging him as though to say, "Well done." In the days that followed, more families recognized him, some bringing little tokens of appreciation, homemade cookies, silly drawings of him dancing with the animatronics, or heartfelt thank you notes. Harry received these with shy wonder. He never imagined he could matter so much to strangers. Vanessa often stood by, content to watch him glow in the affection. She'd nudge him gently, telling him to say thank you, and he'd nod fervently, cheeks rosy. Onlookers might have wondered how the boy ended up living in a place like this, but no one dared to ask too many questions. The warmth he exuded, combined with the Pizzaplex staff's apparent acceptance, created a sense that he simply belonged. As November rolled in, leaves outside tinted gold and red, but within the Pizzaplex, the bright artificial climate remained stable and lively. Harry's confidence soared. He performed more elaborate mini-shows with the animatronics, stepping out to wave at bigger crowds. Though shy, a spark lit his eyes whenever applause reached his ears. Roxy teased that he'd become a bigger celebrity than her, flipping her hair dramatically. Fredy quietly encouraged him, reminding him he was braver than he knew. Monty and Chica took turns including him in comedic gags. The entire building felt like a huge, protective nest, with Harry at its heart. All the while, the costume's magic grew stronger. One night, while helping carry props backstage, Harry stumbled, scraping his knee on a metal step. Pain stung, tears threatened, but in an instant the costume tightened, as if bracing him. That motherly voice whispered through his mind, "You're okay, sweetheart," accompanied by a soothing hush that chased the hurt away. He winced, but the tears never fell. Instead, he clung to the fabric, a shaky breath turning into relief. He whispered back, "Thank you," feeling foolish yet comforted. Vanessa appeared, alarmed by the noise, but found Harry steadying himself, lips parted in amazement. "You all right?" she asked, hands on her hips, concern etched into her posture. He nodded, inhaling deeply. "Yeah," he managed, patting the costume's sleeve. "I'm fine." The uncertain tremor and his voice was overshadowed by gratitude. She helped him wash off the small scratch, eyes flicking from the bandage to the suit's folds as though suspecting more than what met the eye. Neither of them spoke about it then. But an unspoken understanding passed between them. The costume, in its strange, magical way, was looking after him. As December approached, the Pizzaplex underwent a festive transformation. Staff replaced everyday posters with shimmering holiday decorations, neon candy canes lined the walkways, and a towering Christmas tree rose in the atrium, bedecked in blinking lights. Ree's eyes widened at the sight of it all, the sense of wonder welling up inside him. Roxanne led him on a tour of newly installed decorations. Monty boasted about a winter-themed golf course layout. And Chica introduced him to special holiday treats. The Aftons, too, appeared more frequently, William in a more relaxed posture, Clara with a motherly glow in her illusions, and Elizabeth and Evan bringing small, thoughtful tokens. Michael joked about how he used to think Christmas was overrated, but seeing Harry's excitement changed his mind. In early December, Harry helped hang shiny ornaments on the massive tree. Carefully guided by Fredy's steady instructions, he felt a thrill every time he placed a bauble on a branch, imagining Lily and James looking down on him, proud. Or perhaps it was just the costume's gentle murmur, reassuring him that he had found a real home here. Late one night, after the building closed, he lingered near the flickering lights, letting the swirling colors reflect in his eyes. The costume's voice hummed faintly, an echo of contentment. Vanessa caught him in that quiet moment, heart stuttering at the pure joy on his face. She realized she'd do anything to keep him this safe. December 24th arrived with a hush of anticipation. The atrium glowed under twinkling lights strung across every railing, the giant tree shimmering with ornaments shaped like the animatronics. Families who visited that day marveled at the holiday spirit, some even staying late for a special Christmas Eve show. When the final guests were escorted out, the staff and animatronics gathered in a circle around the tree to exchange warm wishes. Harry, wearing the Vanny costume as usual, wandered a little off to one side, mesmerized by the gentle glow that fell across the floor. He settled on a bench, pulling the costume closer to keep away the mild chill that crept into the building at night. He found himself staring at the tree, heart full, as a lullaby-like tune replayed in his thoughts. At first, he assumed it was just the holiday music swirling from overhead speakers. Then he realized it was more personal, more intimate, a quiet melody that seemed to come from within the suit itself. The words were silent, but the rhythms felt strangely familiar, as though they were part of a memory he couldn't quite recall. He closed his eyes, letting the illusion swirl behind his eyelids, a comforting darkness, a soft rocking, and that gentle hush of a mother's voice. Without meaning to, he drifted off in that corner, lulled by the costume's quiet lullaby. Christmas morning at the Pizzaplex brought a surprising calm. The staff who worked the holiday wore festive scarves and hats, greeting each other with laughter and bright spirits. The animatronics sported Santa hats. Chica couldn't stop giggling at Monty's red and white mohawk accessory, and Roxanne teased Fredy that his hat almost overshadowed his top hat. Harry woke early, the costume still clutched around him. Before he could even fully stand, Vanessa was beside him, eyes dancing with anticipation. She guided him to the security office's corner, where a pile of gifts waited. Glittering wrapping paper, hand-drawn cards, and ribboned boxes sprawled across the floor. He stared, wide-eyed. "What?" he started, but words failed him. Vanessa grinned, nudging him forward. "Merry Christmas," she whispered. He knelt, gently pushing aside a bright bow. Each present carried a small tag. From staff, from visitors, from the animatronics, from the Aftons. Slowly, he unwrapped them. His breath caught with each discovery. A lovingly sewn blanket embroidered with the word, "Beloved," in swirling gold thread from Vanessa. A small, music box-like device from Fredy, winding up to play a gentle melody that reminded him of Lily's lullaby. A sleek leather jacket from Roxanne, obviously too big, but she scrawled a note that he'd grow into it, calling him, the littlest rock star. Monty's present was a mini golf set with AC, custom-designed club labeled, Little Roxy, winking at a nickname he'd once used. Chica contributed a box of cookies shaped like bunny ears, sprinkled with sugar, along with a heartfelt note. And then, at the bottom of the stack, a small, shimmering orb from William and the Aftons. He lifted it carefully, blinking as it projected a tiny hologram above his palm. Lily laughing, her features blurred by years, but undeniably her. She looked radiant, in a swirl of memories he'd never been privy to. The sight hit him like a tidal wave of emotion. His chest tightened, tears welling. He pressed the orb to the costume, trembling as the hologram flickered. It felt like glimpsing a piece of the mother he never knew. Clara's voice drifted from behind him, her illusions form stepping softly. "She loved to laugh," she said gently. "We thought you should see that part of her." Harry couldn't speak. He buried his face into the costume's folds, tears streaming, breath catching on sobs of both joy and sorrow. Vanessa moved to steady him. But he already felt the costume shifting, hugging him, that maternal voice whispering, "You're really loved." The words sank deep into his heart. He believed them. When he finally raised his head, the entire group was there: Vanessa, the animatronics, the illusions of the Aftons watching him with warmth shining in their eyes. He choked out a soft thank you, scarcely able to believe how much his life had changed. The rest of Christmas Day unfolded in a swirl of wonder. The Pizzaplex opened briefly for holiday visitors, but the staff and animatronics saved special moments for Harry. A small table of holiday treats was set aside just for him, with sugar cookies shaped like animatronic heads. Roxy teased him about the jacket again, making him try it on, and the image of him swimming in its oversized sleeves caused Monty to nearly drop his own beverage in laughter. Chica coaxed him to sample her newly invented, bunny-shaped fruit pastries. Fredy guided him to the stage for a brief wave to the families, who erupted into applause upon seeing the tiny bunny-suited boy. Even the illusions of William and his children lingered more openly, their features alight with pride. Harry sensed that the staff assumed they were relatives or special guests, and no one questioned it. The day glowed with a familial warmth that Harry had never known existed. By evening, he sat cross-legged in the security office, unwrapping one final small gift from random patrons who had recognized him. He uncovered a hand-drawn card featuring a scribbled version of the Vanny Bunny suit and a kid-like scrawl that said, "Thank you for making the Pizzaplex magical." Harry swallowed hard, pressing the card to the costume, letting a few stray tears slip free again. December 26th arrived quietly. The festivities winding down. Leftover decorations still sparkled, but a peaceful hush fell over the building as many staff took the day off to rest. Harry wandered the halls, occasionally bumping into an animatronic or illusions-based Afton family member. They exchanged small smiles, the mood relaxed. He realized that, for the first time, the pang of fear about losing this life didn't consume him. He felt secure. The costume's soft presence pulsed at his side whenever the old worry surfaced, reminding him he was no longer alone. That evening, Vanessa joined him for a simple meal, and they watched the last stragglers of a winter crowd shuffle out. Snow flurries pelted the windows from outside, and the swirl of distant holiday music lulled them into contented silence. On December 27th, the day broke with gentle gray skies overhead. Lights flickered on as staff arrived, but the building was quieter than usual. Fewer visitors braved the post-Christmas lull. Harry woke in the security office, curled against the Vanny costume, letting the hush of the early morning wrap him. He glanced around, noticing no sign of Vanessa yet. The monitors glowed softly, and the faint smell of disinfectant reminded him that the night crew must have cleaned. He stroked the costume's sleeve, breathing in. A faint voice touched his thoughts, a wordless hum of warmth. He let his eyes drift shut for a moment, replaying scenes from the last few months, performing with the animatronics, receiving the blessings of countless new friends, the illusions of the Afton family quietly supporting him. Each gift from Christmas that affirmed his place. He thought of Dumbledore only as a faint phantom he'd once feared, though he didn't fully understand that man's manipulations are the wizarding world's looming shadow. Right now, all that seemed far away. The costume's whispers had grown clearer, more sure, and the love in the Pizzaplex was real and abiding. When at last he stood, he heard footsteps. Vanessa entered with a gentle tap on the door frame, offering him a small mug of cocoa. "Morning, sleepyhead," she said, her voice hushed so as not to break the calm. He thanked her, sipping carefully. The warmth spread through his chest, matching the snug comfort the costume provided. For a while, they just stood side by side, gazing at the slow trickle of staff outside, no words needed. In that stillness, the intangible presence in the fabric pulsed once more. Harry felt it reassure him, as though saying he was safe, that he belonged in this new family. He remembered how, in his old life, each new day brought dread. Now, the days stretched forward, each brimming with potential and free of that past despair. Yes, Dumbledore remained out there, and the wizarding world was an enigma waiting to unfold. The costumes vary, nature still harbored mysteries he hadn't fully unraveled. But in this fleeting peace, he trusted the bonds around him: Vanessa, the animatronics, the Aftons, and even the quiet, caring voice that echoed in his mind. They would face whatever came next. He glanced up at Vanessa, a slow smile blooming. She gave his shoulder a soft squeeze. "What's on your mind, kiddo?" she asked gently. He took another sip of cocoa before replying. "I'm not afraid," he said simply, voice light with wonder. Outside the office window, a light snow began to flutter. On the monitors, the glowing silhouettes of the animatronics moved in tranquil patterns, waiting to greet another day. Through the hush, the costume pressed close, the motherly murmur in his head offering silent encouragement. A sense of hush and hope blossomed in Harry's chest, carrying him toward whatever future lay ahead. He didn't know what the future held, but for the first time in his life, he wasn't afraid. And more on my Patreon. http. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 70+ chapters across the 20 fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now: QBE Sun Reborn, Harry Potter Nerut. O crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 8 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Raised by Mew R. Eborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtee. Me crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 8 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 8 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Beyond Boundaries of Time. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 already available on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapter 12 and Chapter 13 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Sekar, Ed of Aperture Science. Chapter 12 and Chapter 13 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 10. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Five Nights at Freddy's. Snow still clung to the Pizzaplex windows on December 28, 1988. Though much of the Christmas grandeur had faded into a gentle calm. Early that morning, Harry stirred from sleep in the security office, the faint buzz of overhead lights and the hum of distant machinery lulling him into a slow, easy waking. The leftover holiday decorations' small twinkling lights. Garlands draped around door frames gave the otherwise sterile corridors a cozy sparkle. He stretched, tugging the Vanny costume closer as though it were a plush companion. Its fabric pressed against him with a familiar warmth. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he caught sight of Vanessa hunched at her desk. Sipping coffee, she looked over at the soft sounds of him shifting, and her lips curled in a lazy smile. He rose on stiff legs, and Vanessa tossed him a sweater. The morning chill lingered in the building, and he pulled the sweater over his head, its fabric smelling faintly of laundry soap. Padding over to her side, he settled into the spare chair she'd drawn up. She nudged a small cup of cocoa toward him, steam coiling in the cold air. He wrapped his hands around it, soaking up the heat. "You look miles away, kiddo," she murmured, genuine warmth in her voice. He fiddled with the cuff of his sweater, glancing at the quiet halls visible on the security monitor. "Just thinking," he said. Then his gaze slid to the suit draped across his lap. "I'm happy," he added, voice small but steady. Vanessa ruffled his hair in that casual gesture of affection that had grown second nature. "Me too," she said, and for a moment, they shared a contented silence. The Pizzaplex beyond the door was waking up. Staff, rolling in with subdued chatter, animatronics running their daily boot-up routines. The swirl of normalcy comforted Harry more than words could convey. The next few days passed in a gentle lull. Snow continued to fleck the windows, but inside, the leftover Christmas lights made everything feel festive. Families still wandered in, some seeing the holiday decor before it vanished. The animatronics, no longer in full holiday show mode, gave smaller performances that Harry sometimes joined. He was growing bolder with each step on stage, the Vanny costume swishing around his ankles. The voice within its seams whispering quiet reassurances whenever his nerves fluttered. As December 31st approached, excitement stirred once more. The Pizzaplex readied itself for a New Year's Eve event, draping banners of neon tinsel across balconies and setting up a giant digital clock in the atrium for the midnight countdown. The day flew by in a blur of final preparations. Chica juggling confetti cannons, Monty fine-tuning a music playlist, Roxanne double-checking the timing for the stage lights, and Fredy ensuring everything ran smoothly. Harry watched from the sidelines at first, timid curiosity in his eyes, but as they beckoned him closer, he found himself caught up in the bustle. That night, the atrium pulsed with families who decided to ring in the new year with bright arcade lights and comedic animatronic shows. A hush of expectancy hung in the air as midnight crept closer. Vanessa kept near Harry, a reassuring hand on his shoulder. The illusions of the Afton family lingered at the edges of the crowd. William, Clara, Elizabeth, Evan, and Michael smiling softly, proud yet unobtrusive. When the countdown began, a roar of voices joined in unison. 10, 9, 8. Harry's heart thumped at the throng of excitement. Overhead, screens displayed colorful images, and the costume gave a gentle squeeze around his waist, almost as if encouraging him not to shrink away. 5, 4, 3. Monty flashed him a thumbs up. Roxy leaned over to smirk and say, "You got this." Chica clapped her wings, stoking the crowd's feverish energy, while Fredy stood tall, radiating calm. 2, 1. Fireworks appeared on the screens, confetti rained from overhead, and cheering filled every corner of the building. Harry gazed upward, confetti dusting his hair, the costume pulsing like a second heartbeat. "Happy New Year," he whispered, more to himself than anyone else. The confetti caught the neon glow, turning the air into a kaleidoscope of color. He felt an undercurrent of confidence. A notion that the future, once a scary blur, might be bright after all. January dawned with a crispness in the air outside, though inside the Pizzaplex the climate remained warm and humming. Harry's daily routine shifted. He woke each morning in the security office, often to the smell of brewed coffee and the sound of whirring monitors. After a quick wash and breakfast some times Chica's leftover pastries, he ventured out to help staff with small tasks. Passing out tickets to new arrivals, giving directions to lost parents, even retrieving plushies from storerooms, these chores fostered his sense of belonging. No longer the quivering, uncertain boy, he found a quiet pride in each completed errand. Vanessa began teaching him practical skills. She guided him through counting change for the occasional parents who needed to break larger bills, or reading brief item descriptions on a supply list. He felt both nerves and thrill each time he successfully identified numbers or words. Early on, he stumbled, but never faced scorn. Staff and animatronics alike praised his progress, Roxanne especially giving enthusiastic encouragement. "Look at you, learning the ropes," she teased, but her grin was genuine. And her words lit a spark of confidence in him. The animatronics took turns showing him bits of their expertise. Fredy gently coaxed him to breathe deeply whenever he seemed anxious, focusing on the steady in and out of air until the tension ebbed. Monty, in a more playful approach, made him practice reflex games swinging a foam club at colored targets, teaching him to trust his instincts. Roxanne, ever the flamboyant cheerleader, reminded him in a half-joking tone that he was cool enough to handle anything. And Chica, in a motherly stroke, taught him simple cooking skills, a basic sandwich-making session that left them both giggling when he tried too many toppings at once. These lessons, scattered throughout the day, filled him with a sense of normal childhood learning he'd never experienced. In quieter evenings, when the crowds thinned, Harry draped himself in the Vanny costume and napped backstage or in the security office. That intangible voice now spoke more frequently, though still in hushed murmurs he couldn't fully articulate. One night, he dozed off near a crate of spare plushies, only to jolt awake to that soft whisper, "Stay close to your family." His heart thumped. He blinked at the dark corners of the hallway, as if expecting someone to appear. The costume's warmth anchored him, the plush arms snug around his torso. Who was speaking? The question coiled in his mind, and that sense of protective magic hovered. When he relayed the experience to Vanessa the next morning, voice tremoring with uncertainty, she knelt, placed both hands on his shoulders, and told him, "We'll figure it out together." Her seriousness pressed through her usual gentle smile, a flicker of concern in her eyes. He nodded, relieved. Though this new diamond, scion of the costume, sometimes unnerved him, he felt safe confiding in her. Late in January, Dumbledore's efforts took a darker turn. Though Harry remained blissfully ignorant in the neon sanctuary, Wizard's frustration crackled like a storm. In a far-off office wreathed in the hush of ancient walls, Dumbledore paced, eyes flinty behind half-moon glasses. His attempts to track Harry had yielded nothing, no magical signature of a child in the usual Muggle areas. He commanded witches and wizards to scour city after city, rationalizing it as a caring search for the lost boy who lived, while inwardly cursing their failures to locate any trace. To mask his desperation, he spun tales of concern, stoking the wizarding public's pity. But in private, he seethed at the realization that the boy Saint be shielded by something beyond his normal manipulations. So he redoubled his efforts, pressuring the ministry, forging alliances that ensured if Harry were ever found, Dumbledore alone would have final say in his fate. While the wizarding sphere trembled under his iron grip, Harry's world brimmed with laughter and camaraderie. As February arrived, more and more returning guests recognized the shy boy in the bunny suit, greeting him with waves and occasionally showering him with small tokens of appreciation, drawn pictures, whimsical postcards, or store-bought candy. He carefully stashed each memento in a little drawer in the security office. Each new day, his place in the Pizzaplex felt more vital. Staff joked that he was the building's unofficial mascot, while children giggled whenever he hopped through a corridor, the costume's ears flopping in comedic arcs. In turn, Harry began leaving small notes for the animatronics. He pinned them in discreet spots on their resting stations, a hand-drawn heart for Roxanne with scribbled, "Thank you for being brave," a star for Monty, Labeled, "For helping me play games," a poorly spelled but heartfelt letter for Fredy about feeling safe when he's around, and a cartoonish doodle for Chica praising her cookies. Each animatronic discovered these tokens in their own time, and though they often acted amused or casual, a deeper tenderness flickered in their manner thereafter. Even from behind mechanical eyes, it was clear his appreciation touched them. All the while, the Vanny costume's presence deepened. On quiet nights, it no longer just offered fleeting whispers or maternal hums. Sometimes it guided his steps, as though a comforting hand pressed against his back. More than once, he found himself sidestepping hazards in dim corridors, loose wires, scattered boxes at the last second, with the costume seeming to gently steer him away. The voice that lulled him to sleep carried both an affectionate warmth and a growing urgency. He sensed that it wanted him to remain vigilant. Though the Pizzaplex felt as safe as ever. In late February, a small jolt of alarm rippled through Harry's haven. The security monitors flickered one night, showing garbled static for a handful of seconds. Vanessa frowned at the glitch, tapping keys rapidly to diagnose the system. Harry stood beside her, the costume draped across his shoulders, eyebrows pinched in worry. Moments later, the feed restored, but the logs hinted at an odd anomaly near the building's perimeter. Vanessa shook her head, chalking it up to an equipment hiccup, but soon after, William appeared in his illusion's form. Brow creased with unease, he lingered in the office, glancing at the logs. Wizarding magic, he muttered under his breath, voice taut. Vanessa paled slightly, chewing her lip. Neither elaborated in front of Harry, but the tension in their postures screamed of real danger. Harry observed them with rising anxiety, and the costume pressed tighter against him, that otherly voice murmuring half-formed words. Something was changing outside these neon walls. In hushed, intense whispers, William told Vanessa that they were inching closer. He didn't need to name Dumbledore or the wizarding world. The warning was enough. Despite this, daily life marched on. In early March, the routine continued. Families visited, animatronics performed, staff kept the place spotless, and Harry, bunny suit in tow, offered shy greetings that brightened visitors' days. His stutter, once a frequent companion, slipped away. He spoke with a clear softness now, laughter seeping into his words. He navigated the Pizzaplex with ease, occasionally venturing into areas he once found intimidating, like the echoing backstage corridors or the large staff lounge. He no longer tripped or froze in doorways. Instead, he walked forward with that quiet resilience, the costume's comforting hum never far from his thoughts. The animatronics noticed. One evening, Roxanne cornered him at a vending machine, arms folded with a playful grin. "You know, you're not the same scared little squirt we found months ago," she teased. "I remember you shaking like a leaf. Now look at you. You've got fans, you do chores. You even scold Monty when he throws stuff around." She ruffled his hair as he blushed. "Told you were a star, kid." He ducked his head, a small smile tugging at his lips. "I guess I feel braver," he admitted. "I'm still shy, but I'm not so afraid of everything now." Roxanne gave him a gentle knock on the shoulder. "Good. About time you believed in yourself." With that, she swished away, confident stride unabated. Harry stood in that hallway for a moment, the costume's arm in his hand. He whispered, "Thank you," not sure if it was directed at Roxy or the suit or the swirling sense of hope in his chest. Perhaps all three, but the calm was not absolute. As the weeks pressed into early March, a faint tension loomed. Sometimes, late at night, Harry felt the costume's voice speak more clearly, urging caution. "They're searching. Stay hidden, little one." It came as a gentle but firm directive, stirring a ripple of unease through him. He tried not to dwell on it during daylight, focusing instead on his tasks and the bright energy of the Pizzaplex. Still, at the periphery of his mind, a question lingered. Who was searching, and how close were they? On one particular night, March 3rd, he lay awake in the security office, the building's after-hours hush broken only by distant beeps of cleaning bots. Vanessa had turned in for a short rest, trusting the locked doors and the animatronics to keep watch. Harry, though, couldn't sleep. He cradled the Vanny costume, feeling the warmth in its seams. The voice flickered like a lullaby, but beneath it was an edge of warning. In half-lidded dozing, he imagined a hooded silhouette standing outside the Pizzaplex's neon glow, peering in with hungry eyes. He stirred, heart pounding. The costume squeezed gently, steadying him, letting him drift into restless dreams. In truth, a lone figure did stand beyond the perimeter that very night, cloaked and silent in the darkness. Observing, waiting. Perhaps it was one of Dumbledore's dispatched wizards. Or a hired wand searching for faint traces of a boy rumored to be out here. Harry would not see them, nor would the staff or animatronics, but the subtle glitch in the security feed earlier suggested a presence. Unseen but not inactive, William had been. Right, the wizarding realm was inching nearer, though their progress was slow and uncertain against the cunning illusions that cloaked Harry from detection. Nevertheless, within the Pizzaplex, everything still felt like home. On March 4th, Harry woke to Monty's boisterous greeting in the corridor. The gator brandished a new scoreboard for mini-golf, proclaiming that today was the day Harry might beat a few employees. Harry giggled at Monty's teasing challenge. The morning was a swirl of tasks and children's laughter. No hint of the potential threat creeping in from outside. Even the illusions of the Afton family occasionally popped up, reassuring them all that so far, no wizard had breached the building's wards. A fleeting sense of normalcy persevered. Finally, on March 5th, as the day began, the leftover winter gloom gave way to a timid spring sun peeking through the windows. Staff strolled in, animatronics powered up for performance. And Harry found his gaze drawn to that morning light. He realized how far he'd come, how the suffocating darkness of his old life no longer cast its shadow on him. He was no longer that hollow-eyed boy scurrying from any raised voice. He was stronger, more confident, wrapped in a magical costume that whispered sweet reassurances and guided him with gentle nudges. He had a caretaker who cared deeply, animatronic friends who believed in him, and illusions of a family that wanted him safe. Outside, though, a ripple of tension crackled in the air. The wizarding world would not remain oblivious forever. Dumbledore's frustration rose with each passing failure to locate Harry. The watchers he stationed grew bolder, scanning new corners of Muggle society. Their PR essence might soon brush against the Pizzaplex's threshold, drawn by the faint magical anomaly that was Harry's existence. The costume's warnings, the glitch in security, William's concerned visits, these hints swirled like storm clouds. The illusions that protected him were strong, but how long could they hold? Yet in that moment, Harry stood at the cusp of the atrium, a passing staff member offering him a bright hello. He raised a hand in response, smile blossoming across his face. Monty teased him from a side corridor, boasting about an upcoming show. Roxy pretended not to watch but clearly angled her ears in his direction. Proud of his improvements, Chica beckoned him for another taste test in the staff kitchen. Fredy spotted him from across the room, giving an encouraging nod. And Vanessa's voice, calm and certain, called him to help her set up a small display near the security desk. Each step he took radiated a quietly building strength. He believed, wholeheartedly, that he belonged here. Night would come again, bringing with it that intangible voice reminding him that danger lurked beyond the neon walls, that a figure might stand in the shadows, searching. But for now, Harry savored the light, comforted by the Vanny costume's gentle presence. He had a new family, a patchwork of animatronics, illusions, and a caring guard who uplifted him each day. He was learning to stand on his own 2 feet, to speak without trembling, to find joy in simple tasks and fleeting applause. The looming threat remained on the periphery, intangible but real. Quietly, in the hush of an afternoon lull, he took a break in a side hallway, the costume's plush hood resting against his shoulders. He closed his eyes, listening to the beep of a distant arcade machine, the faint laughter of kids, and the rhythmic hum of air vents. Then that familiar warmth tightened around him, and a whisper echoed in his mind, "They're searching. Stay hidden, little one." His eyes opened slowly, but the fear she once would have seized him was tempered by something deeper. He placed a gentle hand on the suit's stitched fabric. "I'm not alone," he whispered. Outside, the corridor lay empty, the overhead lights softly buzzing. The Pizzaplex thrummed on, a haven of bright illusions and heartfelt unity. If a figure truly stood beyond the glass, cloaked and hunting, they had not dared to breach these doors yet. Harry breathed in, letting the hush fill him, and let out a measured exhale. He didn't know what form the threat would take or when it might arrive, but the foundation of love and strength built here felt unbreakable. The days ahead might bring confrontation, magic against magic, illusions unraveling. But for the first time in his life, he wasn't trapped or alone, and the knowledge burned like a steady flame within his chest. As evening fell on March 5th, the swirling crowds dwindled, and the corridors took on their usual after-hours calm. Harry retreated to the security office for the night, curling onto the small cot. Vanessa gave him a gentle goodnight, eyes reflecting her silent promise of protection. The animatronics set to low-power mode in the shadowed corners of the building. In the hush of that moment, the last faint glow of the overhead lamp revealed the boy wrapped in plush bunny fabric, heart steady, mind drifting. A sense of foreboding hovered just out of reach, unspoken but undeniable. The voice came one last time before sleep, a lullaby whisper, "Stay safe, little one." The shadows moved closer. He swallowed, eyelids heavy. Yet fear did not dominate him. He pressed the costume to his cheek, letting trust in his newfound family overshadow any dread. Wizarding forces might close in, but he had a circle of guardians, a caretaker in Vanessa, mechanical protectors in the animatronics. An unseen lineage with the Aftons, and a magical costume that spoke like a mother's spirit. Darkness flickered at the edges, but in the heart of the Pizzaplex, a soft light thrived. He drifted into slumber, lulled by the quiet hum of screens and the gentle pulse of fabric. Tomorrow would come, and with it, challenges. But the foundation of safety and strength had been laid. For a boy once cast aside. That was everything. And more on my Patreon. http. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 70+ chapters across the 20 fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now, QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto BL. Each crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 9 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Simp. Honey of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 8 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 8 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Beyond Boundaries of Time. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12, last chapter, already available on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12 already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12 already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12 already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapter 13 and Shaw. PTER 14 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapter 13 and Chapter 14 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 11. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or the Five Nights at Freddy's series. On March 6, 1989, the first soft rays of morning filtered into the security office, illuminating a scene of quiet domesticity. The neon hum of the Pizzaplex vibrated The walls like a gentle heartbeat, steady and reassuring. Harry stirred in his makeshift cot, curled in the plush warmth of the Vanny costume. He blinked sleep from his eyes, feeling the now familiar sense of comfort radiating from the fabric. Each time he shifted, the costume seemed to adjust around him, as though it, too, were awakening. Not far away, Vanessa sat at her desk with a cup of coffee in one hand and a stack of logs in the other. She flipped through pages absently, occasionally clicking the computer mouse to scroll camera feeds. Next to her, Michael lounged, feet propped up on a corner of the desk, idly chatting about minor security concerns. His relaxed posture hinted that he found some strange sense of belonging here, though he'd never admit it outright. Harry, still half drowsy, watched them from under half-lidded eyes. The easy banter between the two felt comforting. Their back and forth teasing. The roll of Vanessa's eyes at Michael's sarcastic remarks, none of it seemed forced. Michael caught Harry's gaze and shot him a smirk. "Kid's giving us the side eye," he teased, swinging his feet to the floor. "Vanessa, you adopt me too and forget to tell me." Vanessa hid a smile behind her coffee cup. "Oh, definitely," she said, voice dry. "You're next in line for the bedtime story." Harry giggled softly. He sat up, hugging the Vanny costume closer. A slow warmth blossomed in his chest. This half-lit office, the low buzz of monitors, and the gentle camaraderie made him feel like he belonged here in a way he never had anywhere else. He gave them both a shy nod and slipped off the cot, the costume sliding with him. The following days, March 7th through the 10th, passed in a comfortable haze of routine and small, meaningful changes. Fredy and Roxanne began insisting Harry take to the stage more often. Their argument was simple: the guests adored him, and he always seemed to light up whenever he stepped into the limelight. At first, he hesitated. The idea of standing in front of so many people still brought a faint tremor to his hands. But Roxanne, noticing the tension, gently rested an arm behind his back as she guided him forward. "Don't overthink it," she murmured, her mechanical eyes glinting encouragement. "I'm right here." The first time he tried, bright stage lights illuminated the crowd of families and curious onlookers. Harry's heart hammered. He clutched the hem of the Vanny costume, nearly missing a step. But then Monty's voice boomed from backstage, playfully threatening, "If the kid doesn't dance, I'm gonna sing. And trust me, folks, I can't carry a tune to save my life." The audience burst into laughter, and so did Harry, caught so off guard that his nerves slipped away. He glanced at Roxanne, who winked, and then he took one tentative step into a simple dance move. Applause erupted. The chatter and cheers enveloped him, not in a frightening way but in a warm, welcoming tide. Another step, then another, until he was fully dancing alongside the animatronics. Even a small sway or hop from him drew delighted giggles from children in the front rows. By the time the music ended, his cheeks glowed with a mixture of shyness and happiness. Encouraged by that breakthrough moment, Harry found himself returning to the stage throughout mid-March. Each time felt a little easier. The audience recognized him, small boy in the overseas Zed bunny suit with bright eyes and a gentle manner. Families called out greetings, children waved. And when the show ended, some kids rushed forward for a quick hug before staff ushered them on. Harry's fear melted into gratitude. He never expected he could bring such joy to others. By March 11th, his confidence had bloomed like a springtime flower pushing through winter soil. Those once timid steps onto the stage became a cherished routine. He loved hearing the squeals of children and seeing parents smile. Some of the littlest visitors began drawing pictures for him, crayon sketches of a Bond NY figure dancing with Roxanne or hugging Monty. One little girl even drew him in the costume, holding hands with all the animatronics lined up behind him. Harry kept every gift. He carefully folded tucked them away in the security office, each piece of paper a testament to the warmth he felt in this place. He soon found that he had a special way with younger children. Toddlers who stumbled or cried were drawn to him, perhaps sensing his gentle nature. On one occasion, a tiny boy wobbled over, tears streaming after a small fall. Harry knelt, arms open, and the child practically dove into the plush comfort of the suit. The costume responded with its usual, protective squeeze, and the toddler sniffled but seemed content to stay there, face pressed against the soft bunny ears. The child's mother thanked Harry profusely, calling him a sweetheart, and Vanessa, watching from a short distance, nudged Michael with a knowing look. "He's gonna be the most popular performer here," Vanessa said quietly, a blend of pride and amusement in her voice. Michael, arms folded, leaned against a wall. "No argument," he replied. "Kid's a natural." During these interactions, the costume often displayed subtle signs of sentience that Harry himself was still learning to trust. When a toddler clung to his side, the material seemed to conform, as if hugging the child back. When a guest lingered to chat with Harry, the fabric gave an almost imperceptible pulse, guiding Harry to relax and speak up. It was never alarming, more like a gentle guardian presence. As April began, deeper bonds formed in the cracks of everyday life. Michael started hanging around the security office more, claiming he was needed to check logs or run mechanical diagnostics. Yet Harry often caught him leaning over Vanessa's shoulder, cracking jokes or teasing her about her heavy coffee consumption. In response, she'd fire back with playful barbs about him, lurking like a cryptid, and vow to catch him on camera next time he thought he was being stealthy. Their back and forth banter filled the small space with a buzzing warmth, laced with something Harry couldn't quite name. More than once, while playing a quiet game or sketching a doodle on a piece of paper, Harry looked up and noticed Michael watching Vanessa with an unreadable expression. When asked about it, Michael just coughed awkwardly and changed the subject, ruffling Harry's hair to distract him. Harry, perceptive in his own quiet way, felt there was something unspoken between them. It all came to a head one afternoon when Vanessa and Michael shared a rare lull in the schedule. They sat at the desk, half-finished sodas in hand, while Harry was sprawled on the floor with crayons, coloring a half-bunny, half-gator cartoon to amuse Monty. Vanessa glanced up from a security feed just as Michael, lost in thought, etched absent-minded hearts on the corner of a napkin. The shift of her gaze made him freeze. She tilted her head, curiosity piqued. "Michael," she said, voice mild, "are you flirting with me?" His eyes darted to the napkin. He nearly spat his drink, stammering, "Wha? ? No, I was doodling." He snatched the napkin and crumpled it, face reddening. Vanessa raised her eyebrows, smirking knowingly. Harry didn't dare speak, sensing a storm of nerves hidden behind Michael's bravado. The moment passed in loaded silence, broken only by the whir of a cleaning bot outside. The tension between them hung in the air like a shimmering thread, unspoken yet undeniably present. Meanwhile, the Vanny costume grew ever more present in Harry's life. It was no longer just a plush suit he wore, it behaved more like a protective spirit. Whenever he felt an anxious flutter, the costume tightened as if to calm him, its intangible whisper soothing his nerves. One late night, near the tail end of a shift, Harry drifted off in a corner of the atrium. He was half lost in dreams when a gentle voice, more distinct than ever before, echoed in his mind, "You are safe. You are loved." His eyes snapped open, breath catching. Adrenaline spiked, but not from fear, from an overwhelming sense of peace. The next morning, he shared this revelation with Vanessa, voice quavering. Michael, who happened to be there, listened with a pensive frown. The notion that the costume was actively looking after Harry seemed comforting and eerie all at once. "It's like a caretaker," Vanessa mused, fiddling with her keychain. "Just made of magic and cloth." Michael exhaled slowly. "I've seen weirder," he muttered, running a hand through his hair. "As long as it's not harming him. I suppose it's okay." He cast a sidelong glance at the boy, who was busy hugging the costume's collar as if it were a security blanket. We keep an eye on it." Spring arrived in mid-April, and with it came a sense of renewed energy. Leaves poked through the melting snow outside, though the Pizzaplex's interior climate remained constant. The Afton family's illusions, particularly William and Clara, appeared more often, checking in on Harry's well-being. Even William's usually stoic demeanor softened around the boy, while Clara brought small gifts, a scarf she crocheted, a tiny charm bracelet shaped like bunnies, each token carrying echoes of the daughter Harry's mother they all missed. Elizabeth, in her mischievous childlike form, taught Harry silly skill CKS, braiding bits of string into bracelets, standing on one foot for a count of 10. It felt like a real family dynamic, something Harry absorbed with quiet amazement. Michael found himself sliding into an older brother role with surprising ease. He'd show Harry how to balance on a short rail near Monty's Gator Golf or tell him stories of pranks he and Elizabeth pulled in simpler times. Harry listened, wide-eyed, occasionally giggling at the more absurd anecdotes. In these moments, Michael would glance at him with a wistful expression, as if recalling lost memories and forging new ones all at once. During one late April evening, Vanessa and Michael lingered in the security office long after the crowds left. The overhead lights were dim, casting soft shadows across the monitors. They shared quiet laughter about some minor fiasco with a broken arcade machine earlier in the day. Once the laughter ebbed, a hush settled between them. Vanessa sipped her coffee, her fifth cup. By Michael's countdown turned to find him watching her. For a heartbeat, their eyes locked, unspoken tension flaring. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no words emerged. A crooked smile twitched on his lips. Nothing, he finally said. Pushing himself upright, she gave him a searching look but let it lie. Harry, half asleep on a nearby chair with the costume nestled around him, noticed the intensity in the air. He drifted off soon after, lulled by the knowledge that, though unsaid, something profound was growing between them all. May arrived with gentle rains that spattered the Pizzaplex's exterior but did little to quell the bright bustle inside. Families on spring outings flocked to the building, eager to see the animatronics shows. By now, Harry was more than a shy helper or occasional cameo. He was a star performer in his own quiet way. Guests recognized him from the moment they walked through the doors, children straining to spot the little bunny. Some toddlers toddled over the moment they saw him, arms up for a hug. The animatronics teased him about needing a personal line just for fans. Staff members, too, relied on him to bring a certain kindness to the space. If a child was crying or lost, they led the child to Harry. 9 times out of 10, his gentle presence and the Vanny costumes comforting or soothed the little one. In those weeks, the sense of home thickened. Even the scions of the Afton family remarked on how natural it felt to see Harry in the heart of this neon world, as if he'd always been meant to be here. For William, that realization sometimes drew him to the brink of tears, though he masked it with a reserved nod. Clara all but glowed whenever she saw Harry bounding across the floor, arms outstretched to greet a toddler. Elizabeth made a show of rolling her eyes at the cuteness, but her grin betrayed genuine affection. Michael, standing slightly apart, often looked on with a half-smile, as if marveling at the boy's innocence. And Vanessa, behind them, remained the quiet anchor, always watchful, always protective. But the calm was not unbroken. On May 23rd, a faint ripple of alarm surfaced. The security system glitched briefly, cameras flickering in a pattern that Michael recognized as an external interference. He pored over the logs, brow creased, while Vanessa stood tense beside him. The feed stabilized quickly, leaving only a short glitch recorded in the system. Still, a prickle of worry lingered. "They're getting closer," Michael murmured, shutting down the terminal with a grim look. Vanessa pressed her lips tight, not denying it. Outside, the normal hum of the Pizzaplex continued, lights flashing, kids laughing. But beyond that neon glow, a sense of eyes watching, searching, pressed against the unseen barriers. That evening, after the last families exited, the staff cleaned, and the animatronics powered down to rest, Harry slipped back into the security office. He carried the worn drawing a child had given him, a crayon depiction of him holding hands with Fredy, Roxy, Monty, and Chica. Setting it carefully on the desk, he admired the bright colors. Vanessa, yawning from the corner, asked if he needed anything. He shook his head, climbing onto the cot that had become his bed. The Vanny costume wrapped around him in a gentle hush. Across the office, Michael reclined in the swivel chair, fiddling with a pen. The overhead lamp cast soft halos of light, illuminating their small, makeshift family scene. Harry let out a long breath. "I'm happy," he whispered. The costume pulsed gently, as if echoing his sentiment. Vanessa strolled over, ruffled his hair, and sank onto a stool beside him. He leaned into her touch. Across the room, Michael observed with an expression that danced between fondness and an odd sadness, as if racing for something beyond their control. For a few moments, None of them spoke, the quiet hum of machinery a lullaby. Outside, the lights of the Pizzaplex bathed the night in neon hues. Unseen across the dark lot, a presence hovered, waiting. Perhaps another flicker of wizarding magic tested the perimeter, or an anonymous silhouette stood in the shadows, peering in with longing or malice. None of them noticed. Inside these walls, there was only warmth and the promise of safety. For a boy who once knew nothing but cold neglect, this was the greatest gift. He settled deeper, eyelids heavy. Van S's hand rested gently on his shoulder. Michael exhaled as if letting go of a tension that lingered all day. The Vanny costume draped over Harry's torso, the voice inside it silent yet reassuring. They all sensed a hush of calm before a storm they couldn't quite define. But for now, contentment held them in a protective cocoon. Harry's last waking thought was that he truly belonged here. Whatever threatened from outside would meet a family's determination, Vanessa's steady devotion, Michael's watchful care, the animatronics, love, and the intangible guardianship of a magical bunny suit that whispered to him in the still of night. Tomorrow might bring new revelations, new challenges, but at this moment, he felt only acceptance and a gentle pride in being exactly who he was, a boy who once had nothing. Now cherished beyond measure. The lights dimmed to a gentle glow, and he drifted off, safe in the knowledge that within these neon walls, he was home. And more on my Patreon. http more th and 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 70 plus chapters across the 20 fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Harry Pot R and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Har. Y Potter Lit RPG, up to 9 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Day Pairs Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 9 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 9 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Yo, you can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Beyond Boundaries of Time. Chapter 12, last chapter, already available on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapter 12 and Chapter 13 already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapter 12 and Chapter 16 already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shish. Addos. Chapter 12 and Chapter 13 already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapter 14 and Chapter 15 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapter 14 and Chapter 15 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 12. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Five Nights at Freddy's series. The Pizzaplex was steeped in an odd hush late on May 23, 1989. The lights glowed their usual neon brilliance, an undercurrent of tension hovered in the security office. Michael crouched in front of the main console, eyes narrowed as he rechecked lines of code and flicked through camera feeds. Vanessa stood a step behind him, arms crossed, watching his every move. On the small cot in the corner, Harry lay half awake, Vanny. Costume draped around him in a soft cocoon. He sensed something off. Michael's posture was tense, shoulders rigid, and Vanessa's lips were pressed into a thin line. "Are you guys okay?" Harry murmured, voice still caught between sleep and awareness. The costume tightened against his chest, reflecting his concern. Michael glanced over his shoulder with a faint smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Just being paranoid," he said quietly, straightening. "Security logs had a hiccup last night, that's all." Vanessa moved to kneel beside Harry. She brushed his hair back from his forehead and offered him a reassuring half-smile. "Nothing to worry about," she murmured. "We're on it." He stared at her for a second, measuring her calm tone against the tension in her expression. Then the softness of the costume coaxed him to relax, reminding him he was safe within these walls. He let out a small sigh and snuggled deeper into the plush fabric. Whatever was bothering them, he sensed they didn't want him fretting over it. Reassured by their closeness, he let himself sink back into the comforting haze of near sleep. Over the next few days, from May's tail end into early June, that subtle unease lingered in small ways. Michael double-checked camera angles. More often, Vanessa insisted on keeping the security office door closed at night. Yet Harry noticed that neither they nor the animatronics let it overshadow the daily rhythm of the Pizzaplex. He woke each morning to bright, bustling corridors and greeting staff who offered him warm smiles and playful waves. Roxanne teased him relentlessly if he yawned too long. Monty tried to rope him into comedic mini-golf challenges, and Chica had a new pastry invention she pushed him to taste every other day. Fredy remained a calming presence, always ready with steady encouragement or a gentle pat on the shoulder. A subtle shift happened in early June when Fredy and Roxanne once again urged Harry to join them on stage more frequently. He'd performed a handful of times already, each show leaving him flushed with a mix of exhilaration and shy terror. But this time felt different. He wanted to do it. An internal spark told him that being up there wasn't just an obligation but a joy he was beginning to crave. The Vanny costume, sensing his warring excitement and nerves, tightened in a reassuring pulse, like a friend giving him a gentle nudge. That first show he agreed to, Roxanne set her paw against his back, guiding him out into the lights. Monty, seeing the flicker of anxiety in Harry's eyes, dramatically threatened to sing off-key if Harry didn't dance at least a little. It pulled a snort of laughter from Harry, unraveling the tension in his posture. With the audience watching, he took a step forward, then another, the costume swishing around his ankles as he fell into the animatronics' playful choreography. The crowd roared in delight at the little boy in a bunny suit moving in sync with glam metal-styled animatronics, and a wave of warmth flooded Harry's chest. The lights felt less glaring, the applause less intimidating. He felt, for lack of a better word, at home. In the following weeks, the applause became a fixture in his day. Families recognized him as the little bunny, pointing him out excitedly the moment they spotted him in the corridor. Some children ran up to him with open arms, and he'd stoop to return their hugs, the costume's plush arms draping around them. He cherished how the parents beamed at him with genuine affection. More than once, he overheard a child squeal, "He's my favorite part," and it made his cheeks burn red in a bashful flush. Fredy, picking up on these moments, would lay a gentle metal hand on Harry's shoulder and say, "You make people happy." Harry only ever replied with a small, grateful smile, but deep inside, it meant more than words could say. He thrived on those interactions. Before, his voice had faltered in front of a crowd, his heart pounded at the prospect of being watched. But now, a quiet conference, idence unfurled in him like a flower seeking sunlight. He learned to wave at the audience without hiding behind Roxanne's leg, to kneel and greet toddlers who tugged on his bunny suit. When especially shy children approached, he found he understood their fear better than anyone. He'd crouch low, speak softly, offering them the same reassurance he received from the animatronics. In those moments, he costume glowed faintly under the Pizzaplex lights, as though reflecting the gentle love Harry poured into others. Early July brought more frequent visits from the illusions of the Afton family. Clara arrived with a small knitted scarf she'd made for Harry, pastel threads woven into delicate patterns. Harry, though not entirely sure how to wear a scarf in the Pizzaplex's moderate temperature, accepted it with a beaming smile. Elizabeth taught him silly skill tricks like spinning on one foot while holding a cup of water without spilling a drop, or tossing popcorn into the air and catching it in his mouth. They'd collapse into giggles whenever he missed. Michael, lurking in the background, teased them but often ended up grinning, and whenever Vanessa entered the scene, he'd grow uncharacteristically quiet, as though watching her had him lost in thought. Elizabeth, never missing a chance, teased Michael for how he stared at Vanessa sometimes, whispering to Harry about how dense these two were. Harry laughed, oblivious to deeper subtexts but amused by Elizabeth's theatrics. The whole dynamic felt oddly cozy, like a real family, each member occupying their unique space but interconnected around Harry's bright presence. Even William's rare visits carried a gentle aura these days, a hint of remorse softened by pride whenever he looked at the boy. Roxanne once muttered that Willie acted like a reformed grump around Harry, and even Monty reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, Vanessa found herself more protective and motherly than ever. She taught Harry small practical lessons, reading menu boards, counting simple change, navigating supply rooms with confidence. If he ever stumbled or got discouraged, her words soothed him with that same gentle authority she used on stubborn staff bots. More and more, she caught herself thinking of him as her son, even if she never voiced it aloud. One night, after the place closed, she discovered him asleep on the office floor, his bunny suit bunched around him like a giant stuffed toy. Kneeling to brush hair from his eyes, she whispered, "You really have no idea how loved you are," and the costume gave a faint, almost imperceptible squeeze. The moment made her heart ache with a fierce tenderness. Everything built toward July 31st, Starry's 9th birthday. He'd never had a real birthday celebration before stepping foot in the Pizzaplex. This time, though, from the moment he awoke, the building buzzed with excitement. Roxanne and Monty's playful bickering outside the security office door woke him with a smile. "I'll be the one to wake him. I'm obviously his favorite," Roxanne declared, half joking, half serious. "Yeah, keep telling yourself that," Monty shot back. "I got way more cheers last night. He's definitely on Team Gator." Fredy, the peacemaker as always, chimed in calmly, "Perhaps we can greet him together." But it was too late. Both Roxy and Monty barged in, performing an exaggerated, off-key rendition of "Happy Birthday." Chica joined a beat later, arms waving overhead. Harry groaned, pulling the bunny hood down, but despite the embarrassment, he found himself grinning from ear to ear. Throughout the morning, staff and guests poured in, each adding to the swirl of celebration. Neon banners hung from the ceiling, confetti cannons perched ready for the big party, and the largest birthday pizza Harry had ever seen was prepped by midday in the main atrium. The illusions of the Aftons lingered near the fringes, sharing proud smiles as they saw Harry's awe at the fuss. William stood with arms folded, softer around the edges than usual, while Clara hovered with a mother's gleam in her eyes. Michael pretended to be aloof, but he'd ruffle Harry's hair every chance he got. Elizabeth hopped around, bragging that he'd planned some special birthday pranks if the day got too boring. When the time came for the official celebration, a hush of excitement fell over the crowd that gathered in the atrium. The staff parted, revealing a giant pizza shaped like a birthday cake, topped with sparklers in place of candles. Harry's eyes went wide, the bunny costume clutched around him in surprise. Clara leaned in, voice gentle, "Make a wish, sweetheart." He glanced at the flickering sparks, then around at the faces beaming at him. The animatronics in bright stage lights, the illusions of the Aftons. Vanessa standing protectively off to the side. Staff gathered with genuine affection. Monty gave a goofy thumbs up, Roxanne winked, Chica practically bounced, and Fredy nodded in encouragement. Harry swallowed, emotions welling thick in his throat. "I don't need to wish for anything," he said, voice trembling. "I already have my family." For a heartbeat, the entire Pizzaplex seemed to hold its breath. Vanessa's eyes filled with tears. Elizabeth made a soft noise that might have been a choked sob, quickly insisting she wasn't crying. Even Monty dropped his flamboyant stance. Harry felt a surge of warmth from the costume, like an invisible hug. Then the hush shattered with cheers and applause, a swirl of laughter, confetti, and neon lights spinning across the floor. It was in the midst of this swirling joy that Harry, caught up in the moment, turned toward Vanessa, a beaming smile on his face. "Thanks, Mum," he blurted, voice raised to carry above the noise. The single syllable "Mum" rippled through the crowd. Everyone froze. Vanessa's heart lurched. Time slowed. Harry blinked, uncertain why everything paused, the euphoria in the air suspended. His cheeks flushed bright when he realized the word. He'd spoken. But before he could backtrack or apologize, Vanessa was there, scooping him into her arms. She buried her face against his hair, tears spilling as she whispered, "Thank you, kiddo," voice cracking at the edges. The onlookers burst into an even louder cheer. The animatronics' eyes glowed with approving light. Elizabeth wiped her cheeks, muttering about allergies. Michael grinned from ear to ear. Looking suspiciously misty-eyed, William stood a distance away, exhaling a long, trembling breath. Clara pressed a hand to her mouth, eyes shining. Harry, enveloped by Vanessa's hug, felt the costume's usual squeeze again. As though celebrating with him. He didn't know how to handle the sudden shift, but the delight surging in his chest overshadowed any awkwardness. The crowd resumed singing a rowdy version of "Happy Birthday," drowning out any self-conscious stutters he might have uttered. Confetti rained from overhead once more, shimmering in the bright overhead lights. He could barely see through the swirl of color. But he could definitely feel Vanessa's tears on his cheek, the trembling of her shoulders as she laughed and cried all at once. The day rolled on like a whirlwind. Games were played, slices of that enormous pizza were devoured, staff teased Harry about having such a big family now, and the illusions popped in and out, congratulating him. By the time night fell, he was beyond exhausted. He curled up in the security office again, only now, the sense of belonging was deeper than ever. Whenever he recalled how easily the word, "Mum," slipped from his tongue, a sweet warmth fluttered in his stomach. No one seemed to mind that it had come out unplanned. In fact, it felt like everyone had been waiting for it. The weeks that followed in early August were a gentle blur. Harry, still brimming with the afterglow of his 9th birthday, continued to wear the bunny suit everywhere. He no longer stuttered when greeting visitors, spoke more confidently, and if someone asked about Vanessa, he simply referred to her as "Mum." The staff melted each time they heard it. Michael snickered at how unashamed Vanessa seemed about it now, even though she tried to maintain a cool front. Sometimes, he caught her quietly smiling to herself whenever Harry called her "Mum," as though replaying that moment over and over. Meanwhile, the animatronics took on an even more protective stance. Roxanne kept a watchful eye whenever Harry performed. Monty teased him mercilessly but glared at any rowdy guests who got too close. Chica insisted on cooking him extra treats or leading him to hush corners if he ever looked tired. Fredy stood as the paternal figure, ensuring all the behind-the-scenes tasks that made Harry's stage appearances smooth. The illusions of the Aftons also grew more frequent, each acknowledging in subtle ways that Harry's life now intertwined with Vanessa's in a parent-child bond that no one wanted to break. Clara quietly began calling him grandson, testing the word on her tongue. It warmed Harry's heart more than he could express. William, though still reserved, managed an occasional pat on Harry's head, and a soft, "You're doing well, boy," which felt like the highest praise from him. Elizabeth never let a day pass without a side hug or playful hair tousle. Evan rarely appeared, but when he did, he offered shy smiles, obviously pleased by the familial acceptance. Yet, amid this wave of contentment, faint ripples of unease still crept around the edges. On a few late nights, the security feed glitched momentarily, revealing a flicker of something in the darkness beyond the Pizzaplex's perimeter. Each time, Michael frowned and tapped the console, trying to isolate the anomaly. Usually, it vanished before he could glean any detail. Vanessa, leaning over his shoulder, would feel that churn of worry in her gut. But they kept it from Harry, not wanting to spoil his newfound peace. William, privately, asked them to remain vigilant. He recognized hints of wizarding traces in these flickers, though no full intrusion had occurred. On August 15th, after a pleasant day of shows and laughter, Harry found himself drifting asleep in the security office once more. The hustle outside had quieted, staff finishing their end-of-day tasks, animatronics winding down for the night. Vanessa perched at her desk, tapping out a report. Michael lounged in his usual chair, glancing occasionally at the screens, half bored, half attentive. Harry, hugging his costume's plush ear, yawned, eyelids fluttering. He felt that gentle maternal voice from the suit, urging rest. Sweet whispers in his mind that lulled him forward. Just before he let himself go, he caught a glimpse of a camera feed flickering on the monitor. Michael stiffened, scrolled back, then relaxed as it smoothed out. Neither he nor Vanessa commented. Harry's gaze flicked to them, but exhaustion dragged him under too quickly for him to question it. The last thing he saw was Vanessa's soft, protective smile and Michael's worried brow, the two extremes of comfort and caution that now governed his world. Outside, beyond the neon glow, something stirred. A presence, a shape. The illusions that concealed Harry's location continued to hold strong, but the watchers beyond the Pizzaplex were growing bolder, testing boundaries. In the hush of night, they observed, waiting for a slip. Harry, oblivious to that shadow, slept soundly, confident in the love that wrapped around him here. The building's hum, the costume's magical warmth, and the unwavering devotion of those who cherished him formed a barrier stronger than he could possibly know. For now, the boy was safe, tucked under the wings of a found family who'd do anything to protect him, a star brightening their stage, a child discovering himself in the swirl of applause and neon. And in a world that once disregarded him, he'd found not only a place but a mother, uncles, aunts, grandparents, siblings, and mechanical guardians. All bound together by heartstrings that overcame the lurking threats. The future might hold storms, but tonight, the Pizzaplex glowed with unwavering warmth, each corridor and corner echoing with the promise that he was, at last, truly home. And more on my Patreon. http. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 150 plus chapters across the 20 plus fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now, QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamb. Ia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Nar. Yuto Bleach crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 10 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 10 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 10 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapter 13 and Chapter 14 already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapter 13 and Chapter 14 already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapter 13 and Chapter 14 already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapter 15 and Chapter 16 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapter 15 and Chapter 16 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 13. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Five Nights at Freddy's series. Harry woke on August 16, 1989, to the faint glow of a single lamp in the security office. The neon hum outside was oddly soothing, a constant background lullaby he'd grown used to. Blinking the sleep from his eyes, he found himself nestled in the familiar embrace of the Vanny costume's plush warmth. He sat up, letting the costume drape around him like a protective shell. Across the room, Vanessa was at her desk, flipping through logs with the usual quiet diligence of early morning. She glanced up with a small smile as he stirred, her coffee cup paused halfway to her lips. The subtle affection in her gaze was enough to start his day with a spark of warmth. Michael leaned in the doorway, arms crossed, observing them with an amused glint. Vanessa shot him a mild glare, sensing that he found her fussing over Harry's tangled hair entertaining. Harry yawned, noticing their silent exchange. A sleepy giggle escaped him, and the tension from the prior night attention he never fully understood seemed to dissipate in that soft, domestic moment. He shuffled off the cot, the costume's oversized bunny ears flopping against his cheeks. Vanessa offered him a fresh mug of hot cocoa, ruffling his hair back into some semblance of order. Michael raised an eyebrow, making a teasing remark about two parents doting on a morning grump, but the corners of his mouth curved in a faint grin. Harry, used to this banter by now, just smiled, sipping the cocoa with grateful eyes. The last echoes of half-remembered nightmares faded in the presence of their gentle teasing. The rest of that morning set the tone for the days to come. Harry helped the staff organize the Pizzaplex's opening tasks, bouncing from one corner of the building to another with a confidence that felt new and exhilarating. He greeted incoming guests with a quiet but certain welcome, hugging a toddler who recognized him from a prior visit, and guiding a confused father to the nearest restroom, all without once needing Vanessa to prompt him. At a distance, Vanessa watched with shining eyes, arms folded. Her posture gave away the pride she felt at seeing Harry so assured. Michael sidled up behind her, mock whispering, "Proud mama bear moment." She nudged him lightly in the ribs, refusing to let him see the slight blush that colored her cheeks. Despite the cheerful routine, Michael remained watchful of the security feeds. He'd slip off at intervals, scanning the monitors for the subtle flickers that suggested outside interference. Sometimes he caught a faint glitch on the perimeter cameras, or a fleeting silhouette in the corner of the screen. Each time, he frowned and made a note, the tension creeping back into his posture. He didn't alert Harry. There was no point in alarming the boy if they could manage the threat quietly. Vanessa agreed. They traded determined nods whenever they caught these anomalies, silently reinforcing the vow they'd made to keep Harry safe. By late August, Harry's daily stage appearances with the animatronics were a highlight of each day. His once timid steps had evolved into a confident presence. When Monty saw the crowd cheering louder for Harry than for the flamboyant Gator's guitar solos, he'd stomp the stage in mock indignation, arms spread wide. "They're cheering for the bunny more than the rock star Gator," he'd bellow. Roxanne, quick to tease, would retort, "You're just realizing he's cooler than you." The banter drew boisterous laughter from the audience, and Harry would blush, carefully hugging the edges of the bunny suit as he offered a shy wave. But beneath the bashfulness, a thrilled gleam lit his eyes. He found genuine joy in performing, in seeing the sparkle on children's faces. Customers soon recognized Harry's routines, families returning just to catch a glimpse of the little bunny who danced with the animatronics. Some children brought him crayon drawings of him wearing his bunny suit, arms linked with Roxy or Monty. Others insisted on hugging him before leaving, their parents snapping photos of the precious scene. One stubborn toddler refused to be carried out by her own mom until Harry took her hand and walked her to the exit. The entire Pizzaplex staff found it endearing, and Vanessa half-joked about setting up an official Harry meet and greet booth, while Michael rolled his eyes and teased that an autograph booth might be more appropriate. In the midst of all this attention, Harry sometimes felt overwhelmed. But the Vanny costume responded to his emotional flux, providing gentle squeezes or pulses of warmth that helped ground him. Vanessa and the animatronics kept an eye out for any sign of overstimulation, ushering him backstage if the crowd ever grew too intense. More often than not, however, he handled the spotlight with surprising grace, especially for a boy who once panicked at any form of public focus. Each performance felt like a step forward in discovering who he was, someone who not only thrived in the brightness of a stage but whose own quiet courage sparked joy in others. It was in early September, around the 11th, that Harry's curiosity got the better of him. He'd long admired Roxanne's guitar skills from the sidelines. Whenever she had a solo during a performance, her fingers would fly across the instrument with such flair that it made his heart flutter. Late one evening, after the shows ended and the crowds dispersed, he caught a glimpse of green lights emanating from Roxy's personal room. Following that glow, heart thudding, he crept down the hall. The door stood ajar. Inside, Roxanne was turned away, checking her face paint in a mirror. He exhaled softly, stepping in on tiptoe. The guitar leaned against the wall, shining under a neon lamp. Unable to resist, Harry laid a hand on it, the suit's plush paw gently brushing the keys. He tried pressing a few notes. The resulting squeaks and discordant chords made him grimace. His first attempts were clumsy, the costume's oversized sleeves slipping over the instrument's neck. He was so focused he didn't notice Roxanne pivoting behind him until she cleared her throat with theatrical emphasis. He nearly dropped the guitar. Heart hammering, he spun to see her leaning casually in the doorway, arms folded. A slow smirk curved her lips. "Starting a solo career without me?" she teased, her tone playful. Harry stammered, cheeks burning. He managed a squeaky apology, explaining he just wanted to try it. Her expression softened at once. She lifted the guitar from his fumbling grip and set it across her own chest, beckoning him closer. "Relax, superstar," she said, no real reprimand in her tone. "You've got good taste." She patted a space on the bench near her. Harry settled beside her, the costume's ears brushing the edge of the seat. Gently, Roxanne positioned the guitar back in Harry's hands, her own slender fingers guiding his. She played a note to show him how it should sound, then nodded for him to replicate it. He tried, messing up the fingering. She chuckled and corrected him with patient words. Something about her acceptance made him glow inside. Over the next few nights, they repeated these informal lessons. Harry would slip away after hours, and Roxanne, expecting him, would run him through simple scales or chords. He stumbled, pressed the wrong keys, grimaced at sour notes, but each time, Roxanne offered mild teasing rather than scorn. She'd produce an over-the-top wail at particularly off chords, mock horror in her voice, only to flash him a wry grin and say, "Let's do that again." The costume would give those subtle pulses of reassurance, telling him to keep going. The daily montage of them practicing filled the air with half-formed melodies, dissonant at first, gradually morphing into something coherent. She dubbed him, "Little Rockstar Bunny," with a smirk that made him blush every time. Around September 21st, the illusions of William and Clara Afton visited more frequently. It felt as though they couldn't help themselves spoiling Harry with gifts and tokens of affection. Clara arrived with an intricate sweater she'd knitted, depicting a little bunny figure strumming a guitar. The craftsmanship astounded him, each stitch a testament to grandmotherly love. He hugged the sweater, though he rarely wore it inside the Pizzaplex's climate-controlled halls. William, not one to be outdone, presented him with a small holographic stage Kitsum Advanced Pi. CE of old Fazbear technology that allowed the projection of mini performances. Harry's awe doubled. Vanessa, seeing the growing pile of presents, feigned exasperation. "At this rate, we'll need a warehouse just for your new stuff." William only smirked, shrugging. "Isn't that the point of being grandparents? To spoil him rotten?" She rolled her eyes, a grin tugging at her lips. Elizabeth, of course, poked fun at Michael's obvious feelings for Vanessa at every chance. At one point, while they all lingered in the security office, Elizabeth witnessed Michael catching sight of Vanessa rummaging in a supply closet. A dopey look crossing his face. She wasted no time leaning into Harry and whispering, "Your uncle's head over heels for your mum." Michael sputtered, nearly dropping the soda he held. Harry, wide-eyed, asked innocently, "Are you and Mum going to get married?" Michael choked, coloring bright red, while Vanessa smothered a laugh with her hand. The entire scene devolved into comedic chaos, with Elizabeth cackling triumphantly. Harry never quite understood the deeper nuance, but he found the ruckus entertaining all the same. Amid these comedic interludes, quieter, poignant moments threaded themselves into the tapestry of daily life. Clara, occasionally joined by William, sat with Harry in a staff lounge corner, recounting memories of Lily as a child. Sometimes they described how Lily loved music, or how she danced around the house with a spark in her eyes. Harry listened, hugging the Vanny costume to his chest, each anecdote forging a stronger connection to the mother he never truly met. William, at times, grew soft-spoken, admitting how seeing Harry's joy soothed regrets he'd carried for years. Clara would place a hand over his, gently reminding him that the boy's happiness was a living proof that love still thrived in their fractured family. Through October, Harry's bond with both Vanessa and Roxanne deepened. He clung to Vanessa's sleeve during her security rounds, feeling safe in the routine footsteps they took through half-lit corridors. She teased him about following her around like a lost puppy, but her eyes shone with warmth at his presence. He murmured that he felt more secure with her nearby. She'd whisper back that she'd never let anything happen to him. Equally, he trailed Roxanne whenever she let him, trying to mimic her confident stride. The difference between them was comical: Harry small and hidden by the bunny suit, Roxanne tall and swaggering with a rock star's poise. Chica once joked that Roxy might be inadvertently training a mini version of herself. Making them both laugh, Harry's giggle rang bright against the neon walls. Halloween brought a special event at the Pizzaplex, with faux cobwebs, glowing pumpkins, and an array of animatronic-themed treats. Harry joined in the festivities, wearing his bunny costume as usual. More than one child assumed it was his costume for the holiday. He grinned each time they made that comment, finding it oddly reassuring that they saw him as part of the whimsical fun. Michael, carrying a prop scythe for comedic effect, snarked that every day was basically Halloween for Harry, prompting the boy to respond with a genuine, unrestrained laugh that echoed through the halls. Around the start of November, Harry's progress on the guitar had advanced considerably. Roxanne boasted that he, our little protege, could soon hold his own in a short jam session. The idea thrilled him. She guided his fingers over more complex chords, praising him whenever he nailed a sequence. Each success lit a spark in his eyes, reminiscent of how he felt on stage. In his spare moments, he sometimes practiced alone, the costume softly guiding his posture, as though it had become an extension of his own limbs. He found that the music came easier than he ever expected, fueling a sense of self-discovery that meshed perfectly with his newfound confidence. Fredy, ever the paternal figure, proposed a mini-concert. Staff and animatronics secretly arranged a small stage area on and off night, inviting a modest audience. Harry stepped up with Roxanne, trembling with excitement. The hush of anticipation pressed in, then the lights flared, and they launched into a simple, upbeat piece. Roxanne anchored the melody, letting Harry add playful flourishes. The crowd's cheers made him beam, his cheeks flushing at the applause. Vanessa and Michael stood side by side, beaming proud smiles. From a corner, Monty rolled his eyes dramatically, quipping, "Where do he'll overshadow us all." But the humor in his tone was unmistakable affection. Yet, as the days crept toward mid-November, subtle warnings returned. Michael noticed a new glitch in the feed's clearer, more alarming. A tall figure, cloaked in darkness, visible for a moment near the entrance, then gone. He shared the footage with Vanessa and William, both grim-faced at the sign. William's illusions flickered with tension as he quietly recognized the tactic, a slow testing of boundaries. He urged them to remain on alert. The Wizarding World's watchers were edging closer, no doubt. That caution lingered as an undercurrent. Late nights, Vanessa made sure to tuck Harry in with extra care, adjusting the plush arms of the bunny suit around him so he'd feel secure. On more than one occasion, the suit responded by tightening protectively, as if it, too, sensed the looming threat. She'd whisper soft reassurances to the sleeping boy, promising that no harm would ever reach him here. Meanwhile, Michael, losing sleep with each glitch, paced the office, verifying that every lock, every camera was properly set. The animatronics quietly took up a more vigilant stance, each watchful in their own domain. Yet for Harry, life remained filled with music, laughter, and family. In those last days of mid-November, the boy found himself frequently nestled between Vanessa and Roxanne, playing gentle melodies on a portable guitar. Sometimes Monty would toss him a comedic note from the side. Chica swayed to the tunes, and Fredy hummed in soft approval. The illusions of the Afton family occasionally appeared in the background, each wearing proud or content smiles. Each scene felt steeped in cozy domesticity that belied the creeping tension outside the neon fortress. One evening near closing, Harry gently stroked the guitar's strings, playing a slow, sweet tune Roxanne had taught him. Vanessa slumped comfortably at his side, exhausted from a busy shift, and Roxanne knelt to adjust the instrument's settings. Michael hovered at the doorway, arms folded as usual, gaze drifting between them and the dark hallway beyond. The lights in the atrium dimmed to a soft after-hours glow, bathing them all in tinted shadows. "Whatever comes next," Michael murmured under his breath. Though loud enough for Roxanne to flick an ear in acknowledgement, "They'll have to go through us first." His statement carried a defiance that matched the unwavering devotion in each friend, caretaker, and family member who surrounded Harry. Oblivious to the seriousness, Harry tinkered with the last chords of his piece. The Vanny costume pressed snugly around him, a gentle presence, reaffirming that he was protected. The faint hum of distant air vents, the flicker of neon outside, and the closeness of loved ones lulled him to a warm sense of contentment. He finished the tune with a small flourish, cheeks aglow as Roxanne praised his progress. Vanessa gave his shoulder a squeeze, and even Michael managed a subtle thumbs up. In that quiet, restful moment, no one pressed the boy about the watchers beyond the perimeter or the shadow glimpsed on the cameras. Within these walls, he was simply cherished, free to explore music and companionship, certain of their love. The costume's lull of magic shielded him from the darkness creeping outside. Roxanne, seeing him stifle a yawn, nudged him to pack up for the night. He did so with a drowsy smile, each movement unhurried, as though reluctant to let the day end. When they finally parted ways, each returning to their own corners of the Pizzaplex, Harry paused in the corridor to glance back at Michael's retreating figure. The older man offered a casual wave. Harry's heart felt so full from the acceptance that had blossomed here: Vanessa as mum, Michael as an almost uncle, Roxanne, Monty, Chica, and Fredy as close companions. And the illusions of the Aftons bridging blood ties in ways he never knew he needed. He blinked away an unexpected surge of gratitude, adjusting the bunny suit's hood over his head. The fabric squeezed once more, its motherly whisper unspoken but clear: "You are safe. You are loved." He believed it wholeheartedly, even as the chapter of autumn days wound on, tension brewing in the background. The melodies of his heartstrings guided him deeper into a sense of belonging. He was a star among them, not by overshadowing their light but by adding his own gentle glow. And he had a family. Why, that promised to stand between him and any threat, wizarding or otherwise. In that simple truth, he found unwavering confidence. Though the future held uncertainties, especially with the Watchers looming, for now. In the haze of November's final nights, the Pizzaplex was a haven of laughter, music, and affection. Harry, the little bunny who once trembled at the idea of stepping into the spotlight, now held center stage, an anchor for everyone's hearts. And as the costume's soft hum lulled him each night, he drifted off knowing that, come morning, he'd rise to the same warmth, jokes, and gentle prodding from the strange, wonderful family he'd pieced together in this neon world. With every strummed chord and every stolen hug, he felt them strengthening the shield that kept the outside shadows at bay. At the close of November 18th, the building's main lights dimmed, staff finishing last rounds, and animatronics settling into low-power states. Harry sat in a circle of them, guitar across his lap. As they quietly listened to him practice, Roxanne corrected a note, Monty teased that it sounded like a squawking duck, Chica giggled, and Fredy murmured encouragement. Vanessa reclined on a chair behind him, arms gently folded, eyes half closed in contentment. Michael watched from the entrance, alert but with a softened gaze. The illusions of the Aftons hovered nearby, unobtrusive yet present, pride evident in their stances. Beyond the tinted glass of the front doors, the night stretched out, an unknown stage for watchers to lurk in. But within these bright walls, a hush of unwavering love reigned. Harry's fingers stumbled on a chord progression, and Roxanne touched his shoulder, guiding him to replay it. The costume's reassuring grip steadied his hands, and he smiled, meeting her eyes. Her grin in return said keep going. So he did, striking the correct sequence this time, the notes resonating with unexpected clarity. A ripple of applause rose from the small circle, echoing softly against the flickering neon. Harry smiled wide, flushed with pride and belonging. He couldn't imagine wanting anything else in that moment. Unknown to him, in the dark expanse outside, shapes stirred, gears turning in a world that had all but lost track of him. But the time for that knowledge would come soon enough. For now, the music he played wove through the night air, weaving a gentle, protective lullaby around those he loved. His found family sat with him, unspoken vows in their hearts, each prepared to stand as sentinels if the outside dared to intrude. In the hush of that moment, the only thing that mattered was the easy laughter, the supportive gazes, and the final chord that hung in the air, promising that even as seasons changed and hidden threats encroached, the bond they'd forged could outshine any darkness. And more on my Patreon. http. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 150 plus chapters across the 20 plus fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now, QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleak H crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 11 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Psy MPHONY of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies. A Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 10 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 10 chapters available now. On Light and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions, which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapters 14 and 15 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapters 14 and 15 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson S. Shadows. Chapters 14 and 15 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapters 16 and 17 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapters 16 and 17 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 14. Disclaimer. I don't own the Harry Potter or Five Nights at Freddy's series. Harry found himself drifting off to sleep in the security office on November 18, 1989. Still wrapped up in the soft comfort of the Vanny costume. He could hear the animatronics, gentle goodnights echoing from the corridor after his impromptu guitar performance, a warm buzz of laugh, tear and lingering melodies that lulled him toward rest. The glow of a single desk lamp cast shadows across the floor, and as he sank into the cot, he felt Vanessa's fingers gingerly brushing stray hair from his forehead. "Night, Mum," he murmured, half asleep, voice muffled by the costume's plush hood. She bent and pressed a kiss to his hair, her eyes shining with maternal affection she no longer hid. A gentle smile flickered over her face, and Harry caught that last glimpse of her warm gaze before darkness claimed him completely. Michael, standing a few feet away, quietly watched. His gaze flicked to the security monitors. An unspoken vigilance etched into the line of his shoulders. He walked the perimeter of the office once Harry's breathing deepened, methodically rechecking every lock and feed. His stomach knotted at the memory of hooded shapes on the outskirts. This truce, this gentle harmony they'd found wouldn't allow anything to shatter it. By morning, that tension gave way to the usual bustle of a new day at the Pizzaplex. Harry awoke on November 19 to the warm hum of neon lights through the walls and the smell of fresh coffee from Vanessa's desk. She greeted him with a soft look. He returned it with an easy smile, bounding over to help with opening tasks. As the day rushed in with families and curious visitors, Harry navigated the atrium without hesitation, offering polite hellos, bending to help a toddler up when she stumbled. Vanessa, leaning against a railing with Michael, shared a mutual look of pride. Harry moved as though he belonged here without question. At one point, Michael caught Vanessa's eye and smirked. "Proud mama bear moment," he teased, nudging her lightly. She gave a mock huff, then elbowed him in response, not quite hiding the affectionate glow in her eyes. In those quiet moments between shows, Michael slipped away to review the security feeds, searching for any anomalies. Flickers sometimes appeared, brief static or glimpses of shadow at the perimeter, but nothing conclusive. Each time, he clenched his jaw and reaffirmed to himself that if danger came, they would be ready. Vanessa didn't probe with questions. The determined set of Michael's expression told her enough. Over the next few days, the building brimmed with the usual swirl of activity. Children squealing at Monty's jokes, staff guiding guests to various attractions, animatronics performing with characteristic flair. Harry found himself venturing alone through more corridors. His curiosity flared, his confidence buoyed by the knowledge that if he ever felt uneasy, his new family was only a corridor away. The Vanny costume gave him subtle pulses of reassurance anytime nerves flickered, as though encouraging him to explore. He'd trace old murals on the walls with his fingertips, or carefully step into lesser-used staff areas, discovering neat corners and fascinating old Fazbear paraphernalia. Meanwhile, the familial teasing grew thicker. Vanessa tried to maintain her composed exterior, but Michael's constant quips and wry glances made it hard. Elizabeth and Clara joined in on the fun whenever they visited, shooting Michael pointed looks about how obviously he gazed at Vanessa. He'd roll his eyes in mock exasperation, retorting with sarcastic remarks, but never quite denying the undercurrent of his feelings. Harry watched with bright amusement, occasionally giggling when Elizabeth whispered conspiratorially, "Do you think he'll ever just ask her out?" In the animatronics domain, the sense of companionship was equally strong. Roxanne and Monty's playful rivalry lit up each performance, Monty claiming the crowd roared at his solos, Roxy firing back that the real star was the bunny kid. Fredy and Chica hovered protectively, especially around smaller children who crowded Harry for autographs and hugs. Fredy quietly praised the boy's growing confidence, while Chica openly fawned, sometimes bringing him fresh baked treats at the end of each day. "Our little star is glowing," Roxanne once muttered to Monty in an aside. Monty pretended to grouse, but the pride in his eyes betrayed him. On December 2nd, Harry's curiosity took him somewhere new, Bonnie Bowl. He'd seen the bright sign from a distance but never ventured inside the lanes alone. Something pulled him in that day, a hint of leftover decorations or maybe a sense of an unexplored place. He wandered past the polished lanes, footsteps echoing, until he spotted a partially open hatch behind the farthest lane. It looked neglected, the paint chipped. His heart thumped with a surge of curiosity. Pushing it open carefully, he peered inside, half expecting to find random spare parts or old crates. Instead, he froze in shock. Laid out in the dust, motionless, was an animatronic he'd never seen before. Glamrock Bonnie. Its purple paint was faded, chipped in places, limbs splayed in a twisted, broken angle that made his stomach churn. The empty gaze of its optics stared at nothing, the sign of some abrupt, forgotten end. Harry's heart clenched. This animatronic had once performed, once been a friend to the others, and now it was abandoned and rusting out of sight. Saddened, he pressed the plush paw of his costume to Bonnie's cold metal arm, feeling a swell of empathy. He had to tell someone. He fled the hatch with urgent steps, costume dragging in his haste. Bursting into the security office, he started calling for Vanessa and Michael, only to skid to a halt at the unexpected sight of Michael leaning toward Vanessa, gently kissing her. They sprang apart at his abrupt entrance, both blushing fiercely. Michael coughed and scrambled for composure, muttering half-formed excuses about just showing her how to fix something. Vanessa's face burned red as she smoothed her uniform, clearly flustered. Harry, breathless and wide-eyed, felt a mischievous grin tug at his lips. "Were you kissing?" he asked, voice pitched with innocent glee. They both tried to deny it simultaneously, words tangling in comedic chaos. But Harry, remembering his purpose, quickly changed gears, an animatronic. There's one Bonnie behind Bonnie Bowl. He's broken. His urgency reasserted itself, overshadowing the momentary embarrassment. Michael shot Vanessa a look of alarm. The pair exchanged silent understanding. Soon, Michael, Vanessa, and Harry hurried down corridors to Bonnie Bowl. Michael forced the hatch fully open, revealing Glamrock Bonnie's battered frame. Vanessa inhaled sharply, her expression twisting between pity and concern. Harry stood close, hugging the costume's hood to his chest. Michael carefully lifted Bonnie, mindful of the robot's limp limbs and severed wires. "Poor thing," he whispered, gently rearranging a dangling arm. Harry's eyes welled with sympathy, the costume pressing comfort into him. They brought Bonnie to the workshop area, a place Michael used for mechanical repairs. Word spread among the animatronics quickly. Fredy, Chica, Monty, and Roxanne arrived in an uneasy hush. Fredy approached first, voice soft with an old ache. "Hello, old friend." Chica knelt, quietly humming a tune from years gone by. Monty's bravado fell away as he stood on the sidelines, jaws clenched. Something like guilt etched into his posture. Roxanne lingered behind them all, her usual swagger replaced by a flicker of sadness and confusion. Why did they hide him away? She murmured, none of them having a clear answer. Harry watched the raw emotions ripple across their mechanical faces. He gently placed a hand on Bonnie's chest plating, whispering, "We'll fix you." The animatronics nodded as one. Determined. Vanessa placed a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder, Michael steeling himself for the painstaking task ahead. Over the next several days, from December 3rd to December 8th, the Pizzaplex stayed alight long after normal hours as Michael worked tirelessly on Bonnie's repairs. Screws, wires, circuit boards, and spare endoskeleton parts littered the workshop. Often, he stayed up late, scanning design schematics, resoldering crucial connections by lamplight. Vanessa lingered supportively, bringing him coffee and exchanging quiet words, their RLIER kiss never directly discussed but softly coloring each interaction. Whenever they shared a brief, intimate look, or her hand rested on his back while he rummaged for a tool, a sense of blossoming companionship sparkled around them. Harry joined, too, though he could only help in small ways, handing Michael a screwdriver or brushing away dust from twisted panels. Sometimes, he'd fall asleep in a corner of the workshop, the vanny costume's arms draped protectively over him, lulled by the steady clink of metal and the hushed conversations about wiring and servos. At intervals, Roxanne stopped by, her quips subdued, paying her respects to Bonnie's form with a gentle pat on the knee plating. Fredy and Chica took turns recounting old stories of times they performed with Bonnie, their voices threaded with nostalgia. Monty, quieter than usual, hovered uncertainly. In a rare moment of vulnerability, he muttered an apology to Fredy over some past conflict about the stage. Fredy, kind as ever, said that none of it mattered anymore, they'd make things right by giving Bonnie a second chance. By mid-December, the repairs neared completion. Bonnie's chassis was reassembled, his circuits reconnected, and Michael had reinstalled a fresh power unit. Vanessa marveled at Michael's skill, exchanging grateful smiles with him whenever a successful test beeped on the monitors. Their dynamic had evolved into a gentle pattern of shared coffee, friendly teasing, and the subdued knowledge that something new and real was forming between them. Harry, in the meantime, observed everything with bright-eyed wonder. He spent calm moments drawing pictures Bonnie reunited with the animatronics, Vanessa and Michael holding hands, and himself wearing the bunny suit at the center of this newly formed family. One evening, Vanessa caught him at it and ruffled his hair, murmuring, "We're all together now, aren't we?" He nodded, eyes shining. The costume gave a soft, encouraging pulse against his chest, as though it too shared in his hope. Finally, on December 18th, the day arrived for Bonnie's reactivation. After double-checking every connection, Michael flicked a final switch in the workshop. The animatronics gathered Fredy, Chica, Monty, Roxanne, Harry, Vanessa, forming a careful circle around the lying figure. Bonnie's optics flickered once, dim, then brightened. Slowly, his metallic joints moved, arms raising to meet Freddy's outstretched hand. Confusion shone in his brand new bright eyes for a moment, replaced by recognition as he spotted Chica, Monty, Roxanne. His voice, hesitant and raspy from disuse, spoke their names. Chica emitted a joyful sob-like sound, hugging him carefully, not wanting to dislodge any repaired components. Fredy, voice trembling with warmth, welcomed him home. Monty, subdued, approached. Gave a clumsy apology that Bonnie answered with a gentle pat, still adjusting to movement. Roxanne teased him with a small grin. About time you hopped back to us, Rabbit. Harry clung to Vanessa, heart leaping at seeing the group's relief. Bonnie's gaze finally landed on the boy, the costume's plush ears framing Harry's face like a childlike halo. Bonnie offered a soft, slightly mechanical smile. Thank you for finding me, he murmured. Harry felt tears prick his eyes as he nodded shyly, stepping forward to let Bonnie gently tap his ear in an affectionate greeting. They all slipped into an impromptu celebration that night. The lights in the workshop glowed warmer. Monty even cued some background music. Bonnie, still regaining full mobility, sat amid them, occasionally testing a joint or letting Michael quickly fine-tune a servo. Fredy recounted stories of Bonnie's comedic mishaps in old shows. Chica teased him about the time he short-circuited an amplifier. And Roxanne bragged that Harry already had better stage presence than the Rabbit ever did, drawing laughter from all sides. Vanessa, feeling Harry's excitement, wrapped an arm around his shoulder, and Michael, leaning against a table, smiled with quiet affection. In that circle, the sense of family was palpable. William and Clara's illusions appeared in the background, Clara wiping her eye. At the sight of another animatronic returned to their fold, William nodding approvingly at Michael's craftsmanship. Elizabeth hovered around, making a silly joke about how the family keeps growing, while Harry laughed. The costume snug against him, reflecting his contentment. As the night wore on, conversation slowed into a gentle hush. Bonnie thanked each of them in turn, voice regaining clarity, expressing a quiet gratitude for the second chance. Monty apologized once more, though the details of any past conflict remained unspoken in Harry's presence. The subtle exchange of acceptance between them left an unspoken vow. The path ahead was one of unity and healing, not further division. Michael, eyes drifting to Vanessa, then to Harry, quietly murmured, "Our little family keeps growing." Vanessa met his gaze, her cheeks flushing, softly but with a certain pride shining there. "It's perfect," she answered in a whisper that only he caught. And in the midst of it all stood Harry, at the heart of these swirling connections, a boy once lost, now anchored by the arms of a mother figure, an older friend turned father figure, animatronics who treated him like kin, and illusions that reminded him of the heritage he unknowingly carried. With Bonnie's return, it felt as though another piece of a puzzle had been slotted into place. Echoes of the past might still linger, shadows might still threaten, but for now, they were here. Together, forging bonds that transcended the fractures of their histories. Harry's gaze flicked from face to face, the costume snug and warm, letting him believe that in this neon sanctuary, every piece of broken history could be mended and every echo of the heart could be heard. And more on my Patreon. http. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 150 plus chapters across the 20 plus fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter S. Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 12 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Har. Why Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover up to 11 chapters available now. Threads woven Betwee, N2 Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover up to 11 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 11 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter event. Are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 11 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover up to 11 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions, which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapters 15 and 16 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapters 15 and 16 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapters 15 and 16 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapters 17 and 18 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapters 17 and 18 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 15. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or the Five Nights at Freddy's series. The morning after Bonnie's return felt like the soft glow of dawn brushing against a quiet lake. Harry opened his eyes slowly on December 19, 1989, finding himself still wrapped in the Vanny costume's gentle embrace. The workshop was dimly lit, a faint neon hue seeping through the half-closed doors. Bonnie was nearby, carefully flexing his newly repaired arms and testing the range of his joints. When he noticed Harry stirring, he turned and offered a calm, warm smiling expression tinged with relieved gratitude. "Good morning, superstar," Bonnie said softly, in a voice laced with the lingering rasp of disuse. The words made Harry's stomach flutter. He sat up, blinking away sleep, cheeks warming at the notion that this once lost animatronic spoke to him as if they'd been friends for years. He smiled back, feeling the costume's plush sleeves tighten around him, as though it, too, greeted Bonnie. Harry murmured a shy greeting in return, and Bonnie's ears twitched in approval, as if settling into a new sense of belonging. A hush of quiet pride hung in the air. Just beyond the workshop door, Harry heard faint footsteps. Sometime later, while he helped Bonnie stand, he glimpsed Vanes. Saw and Michael passing by on their morning rounds. They peered in, exchanging a glance of contentment at seeing Harry assisting the recently revived animatronic. It was a comforting snapshot. Harry in that oversized bunny suit, gently gripping Bonnie's arm to steady him as the animatronic got used to his reattached limbs. By mid-morning, Harry was wandering back through the atrium with a light step. He guided a group of small children to a corner of the play area, showing them each feature with enthusiastic gestures, speaking to them in the gentle, patient tone he'd once craved. Over by the security console, Vanessa and Michael watched him with shared admiration. Michael nudged her lightly and murmured, "Look at him, remember when he hid behind us just to say hi?" Vanessa's expression grew soft. "He's come such a long way," she said, words laced with quiet emotion. She exhaled slowly when Michael's hand brushed hers, an unspoken signal of support. In the distance, the animatronics Fredy, Roxanne, Monty, Chica, and Bonnie observed from a vantage point near the stage. They traded small comments about Harry's growth, Roxanne chuckling that Harry had found confidence in half the time Monty found humility. Monty pretended to groan, while Fredy said in a gentle rumble, he found his courage. He just needed a family to remind him it was there. The following days carried a buoyant energy, from December 21st through the 24th. Harry, newly assured, strolled through the Pizzaplex often on his own, offering help to families. His presence had become a daily fixture, a small, kindly figure in a bunny costume who never hesitated to kneel and speak to the littlest guests. Staff quietly dubbed him the toddler whisperer, though he remained blissfully unaware of the nickname. One morning, a tiny girl clung to her mother's leg, tears in her eyes at the strange lights and noisy arcades. Harry approached gently, crouching so his plush bunny ears almost brushed the floor, and held out a soft paw. "Hi," he said, voice soothing. "Wanna play?" The child peeked from behind her mother, wide-eyed. After a moment, she reached her small hand out to Harry, letting him guide her through a simpler, quieter attraction. Nearby, parents smiled, glancing at Vanessa in awe. Vanessa's face glowed with pride, unable to resist exclaiming, "Isn't he just the sweetest? That's my boy." The instant the words left her lips, Harry's cheeks flamed red, and he ducked the bunny hood over his face, the costume hugging him protectively. Giggling mothers and staff looked on with endearment at the boy's bashful reaction. On Christmas Day, December 25th, the Pizzaplex sparkled with tinsel and colored lights. Harry awoke to a hush of anticipation in the security office, finding a neat arrangement of presents labeled with his name. As he lifted each one, the people around him, Vanessa, Michael, the animatronics, and illusions of the Afton family gathered to watch. Vanessa's gift was a pale blue sweater embroidered with tiny golden rabbits. Michael handed him a small, hand-carved figurine shaped like his bunny suit, obviously carved with care. Fredy offered a miniature microphone, quietly encouraging Ari to keep building his stage presence. Roxanne teased him by handing over a pair of sunglasses identical to hers, winking and saying, "Gotta protect those bright eyes when you're as cool as me." Bonnie, whose presence was still a tender newness, pressed an old guitar pick into Harry's hand, calling it a token of luck for musical pursuits. Finally, William, Clara, Elizabeth, and Evan presented I.M. with a simple photo locket containing Lily's picture, telling him that she'd always remain close to his heart. Overwhelmed, Harry buried his face in the costume's fur, tears trickling as he whispered gratitude between shaky breaths. After the excitement of gifts, Michael tugged Vanessa aside, seemingly waiting for the perfect moment. Harry, busy examining the intricately embroidered rabbits on his sweater, only half noticed how Michael's hands trembled slightly when he coaxed Vanessa to a quieter part of the Pizzaplex. In a softened hush of holiday music echoing overhead, Michael cleared his throat. "Vanessa, would you like to have dinner tonight?" She blinked, warmth flooding her cheeks, and a shy smile curved her mouth. "You mean, like a date?" she asked, clearly touched. He nodded, fiddling with his collar. "I'd appreciate the company. Thought maybe we could do something special for Christmas." Her immediate acceptance let out a wave of mutual relief, and they parted with a glimmer of budding romance shining in their eyes. That evening, Michael outdid himself, arranging a candlelit dinner in one of the lesser-used lounge areas. Holiday lights cast shimmering patterns on the walls, giving the scene a dreamy quality. They talked in hushed voices, exchanging stories of simpler times, occasionally glancing away with shy laughs. When the meal ended, Michael's heart hammered so loudly he feared she'd hear it. He scratched the back of his neck and forced out the question. "Vanessa, would you, be my girlfriend?" The immediate, breathless yes that erupted from Vanessa came with a flurry of her arms wrapping around his neck, her laughter ringing in the still air. They held each other for a moment, the tension of weeks, perhaps months, dissolving into the simplicity of mutual affection. Outside, the neon sign flickered, an unspoken witness to the start of something new. From December 26th onward, a sense of bright normalcy resumed, peppered with the new dynamic of Michael and Vanessa sneaking shy kisses or affectionate touches when they thought no one watched. Harry, always more observant than they suspected, noticed. He found it endearing, especially whenever Michael left the security office looking flushed, or Vanessa turned pink when teased by Elizabeth about our new star couple. Freed from the weight of unspoken feelings, the entire place seemed lighter. Meanwhile, Harry continued to shadow Roxanne, determined to master that confident stride of hers. She'd correct him with playful critiques, telling him to walk with flair, or add more swagger. He'd try, only to dissolve into giggles at the outrageousness. Chica once leaned over, whispering conspiratorially, "Soon he'll outdo you, Roxy," earning a dramatic gasp from the wolf animatronic. Into early January, the sense of the Pizzaplex being home to a comfortable family grew. But conflict, however small, sometimes flared. One chilly afternoon, a pack of older children barged through the arcade, roughly shoving past toddlers with rude comments. Harry, who'd grown more protective over smaller kids, stepped in front of them. His heart pounded at the confrontation. He remembered how fear used to paralyze him, but he stood firm, refusing to let them intimidate the little ones. The older kid sneered, calling him a stupid bunny, but their bravado faltered when Monty abruptly appeared behind Harry, arms crossed, letting out a low, warning snarl. A moment later, Fredy quietly placed a large paw on the main troublemaker's shoulder, gently yet firmly steering them away. Harry only allowed himself to exhale once the staff escorted the group out. Fredy's supportive pat on Harry's head said more than words. By January 16th, the staff joked about Harry being the official peacekeeper for any child-centered scuffle. He navigated the building, quick to kneel and calm a crying tot or offer a plush toy to someone who lost a game. Some staff members started calling him Little Miracle Worker, marveling at how his presence alone seemed to reassure the frazzled. He didn't entirely grasp the fuss, only knowing that he liked helping. The Vanny costume served as a comforting anchor, pressing gently against him whenever he felt uncertain. Vanessa, still riding the joy of her blossoming relationship with Michael, boasted about Harry to new visitors, inadvertently making him blush in front of crowds. He'd hide behind the costume's hood, the plush arms enveloping him, while staff chuckled. Monty, on more than one occasion, teased that soon the entire Pizzaplex would forget the real animatronic stars existed. Harry giggled at the teasing, a new confidence fueling every day. Mid-February brought the Afton family illusions more often, too. William, Clara, Elizabeth, and Evan painted vivid pictures of Lily's life for Harry, recounting silly family memories, tender moments, or times Lily confronted them with mother-like sternness. Harry listened, hugging his locket with Lily's photo to his chest, absorbing every detail. "You have her kindness," Clara would say, voice trembling with motherly affection. She'd be so proud. The illusions softened each time, as though bridging the gap between a haunted past and a hopeful present. Michael and Vanessa's closeness became a comfortable norm. They walked together around the Pizzaplex, occasionally holding hands while scanning the area, or whispered jokes in the security office when the building was quiet. Elizabeth and Evan teased them, calling them the official adorable pair, while Harry quietly glowed, happy to see the two grown-ups he cared about shining in each other's presence. Late in February, small incidents tested Harry's courage again. A group of older kids, more cunning than the earlier bullies, tried M.U.S. cling their way to prime arcade machines. Harry, noticing timid children stepping aside fearfully, placed himself in front once more. His heart pounded, but remembering Monty and Fredy's previous show of support, he kept his voice steady. "Wait your turn, please." The older kids eyed him, the bunny suit not enough to intimidate them. But their bravado cracked at the combined presence of Roxanne trotting over, sly grin bearing a fang, and Michael quietly appearing behind her. The older kids grumbled apologies and slunk off, leaving younger kids free to keep playing. Harry's breath wavered, relief washing over him. Roxanne flicked her tail, resting a paw lightly on his shoulder. "You did good, superstar," she murmured. A subdued pride fluttered inside him. By early March, whispers of tension still lingered at the edges of the Pizzaplex. Faint anomalies on external cameras continued, though no direct threat emerged. Michael and Vanessa remained vigilant, though they seldom mentioned it around Harry. They saw him thriving, no need to burden him with shadows. In that sense, life carried on with subtle watchfulness, balancing between bright, everyday joys and the knowledge that something could shift at any time. William's illusions occasionally brought news that the wizarding world's eyes might be drifting, searching still, but for now, illusions and secrecy kept Harry safe. In mid-March, the friction with a few rowdy guests cropped up again, but Harry handled it with a measured confidence that left his watchers awed. Vanessa confessed quietly to Michael how remarkable it was, this once silent boy who now stood up for children he didn't even know. Michael, with a gentle half-smile, responded that it was all because they gave him a reason to believe in himself. The animatronics nodded in agreement whenever the subject arose, each proud in their own way. Fredy once mused, "He's braver than he realizes," and Monty barked a hearty laugh, calling it the truth while smacking his tail on the floor. By March 16th, the hush of near spring seeped into the Pizzaplex. Kids were still on break, families poured in, but an odd sense of warmth suffused the corridors. Late that evening, as the building dimmed, Harry found a quiet corridor to reflect. The Vanny costume pressed close. He remembered the cupboard under the stairs, how lonely that boy had felt, starved of kindness. Now, illusions of the Aftons, animatronics. A security guard turned mother, and a friend turned father figure, this patchwork tapestry of love had given him a new sense of identity. He gently ran a hand over the costume's embroidered edges, whispering to himself, I never thought I'd be someone who could help others feel safe. The costume pulsed, an echoing, yes, you are, in silent reassurance. A few days later, on March 24th, the entire group, Vanessa, Michael, Harry, the animatronics, and illusions of the Aftons, gathered in an open lounge area after hours. Bonnie, fully rehabilitated, strummed a few chords on a lightly tuned guitar. Roxanne showed Harry a new riff on the keytar. Chica baked a special batch of snacks, claiming they'd be the best. Monty boasted about a future golf challenge. Fredy, paternal as ever, quietly orchestrated a calm, watchful environment. William and Clara's illusions hovered, content to see how far everything had come. Elizabeth teased Michael about a rumored date night he was planning for Vanessa, while Evan half smiled at them from the sidelines. Harry sat at the center of it all, nuzzled between Vanessa and Michael, enthralled by each snippet of conversation or burst of laughter. Warmth swelled in his chest, a profound sense of home, of being cherished. Vanessa brushed a hand over his hair, leaning to plant a featherlight kiss on his forehead. Michael offered a fond grin, repeating in a hush, "We're proud of you, kid." Harry clutched the bunny suit's fabric close, heart fluttering with gratitude. He'd grown from a timid shadow to someone who could stand for others. Someone people looked to with trust. And in the glow of that moment, with all the chaos of the outside world held at bay, Harry felt an unshakable certainty that this was only the beginning of a brighter future. The hush of the corridor outside, the gentle hum of the Pizzaplex's lights, the threads of laughter weaving around them, they all whispered the same message. Together, they could face anything. And more on my Patreon. http. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 150 plus chapters across the 20 plus fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster M. Yusume crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 12 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Symphony of Machine. S. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Fact. Tori. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden 4. Saint. Harry Potter up to 12 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 12 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions, which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shaw. Dows of Fate. Chapters 16 and 17 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapters 16 and 17 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapters 16 and 17 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapters 18 and 19 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapters 18 and 19 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 16. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or the Five Nights at Freddy's series. The evening hush of March 24, 1990, settled over the Pizzaplex like a warm blanket, still lingering from the joyful gathering that marked the end of winter's chill and the deepening bonds of Harry's new family. The faint scent of popcorn and faint echoes of children's laughter drifted through neon-lit corridors. In the security office, Harry and Vanessa were tidying up the last remnants of a small party Monty had spontaneously organized. Confetti speckled the tiled floor, and paper cups waited to be thrown out. Michael, leaning by the door with a playful smirk, teased Harry about the confetti in his hair while Vanessa wagged a finger at him for not helping. Harry, face glowing from the day's excitement, brushed scraps of streamer from his hoodie, the same one that fit snugly under the Vanny costume. The costume's sleeves clung around him, offering a gentle, perpetual hug. He caught Michael's gaze and grinned. For once, there was no immediate stage to rush to, no swirl of toddlers clamoring at his ankles. Just a sense of calm and closeness that remained as the Pizzaplex dimmed its lights. Transitioning into after-hours mode, he inhaled quietly, letting the costume's comforting presence reassure him that yes, this was real. He was surrounded by people who cared deeply for him. Early the next morning, on March 25th, he stirred awake in the security office. Sunlight crept through high windows, painting the room in pale gold. The overhead fluorescent hum was absent, replaced by the soft beep of monitors in standby. He blinked, noticing Bonnie quietly calibrating his newly repaired limbs in a corner, offering Harry a gentle wave as though they'd been friends for ages. Bonnie's voice, still a bit scratchy from disuse, said, "Morning, superstar," making Harry's chest flutter with a shy sense of pride. He mumbled a good morning back, then rose, cradled by the plush of the costume. In the hallway beyond, he heard Vanessa sipping coffee while Michael teased her about drinking an entire pot by herself. Pausing, Harry poked his head out the office door. He saw Michael feigning a scolding expression, taking her mug theatrically. Vanessa pretended outrage, but her laughter betrayed her. When she snatched the mug back, their hands lingered in a momentary brush, eyes locking with a soft warmth. Harry blinked, amused by their dance of teasing. He recognized the flush coloring Vanessa's cheeks, and Michael's coy grin that usually signaled something sweet between them. It made Harry smile. They looked like a pair of awkward teens in a rom-com, not two adults running security. He quietly tiptoed away, not wanting to break the moment with a well-timed giggle. Within minutes, he was out greeting the early staff, face still rosy from the secondhand embarrassment of seeing Michael and Vanessa's subtle affection. Monty was fussing with a display stand, muttering about needing more rock and roll vibes. Fredy, arms folded, calmly reminded Monty that they needed a balanced atmosphere. Too many guitars, and families might get a headache. Roxy fiddled with her guitar at the corner of the stage, warming up for the day's first routine. Chica fluttered around with a tray of leftover cupcakes, eyes bright. As soon as they spotted Harry, they each paused with a quiet, mutual fondness. He looked so small in that suit, yet so sure of his place. They gave him a round of, "Good morning, superstar," "Hey there, bunny boy," and, "Sleep well, kiddo." The next few days glided by in a series of comfortable routines. Freed from any pressing crisis, no glaring bullies, no immediate wizarding watchers at the windows, no illusions of threat. Harry thrived. The morning of March 28 found him trailing behind Roxanne again. Carefully copying the flick of her stride, she noticed, turned with a smirk, and asked, trying to look this good, superstar. She patted his shoulder and guided him to the stage for another guitar lesson. Over the next hour, she taught him a new riff, helping position his hands on the instrument, stifling laughter whenever he plunked a sour note. Each time he messed up, the costume squeezed him, a gentle reassurance that mistakes were fine. Roxy's pride in him was obvious. She ruffled his hair, calling him a natural, then teased him to keep practicing if you ever want to surpass me, though. He replied with earnest, shining eyes, trying the chord progression again and again until it started sounding right. Around April 1st, Harry's interest in visual art began blooming too. He was already an avid doodler, often sketching the animatronics or family members on scrap paper. But once Roxanne discovered a handful of bright, comedic caricatures herself, Huge star-shaped glasses and Monty with an exaggerated rockstar pose practically demanded that he show them off. Monty, of course, feigned offense, insisting Harry needed to bulk up. Monty's drawn muscles for accuracy. Roxanne snorted, flipping her hair with a playful, "He captured your entire vibe, Monty, big mouth, big head." That spurred Monty to huff theatrically, proclaiming that next time, he'd give Harry a better pose to draw from. Harry giggled through the entire exchange, feeling a swirl of acceptance that overshadowed any lingering insecurities. The illusions of William, Clara, Elizabeth, and Evan began appearing more frequently by mid-April. Whenever they arrived, Harry's eyes lit up. Clara never came empty-handed. She always brought a new crocheted piece of clothing, from a hat to a scarf, each embroidered with musical notes or little cartoon bunnies in homage to Harry's two main interests. "It's for my talented little grandson," she'd beam, hugging him with grandmotherly warmth. Harry's cheeks turned pink each time, but he embraced her wholeheartedly, eagerly listening to her mention Lily's love for music. Elizabeth, giggling at the knitting mania, teased that Sue and Clara would have them all decked out in crocheted gear. Meanwhile, William stood in the background, half smiling as though seeing a spark of Lily's memory in the boy. Evan hovered quietly, offering small smiles whenever Harry glanced his way. Elizabeth was in rare form teasing Harry about how he spent so much time with Roxanne. "If I didn't know better, I'd say Roxy was adopting you," she joked, to which Harry shrugged, not entirely denying how close he felt to the wolf animatronic. Elizabeth then teased that Harry was well on his way to becoming a rock star. He just blushed, muttering that Roxanne was the real star, just wanted to learn. The illusions laughed, but the warmth in their voices betrayed their genuine pride. Amid this swirl of comedic banter and affectionate visits, Vanessa and Michael's bond quietly deepened. Harry spotted them exchanging more secretive smiles in hallways, sometimes linking arms during staff lulls. On April 9th, Michael worked up the nerve to invite Vanessa on another date. Stumbling over his words enough that she had to nudge him with a wry grin, telling him to use actual sentences, doofus. Despite the flustered invitation, she accepted with an unfeigned enthusiasm. They ended up having a simple dinner in the security office that night, sandwiches and quiet conversation. Harry barged in mid-laughter, asking, "Roxy says I need more flair. How do I do that?" Michael, cheeks still pink from nearly being caught leaning toward Vanessa, coughed and told him it meant he was getting cooler. Harry nodded, satisfied, and left them to whatever shy confession they'd been edging toward. The comedic moments sometimes bordered on chaos, particularly with Monty's showy attitude and Roxanne's unyielding confidence. On April 14th, the building bustled with families for a weekend event. Roxy insisted Harry debut a brand new song on stage, just a short, simple melody they'd practiced. Monty, overhearing, pretended to grumble that Harry was stealing the spotlight again, claiming the crowd loved the tiny bunny more than his epic solos. Roxy shot back a sassy retort, telling him to hush up and let the star shine. The audience, noticing the playful back and forth, laughed heartily. Then Harry took center stage, guitar in trembling arms, the Vanny costume hugging him with that supportive squeeze. His notes wavered at first, but Monty heckled in comedic fashion, "Play it, kid." And the crowd's encouragement transformed Harry's fear into exhilaration. The final chord ended in thunderous applause, leaving Harry half embarrassed, half jubilant. Roxy patted his back, telling him he'd done great, while Monty gave him an exaggerated thumbs up, still pretending he was jealous. Early May brought more relaxed days, though the unstoppable tide of Family IE's seeking the animatronics shows never slowed. Freed from heavier burdens, Harry was free to drift from corridor to corridor, helping mothers corral their children, or surprising shy kids with a short, gentle lullaby. Sometimes staff jokingly told him to take breaks, but he insisted it was all fun. On May 3rd, a mother, frantic over a lost toddler, found Harry calmly leading the crying child back with a gentle hand. The staff, relieved, couldn't stop praising him. He only tugged the bunny hood over his face, costume tightening as if to comfort him from the embarrassment of open compliments. Vanessa, though beaming with pride, sometimes teased him so openly he turned cherry red. "He's the sweetest boy, so considerate and polite," she'd gush to random parents, making him squeak in mortification. Michael took advantage of such moments to pile on jokes, claiming they might rename the place Harry's Bunnyplex. Harry blushed furiously but glowed under it all. Beneath the costume's plush, he reminded himself over and over how far he'd come from that timid child he once was. William, Clara, Elizabeth, and Evan's illusions arrived again on May 6th, weaving more stories about Lily's creativity. They told Harry that Lily had a fondness for painting small figurines and singing lullabies. Harry listened wide-eyed, wrapping the locket with Lily's photo in his palm. William gently admitted, "She'd be proud to see how you care for others." Clara echoed the sentiment, adding that Lily's gentle spirit lived on in him. Elizabeth teased that maybe Harry would become a legendary performer, outdoing them all. Evan quietly added that Lily always loved seeing people smile, and that Harry was making so many people smile now. The illusions, though intangible, felt real enough in the spark of tears that threatened behind each pair of eyes. Michael and Vanessa were at an all-time high of sweet awkwardness. By May 10th, they'd gone on enough casual dates to slip into a familiar pattern. Soft kisses behind corners, comedic banter in the break room, fond handholding during slow shifts. The animatronics teased them mercilessly at times, with Monty or Roxy sidling up to eavesdrop, while Chic giggled whenever Vanessa and Michael tried to plan date details in hush-hush voices. Harry found it thoroughly entertaining. He'd casually stand nearby, feigning interest in a stray balloon, while Michael nervously asked Vanessa if she wanted to see a new movie, or if they should dine at a new local cafe. Harry secretly rooted for them each time, his grin breaking out whenever they got flustered. Between May 11th and May 20th, comedic chaos reigned supreme in the best possible way. Roxanne's unstoppable coaching led to a new performance piece where Harry took a short lead, playing a fun melody on the guitar. Monty would ham it up by calling out comedic jabs, only to get lightly bopped by Roxy. The crowd roared with laughter. Harry glided through each note, adrenaline fizzing in his veins. He stumbled once or twice, but the costume's soothing hug and Roxy's encouraging wink steadied him. By the end, the audience clapped thunderously, and Monty pretended to mope about losing fans to the bunny star. Roxy kicked him gently in the shin with a smirk, telling him to hush, all in good humor. Some minor drama brewed in the form of silly misunderstandings. For instance, Monty accused Chica of hogging the stage lights. Chica insisted Monty was overreacting, and they both marched to Fredy for mediation. Fredy calmly told them if they had the energy to fight, they had the energy to help fix a backlog of props. That ended the scuffle quickly. Harry stifled laughter as he spied them half grumbling about each other while setting up new stage stands in silent teamwork. The comedic Scion resolved in Monty and Chica's mutual apology, culminating in an unexpected group hug with Roxanne's eye-rolling cameo in the background. By May 21st, the days felt longer, warmer. Families lined up for the animatronics shows, and Harry continued weaving among them like a gentle caretaker. On a lull, William and Clara's illusions arrived with more crocheted gifts for the boy, a set of wristbands with small crocheted guitars. A whimsical way of encouraging his musical side. Bonnie offered more tips for practicing chord transitions, praising Harry's improved finger strength. Fredy, paternal as ever, quietly watched it all, stepping in with supportive remarks when Harry doubted himself. Chica fussed over him if he seemed tired, while Roxanne teased him not to overwork. Monty was the loud saint in cheering him on whenever he performed even the smallest tune, bellowing, "Attaboy," and scaring half the audience into giggles. On May 23rd, Harry found himself stepping into a minor dispute between older kids and a group of toddlers near the arcade. The older kids were hogging all the tokens, and one toddler whined pitifully. Harry, recalling Monty and Roxy's fearless stances, approached with the calm but firm voice he'd cultivated. "Please let them play too. You've had your turn." The older kids sneered at first, but recognized the bunny suit from earlier incidents, plus, they'd seen Monty's looming figure not far behind. They backed down with mumbled excuses, letting the younger kids get tokens. Harry exhaled, heart pounding from the confrontation, but a surge of pride welled up. He was no longer the trembling boy who hid behind someone else. He could defend these small moments of kindness on his own. It felt good, and the costume's gentle press seemed to congratulate him. That evening, as the day's hustle wound down, Harry wandered a quiet corridor. Monty passed by, tapping the end of his snout in a half-salute. "Heard you took care of some punks again," Monty said, playful respect in his tone. "I might not have to do any intimidation if you keep it up." Harry shrugged, grinning, quietly thrilled by the gator's approval. Monty ruffled his bunny ears in a gesture somewhere between teasing and affection. In the final stretch toward May 25th, the building seemed bathed in persistent laughter and contentment. The wizarding watchers or shadowy figures outside had all vanished into memory for the time being. Michael and Vanessa stood side by side in the security office, leaning into each other's shoulders while scanning camera feeds, hushes of love in their posture. Harry drifted between them, Roxanne's musical sessions, and the illusions of the Aftons who still popped in, each short visit laced with nostalgia and pride. Late one night, just shy of May 25th, Harry strolled alone through a softly lit corridor, reflecting on how far he'd come. The costume's arms lay gently around his shoulders, giving him a sense of unwavering warmth. He remembered the clutches of fear from months ago, how he'd hidden behind doorways, heart hammering at the idea of even meeting a stranger's gaze. Now, he performed on stage, managed small disputes, comforted shy toddlers, and easily joked with the animatronics. He exhaled slowly, letting a contented smile stretch his lips. The final dregs of spring approached, and soon, summer's brightness would flood the building. He wondered what new joys and small battles that warmth might bring. At the far end of the corridor, the faint sound of muffled giggles caught his attention. Curiosity piqued, he slipped quietly closer. He peered around a corner to find Michael and Vanessa in a hush of conversation, likely thinking themselves alone. He saw Vanessa's eyes close as Michael leaned in, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. Her hand rested on his shoulder, her laughter light and affectionate. Harry lingered only a moment, not wanting to intrude on their precious privacy. He backpedaled with a grin, cheeks flushing. The costume squeezed him reassuringly, as though echoing his delight for them. This place thrived on love, be it in the comedic jabs of animatronics or the blossoming romance of these two people who once only known each other through professional courtesy. After that glimpse, he headed for the workshop, intending to show Roxanne the new chord progression he'd perfected. Halfway there, Bonnie crossed his path, ambling with measured steps, each joint neatly aligned thanks to Michael's repairs. "Need a partner for practice, superstar?" Bonnie teased in that gentle tone. Harry nodded eagerly. Inside the workshop, they found it empty. Tools stored neatly away. Bonnie rummaged for a small guitar, strummed a few tuneless chords, and then signaled for Harry to start. The boy launched into the new progression, each note ringing clearer than the last time he'd tried. Bonnie soon harmonized, forging an impromptu duet. The synergy made Harry grin ear to ear. A short while later, Roxanne entered, arms folded, tapping her foot with mock impatience. "Are you cheating on me with another teacher, bunny boy?" she teased, narrowing her eyes at Bonnie. He laughed softly, disclaiming that he was just the stand-in if Roxy was absent. Roxanne rolled her eyes theatrically, flicking her hair, and told Harry she was still the best mentor around. Bonnie chuckled good-naturedly, not offended in the least. The comedic friction resolved in them both assisting Harry with different angles, Bonnie on chord transitions, Roxy on stage flair. By the time they ended, Harry felt the costume's comforting pulse, as if praising his progress. He was sure Monty and Chica would have teased him about forming a mini-band. He half imagined a comedic meltdown from Monty if their jam overshadowed his solos. Just then, Monty did indeed appear, claiming the jam session was missing the real star. Roxanne responded by poking his side, retorting that they were better off without him. The small group dissolved into laughter, the comedic tension swirling around them, no real malice in their words. The Pizzaplex, as it had for months, thrived on such playful banter. When May 25th arrived, the building awoke to a new day of lines out the door. Animatronics warming up for their shows, and staff busily setting up. Harry rose early from the security office, the costume's plush sleeves guiding him into a bright new day. He found Monty and Roxy in the atrium, feuding over stage lights, Fredy rearranging some set pieces, Chica offering fresh pastries. Bonnie, his old friend, checked the tuning on a spare guitar. Meanwhile, Illusions of William and Clara manifested in a quiet corridor, smiling contentedly upon seeing the hustle, remembering a darker time that now seemed so far behind. Harry ventured deeper into the Pizzaplex, greeting staff by name. A small cluster of children trailing him like ducklings, adoring the bunny-suited helper. He paused at the security office to wave at Vanessa and Michael. They stood close at the main console, shoulders brushing, exchanging a glance that screamed shared jokes and unspoken tenderness. Harry stifled a giggle, pressing his bunny ear down to conceal the grin tugging at his mouth. He murmured a quick hello before continuing, leaving them to their banter. The day rolled forward in a swirl of comedic dialogue, affectionate teasing, and heartfelt interactions. Late that afternoon, a toddler lost her balloon, and Harry spent 10 minutes chasing it down across the atrium, returning it to her amidst squeals of delight. Vanessa marveled that he never tired of small acts of kindness. Michael teased that they might rename him Pizzaplex's official caretaker, prompting more laughter. Elizabeth's illusions popped in, joking about how if Harry got any more fans, they'd have to set up a private sign-in. Harry blushed, burying himself in the costume's hood, but the pride glimmering in his eyes was unmistakable. As the day wound down, the animatronics performed a final show, culminating in a comedic routine where Roxanne coaxed Harry on stage for a short cameo. Monty pretended outrage, brandishing his guitar in challenge, only for the crowd to cheer for Harry's bunny-suited cameo. The final chord ended in a flourish, confetti drifting from overhead, Chica's handiwork, and Harry took a shy bow, the costume hugging him as if to say, "You've made it this far, superstar." He looked out at the sea of smiling faces, at Vanessa and Michael clapping from the sidelines, at illusions of William and Clara quietly proud in the corner, and felt a hum of contentment that seemed to fill every neon-lit inch of the Pizzaplex. The swirl of that evening's applause echoed in his ears as he retreated backstage, heart still fluttering. Roxanne boasted that he might soon surpass even her stage presence if he kept improving. Monty feigned exasperation that the tiny bunny boy overshadowed his rock persona. Fredy, paternal and calm, gave them both a gentle pat, Reamer king that the real star was the bond they'd all formed around Harry. Chica chirped agreement, offering trays of leftover treats. In the hush of winding down, Harry slipped away, wanting to find Vanessa and Michael. He located them near the security office, leaning against the hallway wall, discussing the day's highlights. Vanessa's eyes sparkled when she spotted him, and Michael turned with a teasing grin. "Great show, kid," he said, ruffling Harry's hair. Harry offered a small, happy grin, stepping between them so they both flanked him. Vanessa placed a warm hand on his shoulder, and Michael's presence at his other side radiated quiet support. They all fell silent for a moment, lulled by the day's fading commotion. A wave of gratitude washed over Harry. This was home, a place that once Lieutenant Terrifying was now brimming with laughter, with illusions bridging a lost past, with animatronics that teased and protected him, and with two adults forging a sweet romance that never excluded him. If anything, they embraced him further. The costume squeezed him, as though echoing his sense of belonging, whispering "You're loved, my sweet one," in the quiet corners of his mind. He let out a breath, relaxing into their joint presence. "Thanks," he murmured, almost too softly to hear, but they caught it. Vanessa bent down, pressing a kiss to his temple. Michael quietly echoed, "You're welcome, Harry." Their steps carried them onward, weaving through the hallway lights that cast elongated shadows on the floor. Harry felt no fear of the shadows, only warmth in the illusions of a bright tomorrow. The building pulsed with the echoes of comedic banter, affectionate teases, and the vow that they would always stand by one another. And so, as the date turned to May 25th, he walked among them, a small boy in a magical costume, guided by a confidence that blossomed from months of unwavering love and a bond that continued to shape itself into something unbreakable, an anthem of laughter and courage. A testament to how far they had all come. And more on my Patreon. http. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 150 plus chapters across the 20 plus fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter, Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter, Monster Masumi crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter, Looney Tunes crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto, Bleach crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter, Lit RPG, up to 13 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter, One Piece crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter, Pokemon crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter, Saw series crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter, Fania crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter, Danganronpa crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. The Silent Lou. Labis of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter, Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter, Coraline crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter, up to 13 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter, events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 13 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter, Percy Jackson crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions, which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapters 17 and 18 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapters 17 and 18 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Kree. MSON Shadows. Chapters 17 and 18 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapters 19 and 20 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapters 19 and 20 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 17. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Five Nights at Freddy's series. The last notes of Harry's impromptu guitar set still lingered in the corners of the Pizzaplex, echoing with gentle warmth after the day's final show. It was late on May 25, 1990, and the neon corridors hummed with a subdued energy, the kind that follows an evening of happy families. Comedic animatronic routines, and mild chaos smoothed by gentle care. In the security office, Michael finished stacking a handful of leftover props, while Vanessa took one last sip of her lukewarm coffee. Outside the open door, Harry drifted by, hugging the plush arms of his Vanny costume, a small smile lighting his face as he headed for the back halls. He paused when he heard Michael and Vanessa exchanging low, playful banter about who had to cart away the old confetti machine still in the corner. "You're the one with the fancy uniform," Michael teased, feigning a serious tone. "It's your job to do heavy lifting, officer." Vanessa raised an eyebrow. "Oh, sure, throw that at me after I've been corralling sugar-hyped kids all day." Her mock annoyance melted into a grin when Michael stepped closer, gently resting a hand on her elbow. "If you handle the kids, I can handle confetti." His words were low, a thread of affection weaving through them. She chuckled, letting the tension in her posture vanish. Harry caught the tail end of this exchange and suppressed a giggle. The day had been long, a swirl of bright lights, toddlers tugging at his bunny costume, animatronics cracking jokes, allusions from the Afton family, materializing to share stories of Lily. But it ended with that soft hush that belonged to family. Here, in these neon walls, he'd found safety and love, and the costume around him felt more alive than ever, providing subtle warmth whenever his energy dipped. He turned away, careful not to intrude, and wandered deeper into the quiet backstage, weaving through the aftermath of a bustling Saturday. Corridors glowed with overhead lamps set to low power. Roxy's voice floated from somewhere near the stage, playful but with an edge of exhaustion as she teased Monty about hogging the spotlight. He retorted with a comedic bark of complaint, calling her a show-off wolf. Their routine bickering had become almost musical background noise, a testament to the bizarre, wonderful family Harry now considered his own. Farther along, he spotted Bonnie, softly strumming a guitar in a deserted lounge area, the notes meandering as if testing the freshly mended circuit's mic. Hale had installed a couple of months earlier. Bonnie's optics brightened at Harry's approach. "Need a lullaby, superstar?" he asked gently. Harry shrugged, fiddling with the costume's plush collar. "Okay," he replied. "Just winding down." They shared a smile before Harry continued on. He found the workshop door slightly ajar, a few leftover stage props leaning haphazardly against the wall. He stepped in, drawn by the memory of many late nights spent learning new chords from Roxanne or watching Michael fix up battered electronics. The place was empty now, carrying a serene hush. The costume's arms squeezed him gently, as though congratulating him for another day done well. He exhaled slowly, letting contentment settle in his chest. By the time he returned to the security office, Micah, Elle and Vanessa had tidied the last of the confetti contraption fiasco, trading comedic remarks about how Monty owed them for the cleanup. Michael, noticing Harry's reappearance, patted his shoulder. "Ready to call it a night, kid?" Harry nodded, yawning behind the bunny suit's sleeve. Vanessa stifled a warm laugh. "Off to bed with you, then," she murmured, gently steering him toward the small cot they'd arranged for him. He laid down, curling into the plush embrace of the costume, feeling the intangible kindness in each fiber. The last thing he registered was Michael and Vanessa turning off the overhead lights. Their soft footsteps receding as they walked out, chatting in quiet, affectionate tones. Harry drifted into dreams knowing that, come morning, he'd awaken to the same bright tapestry of comedic banter, affectionate guardians, and a world that had accepted him wholeheartedly. When May 30th dawned, the building stirred to life with a gentle crescendo. Harry was out of the security office early, the costume guiding him with subtle pulses as if eager to greet the day. He spotted Monty swaggering down a corridor, loudly declaring he was the coolest gator in showbiz, only for R.O. Zan to roll her eyes theatrically and remark that the real star was obviously her. Fredy, paternal and calm, stood between them, arms folded, chuckling at their back and forth. Roxanne spotted Harry and waved him over. "Morning, bunny boy," she called, giving a mild scowl to Monty, who huffed like a theatrical villain. Harry giggled, stepping up to them. He felt an odd sense of comfort in their comedic quarrel, which always ended in mutual respect. Monty ruffled Harry's hood, teasing, "Didn't see you last night, squirt. You practicing guitar solos behind my back." Roxanne smirked. "He doesn't need your questionable influence, Monty. I'm all the guidance he needs." Their banter set a playful tone that lingered as the day progressed. By lunchtime, toddlers flocked to Harry near the daycare area, clinging to his costume. He gently shepherded them, coaxing them to share toys and line up for a small train ride. One baby drooled on the plush sleeve, but in the blink of an eye, the fabric seemed pristine again, untouched by spit or food. Harry found that curiosity about the costume's miraculous cleanliness never ceased to amaze him, though he rarely spoke of it out loud. Sun, the animatronic caretaker of the daycare, spun into sight with flamboyant cheer. "Harry, you're my saving grace," Sun exclaimed, swirling around a circle of giggling toddlers. Harry flushed but smiled. One toddler clung to his leg, refusing to let go even when offered bright crayons and coloring sheets. "Guess I'm a magnet for these little ones," Harry murmured quietly, adjusting the bunny ear of his suit so it didn't flop into the child's face. The toddler giggled, seemingly comforted by the plush texture. Vanessa, observing from a short distance, gave a small wave when Harry glanced her way. Michael stood behind her, arms loosely circling her waist, leaning in to comment on how sweet Harry looked with so many toddlers. Vanessa's eyes shimmered with that protective love she'd grown accustomed to feeling for the boy. "He's basically staff at this point," she joked. Michael responded with an affectionate grin. "We should be paying him in tokens, at least." A short while later, illusions of Clara and William appeared in a side corridor, quietly watching the daycare scene. Clara, seeing Michael and Vanessa's closeness, teased them with a gentle glint in her eyes. "You know, I wouldn't mind more grandchildren." Michael nearly choked on air, face reddening, while Vanessa stifled a laugh behind her hand. Clara's illusions winked out with her cackling smile echoing faintly, leaving Michael speechless. Harry, passing by with a dozy toddler in arms, only caught the tail end, blinking in confusion as Michael flushed and Vanessa snickered. Through June's early weeks, that sense of acceptance only deepened. Roxanne continued to refine Harry's guitar skills, praising his perseverance each time he nailed a chord progression or overcame stage fright. Monty discovered comedic improv, roping Harry into it with half-baked jokes that ended in Monty chasing Harry around while the crowd roared in amusement. Fredy and Chica took on paternal and maternal roles in the background, ensuring every performance ended with safe closure. Bonnie helped backstage, quietly ensuring equipment was set up or occasionally giving Harry a nudge of encouragement. The illusions of William, Clara, Elizabeth, and Evan came and went, providing family warmth from a spectral distance. Harry's routine became a heartwarming staple. Each morning, he'd wake in the security office, the costume's gentle warmth coaxing him out of sleep. He'd greet Vanessa and Michael, who were more openly affectionate by now, then join whichever animatronic needed a hand. Usually, it meant guiding toddlers or playing a cameo in a comedic routine. The June crowds adored him, and he thrived on making them smile. If ever he felt overwhelmed, the costume would tighten around him, pulsing calm into his nerves. He'd exhale gratefully each time, letting the plushness shield him from anxiety. Mid-June saw a deeper recognition among staff and animatronics alike that the Vanny costume held some unspoken magic. Even Monty, typically loud and dismissive, noted it was strange how it never smelled or tore, no matter how many jam sessions or toddler wrangling occurred. Fredy, the voice of reason, suggested that maybe it was best not to question something so benign. Roxanne, half-joking, repeated that it was obviously magic. In any case, no one pressed the topic too far, content to let the costume remain a comforting mystery that helped Harry flourish. When July arrived, the comedic barbs between illusions of the Aftons and Michael escalated into a new dimension, talk of future family expansions. Elizabeth cornered Vanessa one day, murmuring with a wide grin about how Michael would make a good father, especially seeing how well he handled Harry. Vanessa, although flustered, admitted shyly that the idea didn't scare her. She did, however, disclaim that they were taking things slowly. Elizabeth just winked, unrepentant in her teasing. Harry, hearing the gist of it, turned pink but didn't object. He found it endearing to imagine more kiddos joining their weird, loving household, though it all felt distant. He was happy with the present. July 31st marked Harry's 10th birthday, a day that dawned with Monty blasting some ridiculous fanfare track. Confetti launching from hidden cannons. Roxy, wide-eyed at the unexpected noise, scolded Monty for nearly blowing out her eardrums, but soon joined the animatronics in a chaotic, off-key, happy birthday chorus. Harry, jostled awake by the comedic racket, scrambled upright, the bunny costume flopping around him. He was greeted with an explosion of colored balloons bouncing around the security office. The animatronics, illusions, and staff all crowded around, bearing gifts that reflected each individual's personality. Vanessa's new sketchbook, Michael's wooden Pizzaplex miniature, Fredy's little toy microphone, Chica's bunny-themed pastries, Bonnie's homemade guitar strap each present left Harry bright-eyed and emotional. William and Clara's illusions gifted a locket with Lily's initials, an intangible but heartfelt symbol. Elizabeth and Evan contributed small charms, shaped like music notes, to attach to the locket chain. Overcome, Harry buried his face in the costume's plush, tears welling. The group responded with gentle laughter, hugging him through the unspoken promise that he was cherished beyond measure. August's heat gave the building a different vibe. Guests poured in seeking an air-conditioned respite from the scorching outside. Harry found himself being Monty's comedic partner more often, the Gator apparently having decided that a series of mini-street and up sketches were the perfect way to woo the crowd. The jokes were corny, but Harry's earnest reactions made them land all the same, drawing laughter from onlookers. Roxy once teased Monty that he'd better watch out if the crowd started coming just to see Harry's genuine giggle. Monty retorted that he didn't mind, as long as the crowd still recognized who the real comedic genius was. The small spat ended in them collectively tackling each other on stage, to squeals of delight from the kids. Fredy, with an exasperated but fond sigh, ushered them off to avoid total show meltdown. Between August 1st and 10th, comedic moments abounded, but so did the underlying sweetness. Bonnie took time to show Harry advanced chords backstage, praising every improvement with quiet sincerity. "Your mother would be proud," he'd say gently, mindful of how each mention of Lily wove another thread in Harry's blossoming sense of identity. The illusions also occasionally popped into watch practice, William offering tips on posture for longer performances, Clara occasionally crocheting something while she sat, Elizabeth throwing in random comedic encouragement, and Evan smiling supportively from behind them. Vanessa and Michael's dynamic was perhaps the sweetest shift of them all. By August 11th, they'd slid into a comfortable routine of stolen kisses and comedic ribbing. Michael teased her about THE staff calling her the fearless security guard, while Vanessa teased him about looking drowsy on shift. Over quiet dinners, they'd talk about the day's events, leaning close in the hush of after hours. With only the beep of monitors for company, their romance had a gentle flow, not overshadowing but enriching the tapestry of Pizzaplex life. Finally, August 18th came in a warm glow. Harry found himself in a lounge area near the stage, leaning against Vanessa's side as she scrolled through logs on a small console. Michael sat across from them, rummaging through a small container of tools he'd used for Monty's comedic prop fiasco. The animatronics converged around for a final huddle after the last show, casual conversation bouncing among them. Monty bragged about the crowd's laughter earlier. Roxanne barked a snarky retort about comedic timing. Chica offered leftover pastries. Bonnie and Fredy nodded contentedly at the scene. In the background, illusions of William, Clara, Elizabeth, and Evan observed with subdued smiles, each expression resonating with quiet gratitude for how far they'd all come. Harry, nestled in the middle of it all, let his gaze wander from face to face. The costume pressed gently against him, letting him sense that intangible affection. He remembered a time he'd have hidden behind a chair, worried about being seen or teased. Now, he was at the heart of the swirl, integral to the banter. With summer's end approaching, he had an entire future in front of him, safe within the neon glow of a place that had taken him in. Vanessa reached over, ruffling his hair. He peered up, seeing the maternal fondness in her eyes, and offered a small grin. Michael angled forward, a teasing smirk on his lips, referencing some comedic misfire Monty had performed, sending the group into mild laughter. Clara's illusions gave a soft wave, encouraging them to keep the comedic chaos alive. William, arms crossed, nodded approvingly at the sense of unity. Elizabeth and Evan lingered on the edges, mild smiles suggesting quiet contentment. In that hush of after-show air, the Pizzaplex hummed with vibrant memory. Chords of Monty's comedic acts, Roxanne's guitar lessons, Bonnie's fatherly advice, Chica's maternal warmth, Fredy's paternal guardianship. The illusions of the Afton family bridging the past to this bright present. Michael and Vanessa forging a romance that glowed with shy delight. And at the center, Harry, in a magical bunny costume that never dirtied or tore, a child who once cowered in the shadows now shining with quiet confidence, hugging a menagerie of toddlers. Performing comedic bits with Monty, learning guitar solos from Roxy, wholeheartedly returning the affection that poured in from every corner. The small group parted ways eventually, each to their recharging stations or staff duties. Harry walked back to the security office with Vanessa and Michael flanking him, arms brushing gently as they strolled. The corridor, lights dimmed to a subdued glow. Harry, hardly tired, still felt his adrenaline surging from the day's comedic high points, but the gentle pace lulled him into comfort. He let out a contented sigh. Vanessa shot him a glance, eyebrows raised. "Long day, kiddo?" she asked with a soft chuckle. Harry nodded, the costume tightening in a playful squeeze, as though echoing the day's fullness. "Yeah, Booty loved it," he said simply, heartfelt and sincere. Michael opened the office door for them, flicking on the lamp that bathed the small space in a cozy, golden hue. Vanessa released a gentle laugh as she noticed confetti from earlier still drifting near her desk. "Looks like Monty missed a spot." They all shared a final giggle, winding down. Michael rummaged for a blanket in a corner while Harry situated himself on the cot. Vanessa fussed with a small pillow, ensuring Harry's comfort, though he insisted he was fine. The costume's plushness was enough for him. She rolled her eyes affectionately but patted him on the head anyway. Michael and Vanessa said their soft goodnights, stepping away to a corner for a hushed conversation that ended in a sweet, fleeting kiss Harry pretended not to see. He turned over on the cot, the bunny suit hugging him gently, and closed his eyes to the lull of their presence, the mild beep of monitors, and the swirl of comedic memories from the day. In that final moment before sleep claimed him, he reflected on how the Pizzaplex had become an echo of innocence and a tapestry of love, all stitched together by comedic banter, musical chords, and intangible magic. And the costumes' final reassuring squeeze told him the same story, that he was home, that laughter and love would always guide him, and that each new day would bring more moments worth treasuring. And more on my Patreon. http. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 150 plus chapters across the 20 plus fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now, QBE Sun Reborn, Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 14 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales, Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 14 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia, Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 14 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force, Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation, Naruto Bleach crossover completed, 14 chapters. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn, Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 13 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine, Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn, Harry Potter Pock Emin crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Fragile Hope, Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines, Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected, Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory, Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls, Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest, Harry Potter, up to 13 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic, Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 13 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist, Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions, which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate, chapters 18 and 19 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow, chapters 18 and 19 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows, chapters 18 and 19 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf, chapters 20 and 21 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science, chapters 20 and 21 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 18, Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Five Nights at Freddy's series. A soft hush settled over the Pizzaplex on August 18, 1990, following the final show of the night. Faint neon glows danced across the corridors, their colors reflecting on polished floors. Harry ambled through the hallway in his plush bunny costume, the comforting squeeze of the suit guiding him as always. His mind, still brimming with the day's laughter and goodbyes, drifted to the memory of Monty's dramatic comedic routine and Roxy's teasing remarks about Harry being the real showstopper. He blushed at the thought, hugging the costume sleeves around his middle. Even now, months after settling into life here, he found it impossible to believe he belonged so completely. He slipped into the security office, where a single overhead lamp cast golden light onto scattered paperwork. Vanessa sat at the desk, leaning back in her chair, eyes flicking between a worn paperback novel and the flickering security monitors. She looked up at Harry's arrival, a warm smile instantly transforming her face. "Hey, kiddo," she greeted softly. Harry offered a shy grin, stepping forward. The costume squeezed his torso lightly, reflecting his comfort in Vanessa's presence. "Where's Michael?" he asked, noticing the empty desk. Usually, by this hour, Michael would be fussing about the day's logs or pestering Vanessa with half-serious banter. Vanessa pointed toward the door with her thumb, the corners of her lips curving into a fond smirk. "Making sure Monty hasn't dismantled half the props again. You know how he is after a big crowd day, always fiddling with something he calls creative modifications." Harry stifled a chuckle. Monty's improvements often meant affixing extra lights or comedic attachments to equipment, leaving the staff exasperated. As if on cue, footsteps clacked in the hall, and Michael appeared, scruffy hair falling over his eyes. He carried a small bag of neon cable ties, rolling those eyes in mock exasperation. "Never let that gator near a toolbox without supervision," Michael quipped, tossing the cable ties onto a filing cabinet. His gaze found Vanessa's, a quiet warmth passing between them. Then he shifted to Harry, grin deepening. "Hope you're not planning on joining Monty's tinkering spree, bunny boy." Harry snorted. "I'll leave that to him, thanks." He shrugged, hearing the costume rustle as the plush arms squeezed again. "I just wanted to see if you two needed help shutting down the office." Vanessa snorted a light laugh, tapping at the console. "We're about done, actually. How about we walk you back to the workshop? I think Bonnie and Fredy wanted to run some final checks for the night." Harry nodded enthusiastically. Lately, Bonnie had taken to ensuring all the stage instruments were in perfect shape. Harry found it a comforting routine, especially when Roxanne joined, teasing Monty about the last comedic fiasco. The comedic jabs always made the Pizzaplex feel even more like home. With a comfortable hush between them, Harry, Vanessa, and Michael strolled the halls. The building's overhead lights had dimmed to a tranquil glow. Occasionally, they passed staff winding down after the day's rush, or animatronics in low-power chat mode. Harry relished how peaceful everything felt adored these moments. In the distance, Monty's boisterous voice echoed, likely tormenting Roxanne or Chica with his final jests. The corridor smelled faintly of popcorn and cleaning solution, a signature of an evening well spent. As they reached the workshop door, they found Fredy and Bonnie in quiet conversation. Fredy, arms crossed, was nodding attentively while Bonnie tightened a small guitar amplifier's wiring. At their arrival, Bonnie glanced up, offering his usual soft smile. Fredy greeted them with a pleasant rumble. "Evening, all. Ready for final checks, Harry?" Harry nodded. "Yeah, sure. Anything I can help with?" Bonnie gestured him closer. "We have a spare guitar that's been acting up. To see if your presence is as magical for instruments as it is for toddlers." Harry's cheeks heated in that familiar way. "I don't think I'm that magical," he mumbled, stepping over to examine the guitar. Its strings gave a faint squeak when he plucked them. Vanessa smiled from the doorway, leaning against Michael's arm. "He's more of a bunny caretaker than a guitar whisperer, but it's worth a shot." The playful banter in her tone made Michael chuckle. He gave Harry an encouraging nod, and Harry tentatively tried a chord. It sounded off, but workable, making Bonnie murmur something about adjusting the tuning pegs. The hush of the workshop felt comforting. The whir of overhead fans, the mild beep of leftover tech scanning for anomalies, the gentle conversation weaving between them. Vanessa turned to Michael and asked quietly, "Long day for you, huh?" Her voice carried a mixture of humor and concern. Michael shrugged, resting a hand on her waist with casual familiarity. "Monty's comedic meltdown kept me busy. But I guess that's just normal in this place now." He angled his gaze toward Harry, who was intently focused on the guitar's strings. "At least we have a resident hero to keep toddlers from meltdown territory." Vanessa laughed softly. "And the toddlers love him. He's basically the littlest caretaker we have. I can't count how many parents raved about him today." Michael nodded, eyes bright with that proud glint he wore whenever talking about Harry. Hard to believe how shy he was, just months ago. Meanwhile, Harry gently strummed the guitar, verifying each chord with Bonnie's guidance. Bonnie offered small pointers, tapping a note or two for emphasis. Fredy occasionally stepped in with his paternal calm, adjusting a strap or quietly reminding Harry how to angle his wrist. The entire scene glowed with a warm, familial synergy. Even the shadows of old times haunted illusions, distant watchers felt far away. Eventually, the final checks concluded. Bonnie and Fredy collectively decided the guitar needed some fresh strings, which Harry would help them order in the morning. Vanessa and Michael ushered Harry back into the corridor, the three of them strolling side by side. Heading for the security office again. A faint tension lingered in Vanessa's shoulders, as though she recalled an underlying sense that not everything in the Pizzaplex was benign. Michael noticed, giving her hand a subtle squeeze. She answered with a quick nod, stepping a bit closer. The quiet hush spoke volumes. They'd remain watchful, as always. But for tonight, all was well. August melted into September with little fanfare. By the start of the month, the Pizzaplex was in full swing. With summer's final visitors departing, families with younger children took advantage of the quieter period, leaving Harry freer to roam. Sometimes performing small comedic bits with Monty or practicing new songs with Roxanne. More than once, he found toddlers dozing on his lap, lulled by the plushness of the suit. Staff teased him about charging babysitting fees. He'd duck his head, replying that the kids just liked the costume's softness, though deep down, he treasured each small gesture of trust. In these days, the costume's magical qualities surfaced more. On one particularly noisy afternoon, the crowds raged with excitement, an unending hum of chatter that rattled Harry's nerves. He felt the creeping edges of overwhelm tighten his chest. Then, the suit softly constricted around him in a protective hug, the pressure gently coaxing him to breathe slower. He exhaled shakily, letting that intangible comfort ground him. The swirl of panic receded, replaced by a calm that felt as real as any caretaker's presence. He stroked the costume's plush ear in gratitude, whispering, "Thank you," under his breath. Unbeknownst to him, Fredy and Chica observed from a short distance. Chica's mechanical eyes brimmed with quiet curiosity, while Fredy's brow furrowed slightly. They exchanged a look, acknowledging the costume's strangeness, yet relieved it seemed harmless. Roxanne, when she caught wind of it, half joked, "Maybe it's actual magic, you know." Monty teased that if the suit truly had powers, maybe it could conjure up better jokes for him. They all laughed, eventually letting the matter rest, content that this phenomenon only helped Harry, never harmed. In mid-September, a small wave of quiet excitement rose. Illusions of William, Clara, Elizabeth, and Evan appeared with renewed frequency. They brought fresh anecdotes about Lily, her comedic pranks, her favored lullabies, the small ways she'd unify the family. Each story felt like a piece of Lily's puzzle snapping into Harry's heart. He listened intently, sometimes hugging the costume's arms for emotional support. He recognized how each memory, light or bittersweet, strengthened his connection to the mother he never fully knew. William, typically stoic, shared regrets in hushed confessions, but ended them with gentle pride in how Harry carried Lily's compassion. Clara, crocheting as always, comforted them both, weaving talk of Lily's bright laughter into the present's comedic swirl. Elizabeth teased that if Lily saw the comedic fiascos with Monty, she'd probably join in wholeheartedly. The illusions flickered with a sense of unity, bridging decades of heartbreak with a fresh, living bond. Michael watched these illusions come and go, noticing how they hovered protectively around Harry. One late evening, he confided in Vanessa. "They're all so different with him, like they're healing, too." Vanessa, leaning on his shoulder, murmured agreement. She recalled the illusions' first appearances, burdened with sorrow and resentment. Now, they seemed softened, even hopeful. If anything, it underscored how love could heal even the strangest wounds. Late September brought a hint of intrigue when the Pizzaplex's system logs showed repeated flickers of static. Michael, curious, discovered the anomalies originated from an older part of the building long disused. Summoning a small group, including Vanessa, Harry, and Roxanne, he ventured into those seldom traveled corridors. Their footsteps echoed on dusty floors, the overhead lights flickering sporadically. Harry felt the costume tighten around him, a reminder of safety. Roxanne brandished a comedic stance, half laughing to ease tension. They found a hidden door behind stacked crates, prying it open with an unsettling creak. Inside, an abandoned maintenance room greeted them, its air stale with disuse. Tattered manuals and silent monitors littered the shelves. Vanessa brushed aside cobwebs while Michael rifled through old files describing a hush-hush project never completed. The group exchanged looks of mild alarm and curiosity. No immediate threat emerged, but the sense that the Pizzaplex's foundations hid more secrets than they guessed left them unsettled. They retreated with enough curiosity to plan future exploration, each silent vow forging a deeper sense of unity. October arrived with cooler breezes, prompting more families to visit for half-term breaks. The costume, as always, remained impeccably clean. Despite persistent child drool and sticky candy, Harry found it comedic how many toddlers insisted on hugging him over the animatronics. Monty pretended a wounded ego, claiming he used to be the star for kids. Meanwhile, Roxanne ased Monty that his comedic act was overshadowed by the unstoppable cuteness of a bunny-suited boy. Monty retorted dramatically that he'd plan a grand comedic show to reclaim his throne, leaving them both laughing at the absurd competition. In these comedic tangles, the illusions of the Afton family resumed their gentle presence. On nights when the building quieted, William and Clara sat with Harry, recollecting more about Lily's final Fragile truths softened by the knowledge that Harry honored her memory. One quiet evening, William asked Harry, "Do you feel her presence sometimes?" Harry nodded, pressing the locket with Lily's photo to his chest. "Yes," he whispered, tears pricking at his eyes. "I think she'd be happy I'm safe here." William gently patted the boy's shoulder, voice soft with emotion. "She'd be proud beyond words." The illusions flickered with a sense of closure, each acknowledging how Harry bridged Lily's lost legacy with a shining present. Meanwhile, Michael and Vane's budding romance thrived in playful acceptance. They teased each other about trivial things, sure coffee habits, his occasional oversleeping, yet ended each day in quiet, affectionate moments. Elizabeth, noticing their subtle closeness, teased that they were basically newlyweds without the wedding. Evan, shy as ever, only added a mild grin, echoing that they'd make a sweet couple. Michael's face reddened each time, while Vanessa snorted, rolling her eyes with a smile. Harry found it all adorable, though occasionally embarrassing, especially when Elizabeth teased about little siblings for him. He'd hide behind the costume hood, cheeks aflame, as they laughed. By mid-October, comedic chaos reigned again with Monty's Comedy Hour, a short segment featuring half-baked jokes and comedic illusions. The animatronics provided comedic synergy, while Harry had a cameo that largely involved him giggling helplessly at Monty's disastrous punchlines. The crowd found it entertaining, if not exactly comedic genius. Monty, relishing the laughter, labeled himself the comedic gator star, ignoring Roxy's eye rolls. Harry joined the final act, playing a silly jingle on the guitar, while Monty ended to faint at the boy's overshadowing comedic timing. It ended in a swirl of confetti from Chica's stash, to roaring applause. Late October's mild tension gave way to a calmer early November. Glitches persisted in the background, but none escalated. The illusions remained watchful, too, as though sensing some stirring in the building's hidden corners. Michael, while on a break with Vanessa, admitted he felt uneasy. "It's like the place has secrets," he said softly. Vanessa nodded, resting her head on his shoulder. "But we'll handle it," she promised. Harry, oblivious to the deeper adult worries, remained the bright center of comedic camaraderie, especially with the animatronics. Each day, they'd greet him with affectionate nicknames, from Rockstar Bunny to Little Caretaker. He, in turn, responded with unwavering loyalty, helping wherever he could, whether that meant comforting a tearful child or assisting Roxanne with a stage meltdown. Monty eventually teased that they'd soon put a statue of him in the atrium, to which Harry meekly said he'd prefer not to, face reddening at the thought. When November 11th arrived, Michael found himself awake late at night, scanning the feeds. The repeated static flickers had grown more frequent. He confided in Vanessa that he worried about some unknown glitch or infiltration, perhaps from the old place they discovered. Vanessa, equally concerned, gently parted from him to check the locked corridors. They both suspected bigger changes loomed. Yet in the midst of it all, they also found themselves talking about life's next steps, how they might plan for the future if the watchers from outside re-emerged or if the illusions revealed deeper truths. Their conversation ended in a vow that whatever came, they'd stand by Harry's side. He was the heart bridging them all, his quiet innocence shining through comedic chaos. Finally, as November 15th drew to a close, the Pizzaplex hummed with subdued energy. Late visitors trailed out, staff quietly cleaning up. The animatronics powered down from their show hype, gathering to chat with Harry in the hallway. Monty boasted about comedic improvements he'd add next time. Roxy teased him, calling him Mr. Overkill. Fredy offered the usual paternal reminders to rest well. Bonnie nodded sagely, wishing them all a peaceful night. Chica, arms brimming with leftover pastries, coaxed each to take a sweet treat for bedtime. The illusions of William and Clara lingered at a short distance, exchanging mild jokes with each other about crocheting more bunny-themed scarves or preparing more illusions to amuse them. Harry watched them all, heart brimming. The bunny suit snugged around him, offering that gentle sense of safety. He exhaled softly, recalling how he once felt frightened by almost any big crowd or new face. Yet now, he was at the center of comedic acts, caretaker for toddlers, and student to Roxy's music lessons. The illusions loved him with a quiet intensity that bridged Lily's memory. Vanessa and Michael, forging a sweet romance, gave him a stable anchor. The animatronics, comedic and caring, formed a circle that always welcomed him home. He recognized that life wasn't perfect. Small shadows lurked. Old secrets beckoned, but the love overshadowed fear. As the group dispersed for the night, Harry yawned behind the costume hood. Vanessa gently pressed her palm to his back. "Let's get you to bed, bunny boy," she teased softly. Michael patted his hair, smiling as Harry turned pink. They navigated the quiet corridors, stepping over a stray plush or two left behind by kids. The hush in the building carried echoes of laughter from earlier, resonating in walls that had seen so much transformation. When they reached the security office, Vanessa helped straighten the small cot for Harry. Michael lingered in the doorway, arms folded in comfortable contentment, teasing her about tucking Harry in like a baby. She shot him a mock glare. "He's had a long day," she retorted, albeit with a grin. Harry sank onto the cot, curling into the costume's plush arms, feeling them adapt around him in a tender hug. The neon from outside glimmered in faint lines across the floor, painting subtle patterns on the walls. Just before drifting off, he caught the faint hush of illusions swirling in the corridor. Maybe it was William and Clara, maybe Elizabeth and Evan. He found comfort in the idea that they, too, watched over him in their own spectral way. Vanessa whispered a final goodnight, pressing a gentle kiss to his forehead, and Michael gave him a playful two-finger salute from behind. They stepped away, continuing their quiet banter about tomorrow's plans, leaving Harry to the hush of monitors and the costume's protective lullaby. With eyes slipping shut, he recalled the comedic pranks Monty had unleashed. The soft strum of Bonnie's guitar, the fatherly pat from Fredy, Roxy's shining grin during music practice, and the illusions, intangible presence echoing Lily's memory. The swirl of all these connections, love, laughter, reassurance wove into a tapestry that lulled him deeper into the best kind of dreams. The building's hush offered him peace, the costume's steady embrace held him safe. And in that fleeting space between waking and sleep, he felt the future's promise, that as long as they faced it together, every whisper of the past would find harmony in the bonds of the present. And more on my Patreon. http. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon. Up to 150 plus chapters across the 20 plus fanfictions exclusively on Patreon now. QBE's Son R. Eborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Mons. Tear Masumi crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover completed 14 chapters. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG up to 14 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Ha. RRY Potter Fania crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover up to 14 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. H. Harry Potter up to 14 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 14 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist, Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 14 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions, which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shadows O.F. Fate. Chapters 19 and 20 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapters 19 and 20 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapters 19 and 20 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapters 21 and 22 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapters 21 and 22 are already available on my Patreon.